In the heart of the world, amidst a vast expanse of white wasteland, a monster dwells. A white python that swallows glaciers whole, a grizzly bear that causes the earth to tremble, and a loathsome rat that fouls the oceans. But an emperor who survived the return from the white wasteland once said, "The most dangerous things in that place are the monsters." Back then in the white wasteland, tremors erupted incessantly. A barefoot girl took down a beast in the middle of a blizzard. Not far away, a massive explosion occurred. The sturdy hand of a man tightened around the monster's claw. He let out a piercing, aggressive roar as if to assert his own strength. Right at this moment, someone else slowly approached. The moment it saw him, the monster trembled in sheer terror. He gripped a sharp weapon firmly, and with agile, decisive strikes, he sent the monster straight to the afterlife free of charge. Afterward, this person stood alongside the two from before. Only the barbarian tribe would dare to flaunt their ignorance like that. He walked over to the bewildered girl and asked, "How much longer must I hang around these rude, ignorant fools?" She looked at him with wide, innocent eyes like a 3-year-old child. "What is ignorant? Is it edible?" Hearing this, he sighed helplessly and walked away. And so the bald young man and the naive girl sat back, enjoying the monster's meat in peace. Just then, Kental, like a devil, stepped toward the pair. "I told you clearly not to eat that because it would kill you." A fierce killing aura rose from his entire body. "Not even a week has passed and you've already eaten it all." The girl sitting below felt flustered, unable to speak. The idea was, then the two of them proceeded to put on a performance that could not have been more fake. It was a highly noble challenge. "And you call that something to be proud of?" As soon as he finished speaking, Greta's pupils constricted. His face turned pale as if he were constipated. He was in agony, his body shaking, and white foam bubbled at his mouth. Then Greta collapsed amidst the girl's panic. "Greta, what's wrong? Wake up." On the side, Kental just let out a breath. "I already told you, but you guys wouldn't listen." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the girl to repeatedly punch Greta in the face. "Wake up, Greta, come on, get up." Kental still had his back turned, standing in the middle of the blizzard, and softly muttered, "This isn't what I wanted." Starting the main character's inner monologue. "In a world full of magic and fantasy, I quit my job and set off on an adventure. I climbed the tallest mountain on Earth, reached the very center of the planet, and even arrived at the southernmost point of the globe. But of course, nothing happened. Reality was the furthest thing from imagination. Every night I prayed that when I woke up I would be in the middle of a dream, and then one day that prayer came true." Scene shift to a place not far away. A carriage and a group of people were moving through a blizzard. "Damn it, it's bone-chilling." A man with blonde hair looked at the person next to him. "Then wrap yourself up tight unless you want to freeze to death." The young man covered his face with his hands and replied with difficulty, I'm already wrapped up, sir." Beside him, someone else hurriedly said, "Captain, no matter how great the reward is, this is still really stupid. Crossing the white wasteland, did you actually make it here?" But the only response was the captain's resolute expression. "Be quiet, didn't everyone already agree to this?" He avoided eye contact, thinking to himself, "We didn't know it would be like this." Inside the carriage, the old butler heard those words and clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Damn it, it's too cold." He raised his hand and coughed softly, then timidly looked at the person in front of him. "My lady, are you all right?" The girl with blue hair smiled brightly like a flower. Yes. She was Milna of the Akasa clan. She happily answered the butler, "I'm fine." Outside, there were still complaints. "Damn it, I'm going to freeze to death out here." Unable to hold it in anymore, the butler looked furious and glared outside, shouting, "How incredibly rude." Even so, Milna remained very empathetic. "Don't be so harsh, they are the only ones willing to escort us across the white wasteland." Her expression flickered with a hint of worry. "Even so, shouldn't we let them inside? They look like they're about to freeze." Outside, the blizzard grew stronger. Everyone struggled to cover their faces with their hands. Suddenly the butler looked at her, flustered. "No, you know what dwells in the white wasteland." Hearing this, Milna lowered her head. "The monster's right. A long time ago, an emperor with the ambition to rule the whole world set his sights on conquering the white wasteland. He led countless warriors and soldiers, and he himself entered the white wasteland. Many years later, when the empire had collapsed and fallen into oblivion, that emperor returned, having lost all his soldiers, a broken shadow of his former self. He had aged by decades, talking like a madman. He claimed there were monsters in the White Wasteland, but the most dangerous things were not the monsters, but the barbarians. They had been there. A familiar silhouette appeared, perhaps it was Kental. The old butler continued to speculate, it must just be a legend. Milna immediately refuted, but the Emperor's words were not groundless. Many of the monsters he described were later confirmed to be real. The butler smiled to reassure her, but no one has ever seen a barbarian. Then she accepted that, that's true, countless stories have been passed down, but none of them mention the barbarians. Outside the carriage, the captain suddenly raised his voice. Everyone stopped. He gritted his teeth and looked ahead. There's something up ahead, what is it? The captain tried to squint to see the thing approaching clearly. Finally, because the fog was too thick, he blurted out, I can't see clearly. A second later, his face turned horrified. I have some good news and some bad news. Everyone in the team immediately urged him, spit it out. The captain froze. Damn it, the good news is that the thing is quite small and the bad news is. Kental's silhouette gradually became clear under the falling snow. It was heading toward us. Hearing that, everyone shared the same expression. The old butler widened his eyes and looked outside. The captain immediately went on high alert, gripping the hilt of the sword at his waist. His expression filled with constant fear. That shape gradually became clearer. A human gray-white hair exposed, along with six-pack abs and large scars. Kental strode proudly toward the group, his eyes flashing with a purple light. A team member raised his axe high, immediately recognizing him as a barbarian. Kental's gaze was sharp as a blade, slowly glancing over everyone there. Then he took the initiative to speak. I went out for a walk because I was sick of looking at other barbarians, yet I ran into a bunch of outsiders in the snow. What luck. His mouth involuntarily curled up, revealing an enigmatic smile. Kental showed an excited expression. I didn't expect to meet anyone here, a pleasure to meet you. Afterward, he glanced at the carriage. Are you a merchant? They immediately confirmed. Yeah. Kental continued to question, and you are mercenaries hired as escorts, right? The captain answered truthfully, that's right. Suddenly Kental rubbed his chin and blurted out, I advise you all to turn back, though I guess you will. Come here. The captain's expression already showed a hint of terror. Suddenly Kental realized something. There is someone in the carriage, right? Inside, Milna immediately startled. The captain's whole body trembled uncontrollably, waiting for his next words. Yet Kental smiled and said something no one expected. I want to be hired too. The whole group immediately went on high alert. What? But Kental remained very confident, hands on his hips. Was I not clear enough? I'm offering to help you cross this wasteland. Hearing that, the captain thought to himself, a legendary barbarian asking to come along, could that really be all he wants? Then he cautiously replied, so you don't have hostile intentions. Kental coldly folded his arms across his chest. If I did, you'd all be dead already. As soon as the words left his lips, everyone's eyes went blank as if they had just been awakened. A young man in the group turned to look at the captain, and then he slowly raised his hand. Can you hear it, my lady? Milna remained silent inside, not responding. Then she immediately turned to face outside. The old butler was confused, wondering what was happening. The captain continued to report to her. He said he wants to be hired as a mercenary. What do you want to do? Once again, Milna fell into deep thought and posed a question. What if we fight him? The captain looked at the intense killing aura radiating from Kental and replied hesitantly, personally, I wouldn't recommend that. Hearing that, she bowed her head, momentarily speechless. Afterward, Milna looked out the window and ordered them. Understood, tell him we accept. Receiving the instructions, the captain nodded. All right. And so Kental's request was approved. She agreed. Hearing this, Kental broke into a satisfied smile. Although he appeared very happy, his appearance terrified the others. Seeing this, the two people immediately felt their legs go weak on the spot. Kental stepped closer to the captain, who asked in surprise, what? Kental grinned, reassuring him, calm down, you're just a hireling, I need to meet the person in charge directly. Immediately, a warning flash appeared in the captain's eyes. If you dare to pull anything. Not letting him finish the sentence, Kental interrupted, you'll regret it. The captain had no choice but to let him walk toward the carriage. Seeing this, the young man in the group looked at him in bewilderment. Captain, is it really okay to let him meet her? The client has already allowed it. The boy next to him was also wary. Even so, we are mercenaries, shouldn't we stop him somehow? The captain replied, stop him. Kental's menacing silhouette was still in his sight. Are you serious? Don't be stupid. Inside, the old butler was extremely panicked. My lady, what are you doing? Mylna just softly reassured, calm down. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, startling her, "May I come in?" The old butler beside her was even more panicked than she was, to the point of dropping his glasses. Mylna also hesitantly agreed, "Yes, come in." Receiving the answer, Kental smiled thinly, looking like a predatory demon. The butler cowered, and he looked exactly like he was expanding his territory. Kental closed his eyes, his expression calm and indifferent, advising, "Please stay calm, both of you. I have no desire to cause you any harm." His large frame, sitting in the carriage with the butler, nearly crushed the poor man. The butler turned pale, screaming in his heart, "Don't come any closer, you monster." Mylna, sitting opposite, looked up in a daze, overwhelmed by his figure. The legendary barbarian was standing right in front of her. She shyly spoke up, "It is a pleasure to meet you." Kental also politely replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you too." As he looked out at the snowy scenery through the window, he gently sighed, "It's quite warm in here, isn't it? Even in the middle of such a vast field of snow to still maintain such warmth." Mylna was a bit surprised but still explained, "Ah, that is thanks to magic." He happily replied, "Oh, is it really magic? You know, the world out there." A series of rambling sentences left her bewildered. Kental looked outside again, saying, "As you both know, this place is extremely dangerous. Even with mercenaries escorting you, the chance of you two crossing safely is very slim. Therefore, I will ensure your safety. However, I have a request." The sudden words made Mylna and the butler freeze stiff. Mylna hesitated. "A request, what do you want?" Kental grinned, knowledge from outside the ice plains. He smiled faintly, speaking frankly, "The information you hold is exactly what I want." She heard that and was confused. Knowledge outside the frozen plains. Kental nodded firmly, "Yes." He even tried to persuade her, "You two lose nothing." Mylna pursed her lips in hesitation, her heart filled with worry. "From the very beginning, we didn't have the right to choose." With no other path, Mylna finally agreed, "I understand." The butler next to her saw this, immediately opening his mouth in shock, frozen like stone. Kental smiled pleasantly, "Very well then, what is your name?" Mylna placed a hand over her chest, solemnly answering, "I am Mylna, Mylna of the Akasa clan." He was amused and also generously introduced himself. "I am Kental, it is a pleasure to work with you. In my previous life, I longed for a fantasy world. Right on my own desk were open-world game discs and 2 PlayStation controllers. One day I woke up, only to find myself transformed into a barbarian in the icy plains." That silhouette was slightly unsteady, looking at his hands in disbelief, with no time to find the reason why. "The only things that existed here were a rusted axe and countless powerful monsters. I led a tribe through the wilderness, hunting for survival, gritting my teeth and enduring each day. I don't know how long time had passed, nor how many years had gone by. I never stopped trying to escape this horrific frozen wasteland. But every time his hand slammed against the barrier, countless system windows would pile up and display, 'Quest incomplete. You can leave the frozen wasteland when you complete the quest.' An invisible force prevented me from leaving this place. Just when I was about to give up, a cavalry silhouette suddenly appeared in the middle of a snowstorm. I couldn't understand why anyone would voluntarily set foot in such a harsh place. Occasionally, people from the outside world would appear, and I realized Kental was slightly dazed. The world outside the harsh frozen wasteland was the fantasy world of magic I had always dreamed of. Clear blue skies, warm eyes, endless lush green meadows, villages or towns springing up with beautiful ancient architecture. That was exactly the fantasy world. From then on, I really acted not just for survival anymore. He slaughtered monsters, quest 295, kill the lizards within the allotted time. I slaughtered monsters, solved the assigned quests to escape the frozen wasteland. A fatal blow, blood splattered everywhere. Quest 295 completed, the next quest will be provided with the belief that one day I will escape this place. He thought, because I couldn't leave this damn field of snow, the information obtained from those coming from the outside was extremely precious. Yet Kental remembered, most people I had met so far either panicked and drew their swords or were half-mad. He folded his arms calmly, this time finally having someone willing to talk to me. "How long has it been since I chatted with a civilized person? I only ever deal with uneducated barbarians, so getting to talk to a civilized person feels like a sedative." Suddenly he spoke up in a relaxed tone, "You too are transporting weapons, aren't you?" Mylna was startled and replied, Yes, that's right, how did you know?" He glanced outside and answered, I heard the sound of steel inside the wagons, it's hard not to notice. She felt a bit flustered. I see, I understand. Kentel asked again, is there a war going on outside? Mylna looked quite somber and softly replied, ah yes, the Empire and the Kingdom are at war. He clarified, I see, so the outside world isn't entirely peaceful either. She immediately countered, it's not like that. Mylna imagined the two powers separated by nothing but a tiny heap of ruins. She explained, the Empire is overwhelming in terms of numbers and force, but the kingdom isn't easily defeated. Sword masters and heroes are protecting the borders. Kentel asked curiously, heroes, sword masters, what kind of power do they wield? Mylna tilted her head slightly, confused. Wait, have you never heard of mana arts? Kentel answered honestly, I've never left this place. She pondered, I don't know the details, but a power called mana arts exists in this world. Only a few people can feel or wield that power. Like spiritual energy or mana, it gathers in the Danshan and they are granted one of 5 power ranks. First is grade 3, where magic can be gently summoned, appearing in the palm of one's hand. This is only for those who can perceive mana arts. Next is grade 2, an application that involves using both magic and swordsmanship. From grade 2 and up, one is considered a user of mana arts. After that is grade 1, they have the ability to convert mana energy into aura or magic power, but these individuals are usually mages, knights, or spirits. Surpassing this level, all classifications become meaningless because those are entities beyond human comprehension. If forced to name it, we call it the transcendental level. These are beings who can freely manipulate mana, powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth. Sword masters belong to this group. And finally, there is the hero tier. They are monsters far beyond the control of mere mana arts, with the power to influence the entire world. Each hero is a living legend in their own right. Mylna was thoughtful and analyzed. The fact that their power is named and ranked is proof of that strength. Even a grade 3 user is already considered a master in a small region. Kentel expressed a wish, I look forward to meeting them. She stopped, suspicious. Kentel didn't answer, keeping his posture, looking at the distant sky. He thought to himself, I don't remember how long I've been stuck here, I'm just trying to survive in despair. All I know is the ice wasteland in the middle of this fantasy world from which I cannot escape. He stood on a sharp cliff, facing the wind, the snowscape belonging only to this place. Outside there is the fantasy world. Kentel bowed his head, truly longing to leave this place. Suddenly his lips curled into a smile. Kentel countered himself, but his face remained determined, certain in his heart that he must get out. Time slipped away, snow piled up on the roof of the wagon and they kept moving forward. Mylna suddenly asked, Kentel, you really are a savage, aren't you? Kentel was calm, you could say that. Looking at your expression, it seems you've heard of me. She admitted, yes, it's a legend. Hearing that word left him bewildered. Kentel was surprised. A legend about me. Now it was her turn to be stunned. Wait, you do know. Mylna told him everything. A moment later, Kentel laughed heartily, remembering, and said offhandedly, so that's it, the old emperor, that guy is an emperor, I thought he was just a madman. She fell backward. Yes. Kentel was relaxed. Well, don't worry about it, that legend is true, but that happened a long time ago. Mylna stammered, is that so? He pondered for a moment, then became curious. All right then. Judging by the caravan, you're carrying a large amount of weapons, right? Why do you have to cross this ice wasteland? She was stunned, her lips trembling. We need a lot of money. Mylna looked downcast, bowing her head. He was surprised by that reason. Mylna said sadly, our family has been in business for generations and had accumulated quite a bit of wealth, but we were sabotaged by jealous rivals and now we are drowning in debt. This trip is meant to save our family from collapse. Kentel stroked his chin, speculating, a journey to solve debt problems, so that's it. He continued, so you intend to sell weapons to the kingdom that is at war with the Empire, I understand. She was surprised, yes. He laid it out calmly. You already said the Empire is overwhelming in numbers, which means the Empire isn't lacking in weapons. If it's not the Empire, then the kingdom is the side in need. When supply is scarce and demand is high, prices naturally skyrocket. I'm not sure about the prices out there, but with that quantity, it's certainly huge, enough for you to risk your lives crossing the ice wasteland. Mylna was dazed. Kentel continued, it seems you had to arduously cross this place. Is there no other way to reach the kingdom? Is your territory adjacent to the Empire? She was shocked, her eyes widening as she confirmed. Mylna's mind went dark, unable to believe it. No way, I heard rumors that the legendary savage was just an ignorant brute. She asked in a strained voice, wary. Who are you? Are you really a savage? Suddenly, a massive tremor made Mylna jump, quickly snapping her to attention. The wagon wheels wobbled and the butler stammered in terror. What was that? Then a piercing scream echoed from outside. He was terrified, cowering, panicked to the point of turning pale. Conversely, Kentel calmly glanced outside, his tone indifferent. We have some uninvited guests. Outside, snow was falling softly, and amidst the hazy smog, a monster resembling a blob of living slime came to life, its eyes glowing red with a bloodthirsty glint. The mercenaries escorting the convoy were stunned. What is this? Mylna was also terrified, her face ashen. When a sudden voice spoke up, is that a black slime? Kentel rested his chin on his hand, pondering. HMPH, would it even be called that? She trembled, confirming, yes, that's it, it's recorded in the archives. He was curious, what are archives? Mylna explained, many talented adventurers have tried to cross this land over the years, only a few lucky ones survived to return, but those who were unlucky left notes about the creatures they encountered. Among them, the black slime appears the most. She asked seriously, Kent, do you know anything about it? He answered happily, of course, the meat is chewy, it's not bad to snack on. The taste is actually quite good. Mylna was terrified, stammering, wait, you've actually eaten it. Kentel shared sincerely, wanna try? I'll go catch a few. She felt a chill, her whole body goose-pimpled, and coldly refused. No, thank you. Boom, a shocking sound erupted and Mylna was startled. Out there, the hideous black slime was screaming. The captain froze, unable to stay calm. She also quickly realized the abnormality and called out in panic, Kentel. Kent still just silently observed outside, not answering. Mylna called out again, dazed, Kentel. He spoke slowly, I have signed a covenant with you people. Kent closed his eyes, calmly continuing, I swore to protect your lives, so I will not take action unless it is truly dangerous. She was surprised, eyes wide. What do you mean? His voice was leisurely. That thing? I could handle it as easily as eating cake. Kentel rested his chin on his hand, smiling, continuing to play the role of a dedicated spectator. More importantly, I want to evaluate the capabilities of this team myself. The chaotic screeching of the black slime finally snapped the crowd back to reality. The captain hurriedly issued orders, raise the shields. The subordinate immediately followed, yes sir. Just as they managed to raise their shields, the slime rammed straight into him. His feet were pushed back through the snow, struggling, but not long after, he was knocked backward, flying away. Another man, seeing this, leaped high, swinging the axe in his hand, shouting to build up momentum. Bang, a thunderous explosion echoed. He was sent flying, crashing into something, coughing up blood from the impact. The axe also fell onto the snow, emitting a lingering purple smoke, and a cry of horror rang out. What the hell is this? The black slime became even more frenzied, rearing up, opening its mouth to roar. The captain furrowed his brows and ordered, black slimes can only move in straight lines, spread out and regroup. A few mercenary subordinates quickly responded, understood. All right. In the blink of an eye, a man in a green cloak charged straight toward the black slime. He jumped up, drawing his spear back, then descended, swinging it with all his might in a direct sweep across the face of the black slime. It roared in anger, slime splattering everywhere. Suddenly, green light spots gathered on a person's hand, soaking into the spear. That person surged forward with force, tearing through the wind and snow, instantly piercing through this massive black slime before the stunned eyes of his teammate. It shrieked in pain, its slimy body gaping with a huge hole, trying to reconnect itself. At this moment, the captain channeled mana arts into his sword, charging forward while ordering, don't stop, keep attacking. He made a sweeping pass, his blue sword intent beautiful and sharp. He said quickly and tensely, normal attacks are useless, aim for the magic core, it's hidden inside its body. Time passed with dozens of slashes and stabs, almost continuous. Finally, the captain held his sword high, then struck down with force, mana energy radiating, and the red magic core cracked into pieces. A weak, lingering cry sounded, and the slime-like substance quickly melted and vanished, leaving the shattered magic core on the white snow. The whole team breathed a sigh of relief, and then immediately became excited. All right, we did it. Mylna was also overjoyed. Everyone was happy because they had actually defeated it. Kentel silently observed. Back on the road, not long after, they encountered a giant snow wolf. Wait, there's another monster. They focused their aim at its neck. Someone slashing, someone stabbing, someone defending. Every position was accounted for. Finally, through the combined efforts of the group, the monster's hot blood sprayed out, its life essence severed. A heavy thud echoed as it collapsed. Everyone surrounded it, still terrified. So this is the ice wasteland snow wolf. Not impressive at all, Captain. Perhaps the rumors were exaggerated. The captain turned back angrily, reminding them in a stern voice, "Don't let your guard down, we haven't even traveled half the distance yet." Another guy was dissatisfied, glancing toward the front of the wagon, and spoke out. "But is that savage really as strong as the rumors say? I mean, isn't he just a character from a legend?" They looked at Kentel, whispering their assessment. "He's considered the ruler of the food chain in the ice wasteland, yet he follows us to be protected. Shouldn't we test his strength?" The captain heard this and furrowed his brows, slightly wavering. Then, as if making up his mind, they stepped forward. Milna noticed the suspicion and watched in silence. Standing in the wind and snow, the instigator stepped up to speak. "Miss, I have something to discuss with you." She was curious. Confirm what?" The guy answered firmly, "We have bet our lives to carry out this mission. As mercenaries, we have signed a contract with you. That is our job." Milna stood opposite them, saying honestly, "Yes, and I truly appreciate that you accepted this request. I always treasure your help," she thought to herself. An escort mission through the ice wasteland. Others ran away as soon as they heard the mission details. "If not for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to start this journey." The guy suddenly spoke up. "However, there is something that worries us." Milna was startled. He asked seriously, "That savage has never fought, right?" She hesitated. But before she could answer, he spoke solemnly. "Therefore, we want to test whether that savage deserves the special treatment he is receiving." Milna heard this and hesitated slightly. She avoided eye contact and asked softly, "How do you intend to test him?" She looked at the captain with difficulty. The captain was helpless, replying, "I tried to stop them, but they wouldn't listen to me." Kentel understood clearly, smiled, and spoke up. "So you want to test my strength? Very well." He stepped down comfortably and continued, "But now is not the time." They looked at each other, bewildered. Kent looked up coldly and replied, "There are already uninvited guests ahead." The group found this even harder to understand. One guy frowned. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Suddenly, a deep, gloomy voice echoed behind the mercenary squad, the tone dark and filled with hysterical intent to kill. "Ah, the weak mortals from outside the continent have arrived. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed a soul feast." The group was terrified and hurriedly turned their heads. In front of them, a massive serpent was opening its mouth, revealing long, sharp teeth. It had gained sentience and rasped, "Hand over your lives, you pathetic mortals." The white serpent scoffed and raised its voice, "Keep struggling, that will only make my meal taste even better." Malna screamed and covered her ears. The guy next to her was just as terrified as she was. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Halt." Kentel was serious, his voice firm, "You two are my clients, stay back." The white serpent heard this and appeared before him. Why are you here? Have you forgotten the rules of the ice wasteland, having left your tribe's territory?" Kentel showed obvious annoyance, rudely interrupting, "That has nothing to do with you." The white serpent replied, "How ridiculous." The battle continued to unfold intensely. The white serpent began to shout, "How dare you order me, I who have been granted eternity?" Kentel began to gather momentum for a punch. "Want to taste my moon strike?" The punch flew straight at the white serpent, making it fight back in extreme terror. Tornadoes from the battle rose up, frightening everyone. The guy gritted his teeth, struggling to endure, the shockwave growing larger by the second. Milna had to use her hands to shield herself. Miss. The white serpent grew more and more aggressive. It really was the type that only behaved after getting a whipping. She sat down, suddenly hesitating. "Kent." His cold, sharp gaze flared up. "I'll resolve this quickly." His powerful footsteps were ready. Kentel charged rapidly toward the white serpent. Gradually his fist emerged, the light of the battle, surprising everyone around. Afterward, Kentel returned and said, "I have committed a grave offense, please be generous and overlook it." In front of many witnesses, Kentel replied, "It's fine, it's not easy to trust a stranger anyway." Outside, the carriage caravan continued through the snow. The freezing weather and falling snow causing the butler to cough heavily, which drew Kent's attention. He met with Milna and couldn't help but ask, "Now that I think about it, I have a question." She looked at him. "What is it?" He folded his arms, looking tensely at her attire and tone. "It seems you are not an ordinary person within your clan. Why would you personally join such a dangerous journey?" She answered wittily, "I am the eldest daughter of Velika, a concubine of Mr. Kasak Akasa." Hearing this, Kentel asked, "A concubine, so you are the child of a secondary wife?" She replied, "Yes." Afterward, Milna told him about her past. Her mother had come here for a political marriage but was later abandoned, a pitiable mother without any real power. Kental understood that situation. I see. Milna clenched her hands tightly and continued. My mother and I only carry the clan's name, but in reality we are nothing, treated like servants. She shyly lowered her head. I didn't intend to say this much. Not long after, Milna said clearly, I volunteered for this expedition. Kent folded his arms across his chest, facing Milna. Really, even though this journey is full of risks. She spoke, not daring to look him in the eye, stammering, but someone has to lead by example. Kental smiled faintly. I understand you're quite sharp. Milna was surprised, losing her confidence again, listening silently as he spoke. But she also harbored great ambitions. She was truly ambitious. She broke into a sweat, hesitating. Kent and Milna both looked out the window. We're here, aren't we? The captain of the mercenary group was amazed at the beautiful scenery of this place. The butler bowed, politely thanking Kental. Thank you very much, Kental. Kent asked Milna. How do you intend to return? She replied. We will pass through the empire. He retorted sarcastically, since you've sold your weapons and no longer carry contraband, crossing the border won't be too difficult. Kental stared at her. Suddenly Milna added, you said I was sharp and ambitious, what does that mean? The butler and Milna glanced at him. Just as he said, she was both intelligent and ambitious. Kental raised his hands forward, analyzing. Your clan was once highly respected, but now it has fallen into crisis due to bankruptcy. Even though you are a concubine's child, if you personally open a path to save the clan on the verge of collapse, who do you think the subordinates will trust and follow? Is your goal to seize real power within the clan, isn't it? Kental lowered his voice. Am I wrong? Hearing this, she secretly thought of a perfect response, but just quietly nodded. Thoughts grew thicker and thicker within her, but the answer remained accurate. Yeah, it's a common story for a concubine's child to have to take on dangerous challenges to inherit the clan. Milna focused her gaze on him, thinking to herself that this barbarian was truly sharp, unlike those arrogant brutes, and possessed the strength to take down the white python without breaking a sweat. How great it would be if this force belonged to her side. Afterward, she said loudly, Kental, if you intend to leave the ice plains, why don't you come with me? Kental froze when he heard her ask. He politely replied, for now I refuse, I still have work to complete. Milna lowered her face, smiling lightly. I understand. She clenched her hand, then immediately produced a necklace. Will you accept this? Milna smiled radiantly. If you have the chance to go outside and find the Akasa clan, show them this piece. Not wanting to disappoint her, he broke into a bright smile. If this is a gift, I will gladly accept it. The butler accompanying them expressed his respect, thanking him sincerely. Kental looked at the string while saying regretfully, someday I hope we can meet again. She quickly replied, definitely. Then Kental watched the carriage go, his heart heavy with sadness. Time passed. A year later in the ice plains. Finally, all conditions were met. The system board appeared. Quest 784 completed, reward granted, conditions met, you can leave the ice plains. Kental walked with courage, finally taking his first step outside that place. A bright smile bloomed on his face as he stepped into the fantasy world he had long craved. Kental closed his eyes, enjoying the scent of young grass, the smell of animals, the smell of rivers, all the things that the white snowy region lacked. He smiled slightly, his face filled with enjoyment. Great, truly wonderful. Opening his eyes, he admired this place with pride. Previously, he had stood before the snowy region and shouted, damn white snow region, I hope I never have to see you again. But now, the scenery was fresh and pleasant. This was the fantasy world. It was lush green with gentle sunlight, the world he had once dreamed of, a world he once thought he could never touch, a world full of wonders and the unknown. Although it started in the worst way, he had survived. He thought to himself, if that's the case, I will enjoy this world, magic and swordsmanship. Dragons and elves, everything a fantasy world can offer. He stood silently on the lush green grass. If it weren't for that longing, I probably would have died long ago. The white snow region was a hell that sheer will to survive alone was not enough to overcome. Looking into the distance, he saw something strange. He suddenly thought, ahead, there is a place where I can feel a lot of vitality. Kental laughed happily. That must be a village. Could I finally see a real human settlement in this world? Kental remembered when he tried to explain to those foolish barbarians the importance of having a proper shelter, while they only knew how to dig holes to sleep in the snow and look at him as if he were speaking an alien language. He truly missed human villages, sturdy and orderly. Kentel closed his eyes again, wondering how to greet them politely when meeting new people in this world. Standing and admiring the mountains and lush green trees, he told himself, no matter what, I will approach in a polite manner. The ancient trees here were well tended and very lush. Afterward, an arm of the elf village elder pointed ahead and declared loudly, villagers of Elf, from now on this will be our new home. Hearing this, the villagers from old to young were overjoyed, their faces beaming with radiance. Standing up high, the old village elder shouted, good, hurry and unload the luggage. The people below were extremely excited, screaming continuously. Suddenly, a young man with blonde hair approached him. Elder, the elf elder replied with a cold, somewhat annoyed expression. Is something the matter? The young man stammered as he explained. Are you sure? Is this place really safe? He closed his eyes, looking tired. Safe. Other villagers were busily tidying up their belongings, everyone happy and cheerful. Then the young man continued, this is an extremely remote wilderness, humans cannot reach here. He hesitated. I know that, but isn't the white snow region right next door? The elf elder rolled his eyes at him, making the young man even more tense. You're worried that monsters from the white snow region might wander here, right? The young man scratched his head and replied hesitantly, it's really close, too close. He said sternly, there's no problem at all. For thousands of years, nothing has crawled out of the white snow region. Furthermore, to be safe, I have erected a barrier. A beautiful scene appeared with a barrier that masked their presence, making this place look like a normal forest. It took several months to set up. It's an ancient elf technique that we worked hard to reconstruct. As long as the barrier exists, no one will be able to approach us. And even if monsters from the white snow region do appear, we will still be fine. We have the queen. The elf elder's face was full of confidence and pride. Not even the monsters of the white snow region can touch our queen. Kentil, following along in the forest, looked up and thought to himself, sounds like something tore. Did I break something? His steps were slow as he wasn't used to this place, and he gradually became discouraged. Really, how much further do I have to go? He was suddenly drawn by a small little girl, who seemed to be lost in the forest. He was surprised by this sight. Elf, one of the first races one thinks of when mentioning a fantasy world. An image of a perfect elf woman suddenly appeared in his mind. Kentil smiled with interest, didn't expect to meet one so soon. Good fortune is truly smiling on me, I'm glad I survived through it all. While the little girl was terrified and burst into tears in the forest. I'm so scared, I don't know where I am, what to do, I must have gone too far. Sitting down to rest, imagining the shade of the trees. But the little girl was still panicked by Kentil, a man with a large frame and a fierce face who suddenly smiled in a friendly manner. Hi. Because he was as large as a monster, the little girl froze for a few seconds, then collapsed to the ground. The landscape was beautiful, with birds gliding by. Kentil didn't know what to do with the little girl, so he also froze for a moment. The girl fainted and he narrowed his eyes. I hadn't even had a chance to say anything and the child fainted. Perhaps I should take this child back to the village. Kentil walked along while thinking about the beautiful scenery before him. According to mythology, elves were originally a peaceful and organized species. If I bring back a fainted child, they might view me as a good person. I wonder how hospitable the elves are. A smile remained on his face. To be honest, I'm a bit excited. A large hand gently picked the little girl up. Suddenly, the villagers discovered him and screamed in panic. No way, a human, even here, no. Everyone was wary of Kent, some holding weapons, others crying. One shouted loudly, you there, who are you? How did you get past the barrier? Kent lost his interest. Things were not going according to plan. The mother cried out for her child, and the other elves were also panicked. No way, this place is supposed to be devoid of humans. Why is he here? There's supposed to be a barrier, how? The villagers around stammered, Elder, there's a crack in the barrier. He shook his head. Impossible, where is the queen right now? Everyone was alarmed. Her Majesty is out exploring the surrounding area. Kent raised his hands to explain but couldn't stop the villagers. I am not your enemy. The mother was still worried about the little girl. If you don't return the child, I will chase you to the ends of the earth. An old man knelt down. I've been exposed. This barrier was built with the ancient secret arts of the elf tribe. A normal person could never approach it. If it has been breached, then it can only be that the humans have prepared for this in advance. He watched silently, realizing they thought he was a kidnapper. Looking down at the little girl, he thought he had to explain everything clearly. The noise caused the little girl to wake up, and her eyes opened. Kentil immediately dropped the little girl. "Hey, go back, return to your people." The little girl looked up at Kale's fierce face, then immediately burst into tears streaming down, and ran quickly toward her parents. "Is my face really that scary?" He froze for a while. Back in the snowy region, he thought his face was normal. Facing the villagers, he spoke up. "I have returned the child. You elves, as you can see, I am not your enemy." But the old village elder shouted an order. "The hostage has been released." Immediately after, everyone began shooting arrows at him continuously. Kental hadn't had a chance to explain, thinking to himself, can't a guy even get a word in? Kale's face darkened. Turns out elves in real life were wilder than he thought. Completely different from the legends about a peaceful species that loves nature and seeks peace. In reality, elves live in the wilderness where the strong survive. It's not peaceful at all. Their ruthlessness is also understandable. Kental rested his chin on his hand, thoughtfully watching the incoming arrows. So that's how it is in reality. Finding it strange, the elder thought, what kind of instrument or magic is he using? He definitely has a limit, keep attacking. On the contrary, Kanto was calm. He prepared his hands to cast magic. Stay calm. The magic began to reveal itself, hands clasped together, his eyes glowing with purple light. An explosion accompanied by a tornado appeared, causing everyone to panic, hurrying to dodge his defensive magic. Kanto's magic sent everyone flying high into the air, the aftermath of the battle echoing far away. The elf village elder's hands were shaking, his eyes turned pale and he hesitated. What is this? Kanto created a large hole, standing upright and looking at the villagers. I am not your enemy. He clasped his hands together and thought, damn it, did I underestimate my own strength? Before he could finish his sentence, a spark suddenly flew past Kanto's head, exploding and creating a loud noise. The elf village elder was stunned by the sight. Long hair, blue doll shoes, standing up high. None other than the queen of the leaf tribe, Maria Hajin Karuja. She held her weapon and demanded of the villagers, what happened? The old village elder held his staff and said, a human attack. She lowered her head and said quietly, so the time has come. Then she gently looked up. Even this place is not safe. Before the dim smoke, Kanto hurriedly spoke up. Wait. He stood frozen, trying to say, I want you to listen to me first. Maria was panicked and the elder was also surprised. Impossible, he took the queen's direct blow and is still intact. From up high, Maria remained calm, her gaze sharp. Are you also a strong enemy who has come to harm us? Her eyes narrowed. Humans are truly despicable. Her bow and arrow slowly aimed directly at him. I am the queen of the leaf tribe, the leaves that change color with the weather. She glanced at Kanto. Human. The bow and arrow are ready. You will pay the price for daring to covet us. Kanto thought continuously. Is it impossible to even have a conversation? I clearly used the common language. Did she intentionally ignore me, or is the relationship between humans and elves that bad? At that moment, Kanto remembered the lesson from the Ice Plains. If they won't listen, just fight until they have to listen. Maria's bow and arrow appeared, and a fierce creature began to charge toward Kanto. Kanto immediately threw a punch to fight back. His strength gradually spread out, surprising Maria. Suddenly, Kanto felt regretful for striking too hard, and Maria collapsed to the ground. Kanto scratched his face, his eyes changing. Perhaps I should have reduced the force a little. She widened her eyes in horror, feeling frustrated and uncomfortable. Just through a little clash, she realized, the opponent is extremely strong, at least at a transcendent level. Why would someone that strong appear here? Maria showed signs of utter exhaustion. Everyone, leave this place immediately. Everyone was panicked and hesitant. His Highness was furious and shouted, go, everyone run now. The people obeyed him immediately. Yes. Everyone quickly departed. Maria was extremely angry. Human, I acknowledge your ability, but you will never achieve your goal. Kanto was dissatisfied because no one gave him a chance to explain. No, I just wanted to talk. Why did everything turn into such a mess? After that, Maria muttered a few magic spells under her breath. You, the one who holds the essence of primeval purity. You, the one who incinerates the deep night, manifest. O horn-crowned spirit who embraces the purest flame. Her intense gaze flared up. Magic flowed from her hands, and a creature emerged. Kanto should have been terrified, but on the contrary, he was incredibly intrigued. Summoned creatures from the ice wasteland were all monstrous and bizarre. Kanto thought of mythological beasts, but this one was even more horrifying. He looked at the creature in front of him, a dairy cow with flaming horns. His eyes sparkling as if he had found a treasure. A true spirit beast, it's full of mystery. Maria ordered the creature, Figo, destroy the enemy before you. Suddenly the creature sighed, Summoning via contract is always such a pain, it only brings trouble. Maria yelled, shut up. Looking at Figo, she thought, the more powerful and ancient a spirit is, the more arrogant it becomes. Normally, I couldn't summon this level. But thanks to the support of another tribe, I was reluctantly able to form a contract. I didn't expect to have to summon it in this situation. Fulfill the contract, Figo, Maria grimaced, showing clear anxiety and gravity. The condition was to kill the human standing before her. Figo began to hesitate before the heavy-duty opponent, this person. A powerful fiery bull appeared. Kental looked at it with sparkling eyes full of admiration. Amazing, a real summoned spirit beast. This is what a fantasy world is truly like. Maria's voice rang out, leaving him rigid. A human has trespassed into our dwelling. Figo seemed unhappy. Does a lowly human dare to covet the race of nature? I have decided I will incinerate you until not even ashes remain. Kental stood stunned by the current situation. Figo's eyes flashed, beginning to channel energy, and the mana flow around it shifted. Its hind legs generated power, and its tail lashed out vigorously. Figo quickly charged toward Kental with mighty momentum. Kental stared blankly at the flaming bull charging at him. A great tremor erupted, and earth and rocks were scattered. Maria, standing from afar, was also affected by the aftershock and quickly shielded herself. She looked toward the battle with eyes full of shock. And through the hazy dust, an arm reached out and grabbed Figo's horn. The dust gradually cleared, and Figo could not believe the scene before its eyes. Kental smirked, actually a beast is even better. He gripped the horn tightly with one hand, pulled the other back and clenched it into a fist. I don't mind beating it to death with my bare hands. Kental unleashed a devastating punch straight at Figo's head. A burst of energy flashed, radiating an extremely powerful shockwave, and the explosive impact tore through the entire forest. The explosion was so massive that the aftershock spread across an entire continent. At the center of the battle, successive horrific explosions occurred, and Maria also suffered heavy pressure from the aftermath of the battle. Kental continued to pummel his opponent. A moment later, when the battle finally ceased, Maria couldn't help but kneel and let out a sigh of relief. What was that? She looked at the desolate scene and the man standing in the middle of the grounds, unable to believe it. Maria was speechless, watching Kental approach. She bowed her head in fear. Please spare my tribe. Kental looked down at the one trembling at his feet. I am not your enemy. Maria was stunned by his words. Looking up with a suspicious gaze, what? Kental calmly explained everything to Maria's surprise. After a long debate, everyone finally accepted the truth. He was truly not the enemy. Maria bowed her head apologetically. Forgive me, human, we were too quick to judge. She thought back to his expression earlier, having misunderstood the person who saved her tribe's child for a kidnapper. It was truly too rude. Kental crossed his arms and smiled helplessly. It's okay, I understand. You said you were being hunted by humans, right? Still, it's a bit sad that you never tried to hear me out. Maria still had some doubts. Are you really not one of those hunting us? Kental answered calmly, this is the first time I've met an elf. There are no elves in the White Snow region. Maria looked surprised again. What, the White Snow region? Her words made Kental surprised as well. That name, the Savage of the White Snow, is just what those outsiders call me. Maria continued to be suspicious. No way, we always thought no human could survive there. She suddenly became worried. If you could leave the White Snow region, is it possible that other things could get out too? Kental shrugged, who knows, but I don't think so. Not everyone can just leave like that. He thought of the giant snake. And that strange quest board, the White Snow region has its own rules, even creatures as strong as that snake cannot break them. For some reason I was granted a way out. Through something called a quest. Kental showed a contemplative look. I'm sure I'm an extremely rare exception. Maria breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's fortunate then, Kental asked. By the way, is your spirit beast okay? He scratched his face shyly. That fire bull, I cut it in half. Maria stood up and reassured him. Don't worry, spirit beasts are creatures of nature. If defeated, they just return to the spirit realm. Spirit beast? He asked again. She looked at him seriously. I apologize for the trouble I caused. If there is anything you want, as long as it is within my power, I will grant it. Kental was still thinking about what she had just said. He asked, then, can a non-elf establish a contract with a spirit beast? Maria seemed uncertain. That is almost impossible, I think so. She continued to analyze. Of course, if a human is truly deeply connected to nature, it might be possible to form a contract with a spirit beast. which means the possibility is extremely low. Maria was silent at his sharp words. She made a suggestion: if you really want a contract with a spirit beast, try going to Elfer Sagrado. Maria thought of a lush, vibrant land. That is where the elf god resides, the most sacred place for the elf race. In that place you might have a chance. Kental pointed at himself happily. Can someone like me, a human, enter? Maria explained, normally no, but with an introduction from me you can. I will give you a map, but please keep it to yourself. Maria thought of that land, then summoned a fireball. The elf sanctuary, Elfer Sagrado, it is a place every elf scholar dreams of. She thought of the savage warriors, but for elves, a human approaching that place is extremely dangerous. To protect a place more precious than life itself, elves have never revealed the location to outsiders. A red crystal appeared in Maria's hand. Even so, I still want to trust you. She handed it to Kental. Take this. He received the crystal. I accept, thank you. Maria thought of a guardian god. Of course, even if you manage to approach it, our god will certainly test you. She smiled at him, but with you, I don't think that's a problem. I wish you luck. Thanks. Maria happily introduced herself. I am the queen of the leaf tribe, the leaves that turn brown in autumn, Maria Hajan Karuja, and your name? Kental smiled and replied, I am Kental, the savage of the white snow region. A powerful foot stomped down, shattering the ground. Kental exerted energy and leaped off. He landed and then jumped up again, the sound echoing through the treetops, continuing to leap continuously through the forest. North Hand Border Gene Kingdom, a guard panicked. What is that? What's happening? Another answered, I don't know, something is coming. The North Hand Border Guard captain was tense, hurriedly ringing the bell to assemble all the guards. Successive explosions occurred all around, heading toward the citadel. Familiar boots appeared in the hazy dust. The dust cleared and a figure was revealed. The guards could not contain their fear, trembling. You. Kental offered a friendly smile. Are you guards? Very pleased to meet you. The atmosphere turned silent. The guards were tense, their bodies shaking. Was that loud noise caused by this guy? The North Hand Border Guard captain looked at Kental with a fearful gaze, recognizing the scar on his chest. He recalled the image of the man standing in the snowy sky, the savage. Kental stepped closer to the group. The guards immediately raised their weapons. Stand there, one more step and we will attack. Kental calmly explained, I would be very grateful if you calmed down. I am not your enemy. The North Hand Border Guard captain questioned, what do you want from us? Kental slowly raised a finger, and without saying a word, pointed in one direction. The North Hand Border Guard captain looked in surprise, unable to hide his shock. A citadel. Kental answered seriously with a blank face, I want to enter your territory. The guards looked at him blankly. A moment later, a voice rang out in the room, want to enter the territory, just passing through? Kental rubbed his chin in thought, if possible. I want to stay for a while, I'm not sure for how long. The North Hand Guard captain continued, so you intend to stay for a while. What is your name? I am Kental. Do you have anyone to vouch for you or any identification? I don't have anything like that. Kental's expression suddenly changed. He remembered Milna smiling as she gave him an item. Thank you, Kental. If you ever leave, please present this token if you wish to find House Akasa. Kental took the token from his pocket and placed the item on the table. Then what about using this as confirmation? The North Hand Border Guard captain was a bit surprised. What is that? Kental sat with his arms crossed. The family crest of House Akasa, I received it from someone of their bloodline. The guard captain checked it. House Akasa is the merchant family of the Daniel Kingdom, right? The captain held the token in his hand. The family that came to the White Snow region a few years ago. Kental was surprised. You know them. The guard captain didn't hide it. That family has been rising recently. Since the new head took over a few years ago, they have expanded very quickly. Kental asked, so can this be used as identification? The North Hand Border Guard captain looked troubled. It doesn't look like a fake, but it's still hard to verify as it doesn't belong to this kingdom. This is the Chen Kingdom. The guard captain placed the item back on the table. Even if it cannot be verified, it is still useful. Fine, you can enter, but there is a condition. Kental was surprised. A condition. The guard captain was serious. Verification is needed. We need to ensure you are not dangerous. Kental asked back, slightly suspicious. A squad, the captain explained. Currently there are 3 others applying to enter the territory. The condition is to work with them to clear a dungeon near the territory. Kental rubbed his chin. Teaming up is the condition. That's easier than I thought. Kental happily agreed. Fine, I accept, but there is one more condition. The guard captain looked at him seriously. After clearing the dungeon, I want you to report in detail everything that happened inside. Kental smiled sharply. I see, it seems you aren't sure of their identities either, so you need to watch each other, taking this opportunity to weed out suspects. Not a bad plan, actually quite smart. The North Hand border guard captain was shocked. Not only that, are you truly a savage? Kental nodded. Yes, I'm a savage. The North Hand border guard captain was secretly fearful. I always thought savages were a stupid species. You are the first savage to make me rethink that. He stood up. Anyway, that's enough talk, let's go. A man with a mustache sighed. Even if it's the law having to enter a dungeon with some sewer rat pickpockets. The man who called himself Paladin Alexandro Tiranu looked uncomfortable. How annoying. The thief Kassan Hack also seemed disgusted. What's your problem? The old man wants to pick a fight with me because he lost all his money to a thief. Alexandro was angry. You brat, you dare to insult a paladin. Kassan looked down on him. Paladin, my foot. Do paladins these days wear armor like that? If you were really a paladin, you wouldn't have shown your face here. You just call yourself a wandering paladin, right? His words made Alexandro uneasy. You are just a drifter like me. Alexandro grabbed his sword as Kassan continued to mock him. Tyrannus, where did you dig up a name like that for yourself? He angrily drew his sword. You bastard. Kassan lightly twirled the dagger in his hand. Want to try your luck? Do you think those rags of armor can withstand a blow from me? Kassan's blade began to leak a strange, green substance. Alexandro gripped his sword tightly with all his might, and as the metal clashed, it emitted a brilliant platinum light. A voice spoke up. I truly wish you two would stop. A priestess appeared, sighing as she looked at the two men preparing to fight. Pris H of Kaloja sat in the corner, sighing. Do I really have to go dungeon clearing with this bunch? Is this going to be all right? She tried to analyze the situation. Hey, the dungeon requires at least 4 people, someone else is coming. Pris appeared worried. A sound made her jump. The captain of the Northern Hand Guards pushed the door open and stepped in. The final member has arrived. Kassan was excited. I hope this one is an actual normal person, let's see. A foot wrapped in carefully prepared animal hide stepped inside. Kental stepped into the room with an imposing presence. The people in the room panicked when they saw him. Kental smiled. Is it you guys, the ones who will be in a party with me? Alexandro secretly marveled. He's huge. Pris couldn't hide her amazement. Is that really a human? Kassan also acted fearful. What is this pressure? Kental enthusiastically waved his hand in greeting. Nice to meet you. The captain of the Northern Hand Guards instructed. All right, introduce yourselves, I'll be right back. Ken looked toward everyone, so let's start with the introductions. I am Kental, a barbarian. He looked blankly at Kassan. How about you? I am Kassan Black, I am a thief. A thief, huh? Alexandro coughed to interrupt. I am a paladin, Alexandro Tyrannus. As a paladin, can you use holy power? He stammered. Normally yes, but I'm a special case. In reality, I can't use it. Kental looked confused. I see. Pris also spoke up. I worship the god of lies and deception. I am Pris, a priestess of Kaloja. You're a priestess, nice to meet you. Kental was a bit surprised. Even as a priestess, your status is still unclear. Pris acted shy. The god I worship is Koja, the god of deceit and illusions. My god doesn't have the best reputation. I see. The captain of the Northern Hand Guards pushed the door open to enter while everyone was chatting. If you're ready, let's go. Kental and Alexandro didn't reveal any emotions, while Pris and Kassan were slightly uneasy. A moment later, the captain of the Northern Hand Guards spoke. We've arrived. Kental was surprised by the scenery around him. The guard captain stood before a cave, introducing, this is the dungeon entrance. He continued as everyone paid attention. A 3-story dungeon, we will be facing immortal monsters. Kental broke into a confident smile at those words. Clear the dungeon and bring back the badge. Kental started the conversation. Now we will get to planning. Can you explain it? The thief Kassan Black panicked, cold sweat breaking out. He stammered, Sir Kental. Kental replied pleasantly, you don't need to be formal, we're teammates, right? The thief felt shy, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly. He began to regain his composure. So he proceeded to seriously outline the plan for everyone. Kental and the knight will charge, forming the front line. I will handle trap detection and the priestess will stay in the back to provide magical support during the battle. What does everyone think? Hearing this, Kental's eyes lit up with excitement. I understand clearly, which made Kassan Black laugh shyly. The 4 of them lined up in an incredibly strong and passionate formation. Then let's get moving. Scene shift to the evening. All 4 looked worried and alert as they were still on their way. They were nearly at the battle location, but it was very dark. Pris was fearful. Oh my god, I can't see anything. Casson Black broke into a cold sweat, his heart filled with anxiety. There were no guards or traps whatsoever. Everything looked strangely peaceful. Suddenly, Casson's sharp eyes discovered something unusual. He stepped toward Kent, glanced sideways, and patted his shoulder. Wait, stop, there are monsters. Kentel replied blankly, I don't see anything. But Casson Black pointed at the bone fragments on the ground. Do you see those bones scattered on the ground? Those are skeletons. Just take one more step and they will come back to life and lunge at us. Casson's gaze was cold, thinking to himself, just as I suspected, that despicable guard captain knew everything. This dungeon isn't a training challenge but a trap to eliminate outsiders from the very start. Kentel heard Casson speak and pondered, skeletons huh. Casson continued to lecture, warning everyone, skeletons are not the type of monsters that are easy to deal with. Even if their bodies are damaged or their limbs are severed, they still move normally. Furthermore, with bodies made of bone, their defensive capabilities are also incredibly sturdy. The difficulty of this dungeon exceeds my expectations. Casson Black began assigning tasks. Hey priestess, get your magic ready. Old man, prepare your shield well. Kent, you need to be ready too. I will focus on finding openings during the fight. Even if their bodies are destroyed, they still move, so we must aim for the weak point at the neck. Furthermore, because they are so hard, you have to strike the same spot multiple times to bring them down. Kentel praised. Excellent leadership, I understand. Casson moved toward the pack of skeletons on the ground as he spoke. Kentel widened his eyes looking at the skeletons. Whoa. The skeletons were standing up to prepare for battle. Alexandro had already prepared his shield firmly. Pris clasped her hands to chant a spell, while Casson was also ready, focusing on the tense battle. The battle began. Kent swung his hand to deliver a punch to a skeleton, causing it to shatter instantly. The time taken to destroy the skeletons was too fast and easy for Kentel, leaving himself and everyone else stunned. Kentel was happy, beaming as he said, Oh, Casson, you were right. You just have to smash the head and they stop moving. Casson laughed awkwardly, surprised by Kent's overwhelming power. However, he thought to himself, that wasn't what I meant. Skeletons are creatures made of bone, and their bones are as hard as steel, difficult to break. Even for an experienced swordsman, if they couldn't use aura, it would be nearly impossible to cut through bone in a single strike. Not to mention the skeletons were enhanced by the dungeon's magic. The only way to destroy them was to focus attacks on the neck, like felling a large tree. You have to break their cervical vertebrae. It's unbelievable that one could blow their heads off and crush them into dust like that. Casson had cold sweat rolling down his face, his eyes incredibly tense. He was still struggling with thoughts about Kentel. I knew he was strong from the start, but not to that extent. Is he truly human? The three members of the team were still stunned by the battle with the skeletons, which they thought would be very difficult, but were wiped out by just one punch from Kentel. Kentel stood on his tiptoes. Happily, that's right, let's keep moving. Seeing this, Kentel looked confused. No need to be in such a hurry. Casson quickly replied, yes. Alexandro and Pris were still fearful. I don't want to lose my life in this place. Walking a few steps, Kentel stopped because he saw something unusual. Under his feet appeared the head of a skeleton. The people behind called out to Kentel. While he was stunned, the scene before him was filled with multiple skeleton sets scattered across the ground. Pris panicked and shouted, skeletons. Casson at this moment also realized the unusual circumstance. This time it's for real, they are charging. Suddenly Kentel spoke, Can I ask you all for a favor? The remaining three asked back in confusion, What is it? Kent said coldly and arrogantly, Let me handle these annoying bones myself, I want to test a few things. Hearing this, Casson jumped at the chance, quickly answering, Ah yes, do as you please. With a face like he'd struck gold, I agree too. Kentel's eyes suddenly shone with a purple light, a mysterious smile on his lips. Thanks a lot. The battle began. The skeleton holding a weapon was slowly standing up. The three others all wondered in their hearts, what is he planning to do? Kentel remained carefree, quite confident. He wondered, what is this structure? Quite strange. The skeleton began casting a technique, swinging its weapon toward Kentel to attack. But Kentel easily held the sword back with 2 fingers. Now Kentel brought 2 fingers before his face, closed them, his eyes glowing with purple light, and began casting a technique. Now, what are you going to do? Around the skeleton, a strange turquoise light emanated as it raised its sword to prepare for battle. A golden light flashed on the wooden staff. The battle ensued. The skeleton swung its sword to slash at Kentel. However, Kentel tilted his head to dodge the strike incredibly easily. He He gripped the skeleton's hand tightly and wore a smug smile. Suddenly, the skeleton's hand fell straight to the ground along with the sword. Kental stared intently at the remaining light on his own hand. The skeleton, having one hand broken, looked blankly and confused, its face looking completely hollow. Its eyes glowed with turquoise light, expressing indignation. The skeleton retrieved its sword with its remaining hand, entering a battle-ready stance. Kental laughed, "Haha, so you can even switch hands." The skeleton angrily lunged quickly toward Kent. Suddenly, he grabbed the skeleton's remaining hand and snapped it off. Under the skeleton's feet appeared a strange light current, and it continued to attack Kental even more fiercely. However, the skeleton was easily held back by Kental again. He even mocked and was interested in its fighting style. Kental praised and even teased, "You can even change positions while fighting, you're really not average, are you?" Turning toward Kental's three teammates, he saw Pris was worried, trembling from head to toe, cold sweat pouring down. Cassin and Alexandro watched the fight, also panicked, cold sweat covering their faces. Cassin couldn't help but exclaim when he saw Kental holding the skeleton's head, his entire body covered in an intense purple light. "This is truly a madman." Kental smiled and waved, causing Cassin Black to panic and tremble. In an instant, a skull fell to the ground. Kental stood up high, glancing with disdain at the skull. He stepped on it, coldly saying, "So one can still move just by the head." The skull was smashed to pieces. He smiled slightly, saying, "How interesting." A moment later, Kental brushed his hands off. He smiled at everyone, saying, "Did you wait long? I apologize for keeping you waiting." Cassin Black heard that and immediately said loudly, "No, do whatever you want." Kental replied gently, "Thanks." He walked forward and said with a smile, "Then, let's keep going." The three of them, Cassin Black, Pris, and Alexandro, immediately responded in unison, "Yes." After walking for a while, Kental paused. He looked down. Cassin Black spoke up, "This is." Stairs appearing before everyone's eyes, Cassin Black continued, "The second floor." Kental's group silently walked down. Alexandro and Pris watched their surroundings alertly. A moment later, Cassin Black reached up to remove his face mask and let out a breath. He said softly, how about we rest for a bit?" Kental turned his head to look at everyone, rubbed his chin thoughtfully and then said, "You have a point, a short rest is good." Cassin Black knelt down, bowing his head while saying loudly, "Thanks." Kental folded his arms, closing his eyes to rest. The other three also sat on the ground to rest. The air was a bit awkward. Kental opened the conversation, "I have a few questions about this dungeon." Pris looked at him and asked, "What is it?" Alexandro also opened his eyes to look at him. Kental smiled gently, "Honestly, I don't know much." Pris heard that and panicked, realizing she might have offended him, so she stammered, "No, a thirst for knowledge is something to be treasured. I don't know much either, but..." He heard that and said, "Thanks." Pris widened her eyes looking at him, curiously asking, "What are you wondering about?" Kental looked toward the people happily walking on the street and said, "This dungeon is quite close to the territory." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "So, doesn't that cause problems with the dungeon and the monsters?" Pris heard that and explained, "Basically, monsters in the dungeon cannot spill out. Of course, there are exceptions, but those cases have all been monitored and handled from the start." Cassin Black reached up to rub his chin and coughed once. He remembered the scenes in the dungeon and said, "Dungeons are originally natural phenomena. Sometimes they are caves, sometimes they are towers. Dungeons usually appear near densely populated areas." Kental seemed to understand something and said softly, "That's why this dungeon is here." Pris looked at him and said, "When a dungeon appears, the territory evaluates the danger level. Then we, outsiders, mercenaries, or guards, will step in to handle it." Kental curled his lip as if he'd heard something interesting and asked with a smile, "So that means there are no dungeons in the territory?" Pris shook her head. "No, dungeons only appear at a certain distance, far away from residential areas." Kental nodded, "I see." His face lit up, happily saying, "If it's a dungeon, there must be a reward after clearing it, right?" Pris imagined gold, silver, and jewels in her head and said, "That's right, on the final floor there will be a boss. If you defeat the boss, you will receive various rewards. With a dungeon like this, the reward is definitely not bad." Kental smirked, just like playing a game. Pris heard that and wondered, "What is a game?" Kental replied, "I was just muttering to myself." He looked at her and said, "I have one more question." Pris hesitated. "Yes, go ahead." He lowered his voice, "Who created this dungeon?" Pris heard that and was stunned, several question marks appearing over her head. She said in surprise, "What? Dungeons form naturally, no one creates them." Kental imagined a hand controlling the people and voiced his thoughts. "That seems hard to believe. First off, they always appear near inhabited areas as if someone intentionally set them up for us to explore. The image of a snake coiling tightly around an apple flashed in his mind, and he thought to himself, they appear near crowded places and even lure us in with attractive rewards. Kental crossed his arms and said coldly, I find that to be more of an artificial setup than a natural phenomenon. Pris was startled by this realization. That actually makes a lot of sense. She rested her chin on her hand and thought, I've never thought of it from this perspective because I've always assumed it was normal. Kassenhack also bowed his head and thought, actually, I've never thought deeply about it. No, I haven't even tried, because it's a clear principle and undeniable truth. How could this savage dare to doubt such an obvious truth? He broke into a light sweat while contemplating. Savages have always been a stupid and brutal species after all. Kassenhack recalled the image of Kental in the snowstorm standing atop a terrifying corpse. He thought to himself, heartless and cold-blooded, that fact has never changed. The image of Kental's dangerous, glowing eyes in the snow flashed in his mind. Kassenhack pondered, if what I know is true, is this savage really just a normal savage? Suddenly a voice rang out, cutting off Kassenhack's train of thought. Kental chuckled and said, this is getting interesting. He stood up with a smile, are you all done resting? The group was startled, stood up and replied in unison, oh yes. Kental turned and started walking, waving his hand with a smile. Then let's continue. Kassenhack immediately responded, yes. A while later, Kental's group continued moving forward, everyone looking around vigilantly. Kental moved forward calmly, ignoring the anxiety of those behind him, until he suddenly noticed something and stared fixedly at it. A golden locked treasure chest appeared before him. Kental asked curiously, what's that? Kassenhack looked at the treasure chest and said, that's a treasure chest, one of the rewards from the labyrinth. If you can open it, the treasure belongs to you. In his heart, Kassenhack imagined the people who had opened treasure chests filled with gold, and he thought, easier said than done. To open this high-level chest, you need a skilled thief at least proficient in lock-picking. If someone has reached that level, they wouldn't need to risk their lives in this dungeon. Too bad, I guess we'll have to skip this chest. Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Kental looked at him and said, Kassen, open it. Kassen was extremely bewildered, thinking, what the? Kental looked at the treasure chest and said, it's a treasure chest. Then he looked at Kassenhack and said, and you're a thief, right? This is your job. Kassenhack's face turned pale and he stammered, right. But Kental's face lit up with excitement. Isn't opening treasure chests a thief's job? That's why I told you to try. I want to see a thief's talent with my own eyes. Kassenhack grimaced, thinking, oh boy, that's not wrong, but there's a problem. On the surface, Kassenhack still smiled, but internally he was helpless, placing his hands on his head, thinking, if I could do it, I wouldn't be here doing this. He gaped, panicked, his whole body turning to stone, whispering to himself, a lousy thief not recognized by any guild, where would I get lockpicking skills? But I can't tell them the truth. Kassenhack glanced at Kental, who was watching him with hope-filled eyes. He thought, that look is full of expectation. If I try and fail, it will turn into disappointment instantly. He imagined Kental looking at him with cold, intimidating eyes and saying, you call yourself a thief but can't even do that? Useless. He remembered Kental stepping on the skull earlier and felt terrified. Internally, Kassenhack screamed in misery, but outwardly he scratched his head, smiled and said, haha, all right then, I'll give it a try. A moment later, Kental looked at Kassenhack with admiring eyes as he opened the chest, saying excitedly, oh, you use those kinds of tools to pick locks, impressive. Kassenhack felt immense pressure, thinking nervously, he's staring at me from behind, if I fail, I'm dead. He tensely recalled watching a thief pick a chest lock back in the day, trying to remember the skills he had seen while working as a porter. The more he thought, the greater the pressure. Sweat pouring down continuously, he thought to himself, betting my whole life on this. Thief Kassen, the screams from your soul. Suddenly, Kassen opened his eyes wide, looking extremely surprised, shocked, and trembling. Kental, seeing this, was curious. It turned out the thief had accidentally used his hidden talent to open the chest. He was so happy he shed tears, exclaiming, hey, it opened. H, standing to one side, was very happy and eager. Oh, really? I heard only master thieves can open this treasure chest. I didn't expect to meet someone who could do it right here. Amazing. Kental was pleasantly surprised by this and gave a thumbs up. "Is that so? Well done, Cassin." Hearing the praise, Cassin's expression wasn't happy at all. He was bewildered, thinking it shouldn't have opened, right? Why is it like this? Just looking at it and it opened. This skill is too overpowered. Cassin had always been proud of his ability to survive, but now, for the first time, he doubted the meaning of this life. He was still dazed, standing motionless. Did I really try my best? And just like that, Cassin lost his pride. Kental approached the treasure chest, looked at it, and asked curiously, "By the way, how much is this treasure worth?" H also stepped forward to look and said, "Well, with this amount, a family could live luxuriously for a whole month." Cassin was still unable to escape the doubts about his own existence. Kental smiled and replied, "I see, noted." Then he turned to look at the thief Cassin and said, "Cassin, you handle the splitting of the rewards." The thief Cassin was snapped out of it by Kental's call and shouted in fear, "Yes." At this moment, Cassin approached the chest and gently lifted a trophy. He was dazed while looking at the sparkle of the trophy, staring at it unconsciously for a long time. Suddenly, someone called to him in an eerie voice, "Cassin." Cassin was frightened by the voice and screamed, "Oh, it was just Kental calling him." Kental asked, "Do you need any help?" Cassin was now scared to the point of panting. Kental, seeing this, asked further, "Are you hurt?" The thief Cassin was startled as if caught red-handed and shouted, "No, I didn't do anything." The three people present were extremely confused. A while later, Kental's group took everything from the treasure chest and left. While walking, Kental suddenly discovered something ahead, stopped and said, "Wait, it's skeleton soldiers." At this moment, a pile of bones lay scattered on the ground ahead. Kental's group stopped when they saw this. Kental counted the skulls and exclaimed, "I see 4 of them, I'll handle 3. The 3 people behind him, Cassin, H, and Alexandro, were startled. Kental offered a creepy smile at the pile of bones and said, "The last one is for you guys." The thief Cassin responded immediately, "Understood." But internally he thought, "This is real combat, this is going to be tough." Alexandro also nodded, "Yes." Kental immediately rushed forward. Suddenly, the bones on the ground flared with a green light. The thief Cassin saw this and broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "No matter how many times I see it, watching the bones reassemble themselves is always creepy." Afterward, the bones seemed to have souls, reassembling themselves and standing up. The group saw this and backed away in fear. Only Kental courageously stood his ground. Then the 4 skeleton soldiers rushed toward the group. Kental ordered, "Everyone, let's go." Immediately, the 3 of them, Cassin, H, and Alexandro, raised their hands, chanting holy magic spells, and a golden light surrounded the 3 of them. "Come on." At this moment, the thief Cassin bravely charged forward and threw a punch at one of the skeleton soldiers. The 3 remaining skeleton soldiers angrily prepared to charge. But suddenly, Kental used his muscular arms to easily clamp down on their necks, leaving them completely surprised and shocked. He saw the thief Cassin acting so bravely and exclaimed, "This is a rare sight, don't mess it up, I'll handle the rest of you." The last skeleton soldier used all its might to swing its sword toward Alexandro. Alexandro quickly used his shield to block the skeleton soldier's strike, his gaze becoming more determined than ever. At this moment, the thief Cassin suddenly leaped into the air, intending to take the opportunity to attack the skeleton soldier from behind. Cassin raised his sword high. The skeleton soldier seemed to sense the danger from behind and glanced back. But Cassin's speed was too fast. The skeleton soldier couldn't avoid it and was slashed to the ground by Cassin. At this moment, H began to act, her eyes glowing brightly. Then she reached out her hand and shouted the name of the technique, Cloak of Darkness. Immediately, it seemed as though Alexandro was granted additional strength, and he quickly lunged forward at a dizzying speed. Alexandro struck the skeleton soldier by surprise. The skeleton soldier collapsed to the ground, its neck bones beginning to crack, but it didn't die and instead roared in anger. Kental, standing to one side and witnessing his teammates, smiled happily and laughed. "Haha." He held 2 large rocks in his hands and said happily, "I never expected to witness such a perfect combat formation." Kental smiled satisfactorily and continued, "Truly rare and hard to find." Afterward, he suddenly gently crushed the rock in his hand into dust. Kental smiled again and said, "Now that the trouble is taken care of, let's enjoy ourselves." Saying that, Kental quickly swung his blade at the remaining skeleton soldiers. A moment later, the 3 of them, Cassin, H, and Alexandro, had cornered a skeleton soldier, seemingly having the same thought. The thief Cassin thought, "There's no doubt left." H broke into a cold sweat, thinking that savage. Alexandro thought, "He's challenging us." The skeleton soldier's eyes went wide, looking at the 3 of them with a pathetic face. blankly sitting silently in a corner. All three, Cassin, H, and Alexandro, had their eyes light up, angrily looking at the dazed skeleton soldier and thinking, if we show any weakness, we're done for. Then came continuous slashes, pouring all their effort onto that poor skeleton soldier. A while later, the skeleton soldier's head finally fell off. Alexandro wearily plunged his sword into the ground and slumped down. It wasn't just Alexandro. Cassin and H also looked exhausted after destroying the skeleton soldier. All three were very tired, yet only Kentel remained very energetic after single-handedly destroying the other three skeleton soldiers. He crossed his arms, thought about the past, and pondered. There was no longer any doubt, the people in the ice wasteland were actually quite good. Kentel thought to himself, the third-floor monsters are also skeleton soldiers, the number is increasing. But thanks to Kentel's leadership, we passed through easily, and finally. H and Alexandro looked worriedly at Kentel, who was lost in thought. Cassin was also very worried as he looked at Kentel. The group had reached the deepest room, the center of the dungeon. A skeleton soldier knight was sitting there, motionless on a golden throne. H saw this and her eyes went wide and she stammered in shock. A skeleton knight, how could such a thing be here? Kentel didn't quite understand and asked curiously, is it different from the previous ones? H replied, yes, it's extremely strong. H's expression was terrified. She pondered, a skeleton knight wielding a longsword with ease and power, unless one reaches the level of a knight, there's no chance of confronting it. This isn't a monster we can handle. At this moment, Kentel continued to wonder, what if we don't defeat it and just turn back? H replied in confusion, there will be an investigation by the guild. If they find the reason reasonable, we won't get into any trouble. Suddenly, Kentel heard this and smiled, then marched confidently forward with a confident smile and replied, that makes sense, the group exclaimed. The skeleton knight stood majestically, radiating a great source of power, looking dangerously at its opponents with a smile. Yet Kentel didn't have a single trace of fear. He even thought, a skeleton that can maintain its form while fighting, that's interesting. Immediately, the skeleton knight entered an attack stance. H's face showed clear shock, and her reaction was very fast. She immediately created a barrier. But it was very dangerous. Two powerful mana sources were clashing. H seemed to be at a disadvantage, and soon the barrier shattered into pieces. Fortunately, Alexandro had managed to block the strike with his shield just in time. Then he fell and sat on the ground. This action made Kentel glance over in admiration. Alexandro was extremely surprised. Was a single blow that strong? The skeleton knight's attack was truly too powerful. Not stopping there, lightning flashed in the skeleton knight's eyes again. This time it swung its weapon even more powerfully. Yet Kentel remained very calm. He stood and watched the skeleton knight approaching him. And unexpectedly, before the skeleton knight could act, Kentel punched it, sending it flying, vanishing in an unexpected way. Cassin gaped in shock, and Alexandro was equally stunned. Having finished, Kentel casually brushed his hands with a look of disdain. Is that all it's got? After that, he turned to look at those around him. Suddenly, Kentel's gaze went blank as if he had just discovered something. Then he called out Cassin's name. Since he was called unexpectedly, he was a bit dazed. Yes, yes. There was a treasure chest glowing brilliantly. Kentel wanted to know if Cassin could open it. Cassin was startled and shouted, it's impossible, it's protected by a high-level lock. With my skills, I can't open it. Hearing this, Kentel acted disappointed. Really? That's bad luck. Cassin was also dejected. Such a pity, but I guess we'll have to give up. That seemed to be the case until Kentel waved his hand and smashed the chest himself. Cassin had another scare, and finally the chest shattered into pieces. Alexandro and H looked at him like he was an alien species. But Kentel didn't care, the rewards looked very large. Cassin, you handle the cleaning up. He immediately obeyed, approaching, still surprised internally. Opening a chest by using force like this is the first time I've seen it. One thing puzzled him, if he could break it, why ask me to unlock it? After completing the mission, everyone headed out together. The sky was sunny and beautiful, with birds singing, and something caught Kentel's attention. The cave that the group had just entered suddenly exploded. Cassin immediately explained, after the dungeon is cleared, it will disappear, so I guess there are no secret rooms this time. Kentelo heard this and became curious. A secret room? Does such a thing exist here? Cassin confirmed. Even if it's dangerous, they truly exist. Upon receiving this information, Kentel smirked excitedly. That sounds very interesting. Seeing this attitude of his made Cassin feel confused. The guard captain had just heard something, his face clearly showing surprise. What? It's all done already. Just at this moment, outside the city, the guard captain inquired about the situation in the dungeon. Kentel replied playfully, it was a lot of fun in there. The captain sighed in relief upon hearing this, realizing that was the case. Afterward he requested, "Everyone follow me." Sitting in a room, H said softly, "There are no major problems." So the captain then pointed out, "So do you think that Manji can stay in the territory?" H appeared to object, "I think it's probably fine." And the captain clearly realized one thing when talking about that Manji, she only spoke vaguely. He closed his eyes tensely. Conquering the dungeon wasn't the issue, but how it was accomplished. The real goal was to find out who the dangerous ones were. Casson added, "He is not the type of person who will go around causing trouble." However, the captain knew clearly that he was strong as a beast but harmed no one. So different from an ordinary barbarian. Now Kental spoke up, praising each person. Casson did a great job as a rogue. He disabled traps and tried opening the chests. Alexandro is also an incredibly strong frontline warrior. Your prayers helped us a lot. The captain heard this and became suspicious. That's strange. Normally, when strangers are forced into a team to conquer a dungeon, they wouldn't praise others so warmly. Finally, he had to agree, "Very well, you are permitted to enter, but I have one warning. Even though you have permission, if you cause trouble you will be expelled, so be careful." Kental affirmed, "Understood." Next, the captain produced a pouch. "This is the conquest reward. Everyone divide it amongst yourselves." As far as the captain knew, sometimes guards would just take the reward for themselves. Kental didn't think much of it and accepted it happily. "Thank you very much." The captain guessed that this time they probably wouldn't touch it. Kental suggested, "Let's split it evenly then." They were stunned by this statement. H hurriedly refused, "No need for that. Even Alexandro didn't dare to accept, me neither." However, Kental still tried to persuade them. "The whole team worked on it, so the reward must be split evenly. You cannot refuse." Hearing this, Casson reluctantly agreed. All right. Just waiting for that, Kental invited them immediately. "Then let's go celebrate, see if there's any tavern nearby." The group didn't expect this turn of events. What? Finally, they had to reluctantly agree. "Celebrate? Sure." But in reality they were crying inside, "I want to go home." While the others were gloomy, Kental was very enthusiastic. The captain looked on with disdain, a barbarian who killed a skeleton knight as strong as a monster with just a single punch. The captain looked on with disdain, a barbarian who killed a skeleton knight as strong as a monster with just a single punch. He switched to a probing gaze, thinking to himself, "At least as strong as a knight, certainly not an ordinary Manji. And I can guarantee that a legendary Manji is an extraordinary being." Afterward, he sternly entrusted the task. "I will report this to the Lord. You guys go guard the gate." The subordinates immediately received the order. Understood. It was nighttime now. At the vast royal palace, firelight illuminated a formal space. The emperor sat inside, his voice deep as he commanded, "Come in." The captain paid his respects and reported, "I am here to report, my lord." The lord of the Barcan region, John Kingdom at that time, spoke. "What is it?" The captain immediately presented. "Reporting to the lord, a barbarian has entered the territory." That night at the waiting hall outside the mansion, a voice echoed in the room. "You gave him permission." The guard captain of the Northern Han region lowered his head. "That is correct, though it's not any trouble at all." Sitting on the golden throne, the lord looked down suspiciously. "Then what is the real trouble?" He reported with some tension. "He is too powerful to the point that it has become a problem." He looked up wondering, how powerful is he? The room was silent, save for the voice of the guard captain of the Northern Han region and the lord's surprise. "They say he defeated a skeleton knight with a single blow." The lord's eyes widened in astonishment. A skeleton knight. The type of monster that's hard to handle unless you're at the knight level. And he defeated it in just one punch. Afterward, he lowered his head, lost in thought about the large human standing in the blizzard. A barbarian who only knows how to use brute force, a simple mind with no education. Then the lord hesitated. "So he is at the first rank, isn't he?" The guard captain of the Northern Han region judged. "That is likely the case." He wondered further, and could he be even stronger? The guard captain of the Northern Khan region's expression was full of tension. "It cannot be confirmed for certain yet." Hearing this, he fell silent. A warrior who reaches such a level but is a barbarian, a race that believes strength is everything. This is going to be a big problem. He decided, for now, just summon him to meet me. Below, the guard captain of the Northern Khan region broke into a cold sweat, worried. "Are you sure that will be all right?" He judged. The mere act of letting someone that strong roam freely in the territory is already a danger. Meeting him in person, I think, will be more reassuring. The guard captain of the northern Han region tried to stop him, but it could be dangerous. A knight beside him stepped forward with a serious face. The guard captain of the northern Khan region sitting on the golden throne reminded him, I have a knight to protect me personally. Seeing this, he also startled and looked up, then turned his head to look at the knight. What do you think? He gripped the sword at his waist and said, he is strong truly, but he is only a barbarian, a large-muscled guy with no intelligence. Afterward, he recalled his majestic master and affirmed, compared to the swordsmanship I was taught directly by the sword saint, he is not on the same level, therefore you need not be afraid. The Lord also nodded in silent confirmation, and finally raised his voice, summon that barbarian here, I will converse with him face to face. Elsewhere at a table full of food and beer, Kental bit into some meat and chewed voraciously. The three people at the table watched him eat like a starving man, their complexions pale, submerged in the chilly atmosphere. His hand raised the beer mug, and with a full display of goodwill he took a gulp and set it down on the table, smiling at the group. This is delicious. I also really like the quiet atmosphere here. It's on me today, please eat and drink to your heart's content. Hearing this, the group looked at Kental and laughed awkwardly. Ha ha. Suddenly he turned, you are a paladin, aren't you? Alexandro startled. Yes. Kental's face showed clear confusion. What kind of holy power do you use? I didn't see you use it during the dungeon attack, did I? Hearing this, Alexandro also awkwardly scratched his head and explained, I am still training myself, so my holy power has not yet been activated. Kental widened his eyes regretfully. Oh, that's unfortunate. Alexandro cleared his throat timidly. Then he turned to H, who was sitting quietly beside him. You said the god you serve is Kaloja, right? Is there any temple of that god nearby? She rolled her eyes in embarrassment and explained, ah no, I don't think so, he is not a god worshipped by many. She remembered the cold appearance of that god, surrounded by a snake, the god of lies and deception. Kaloja was shunned and rejected by everyone. H's hand gripped her dress tightly. Sir Kental, he replied. What's wrong? She pressed. How strong are you? Seeing this, both Alexandro and Cassin also startled and looked toward him, while he continued chewing his food, looking at them in confusion. Afterward, Kental brought his hand to his chin, recalling the tears. I'm not quite sure about the ranking. I haven't left the ice plains for long, so I'm also wondering how strong I am, how strong the skeleton knight I defeated was. Hearing this, H also widened her eyes and explained to him according to her own understanding. It would have to be at least the second rank to have the strength to handle him. And if it's the first rank, they could defeat him as Sir Kental did. He judged, then I must be second rank. Suddenly, a man appeared before them with his hands sweating, trembling as he said, I'm sorry, our shop is about to close. Seeing this, Kental just smiled while the person became even more terrified. Ah, that's my fault, let's go. The group walked out of the shop. Does everyone have a plan or schedule coming up? Before his question, both Alexandro and H shouted in unison, yes, we do. Immediately after, Cassin also hurriedly yelled, yes, I'm very busy. He looked at them, both shy and regretful. I see, what a pity. Then I guess we part ways here, see you all another day. The three of them thought of the image of a princess saying goodbye and were secretly happy. No need to meet again. That night, Kental lay with his legs propped up on the bed, closed his eyes comfortably and exclaimed, phew, so comfortable. The first time I've been able to lie on a bed since coming to this world. Before that, at the inn counter, the owner looked at him and drooled into the mug. Kental thought to himself that he was lucky to be able to stay at the inn thanks to the dungeon reward, and he didn't encounter too many troubles either. Currently, sunlight streamed through the window. He sat with his legs crossed on the bed, humming excitedly. Compared to the ice plains, this place is truly paradise. He recalled back when he was still in the ice plains, facing countless confusing system windows. It also took quite a while from when I woke up in the ice plains until I found a civilization like this one. So what do I do next? I want to explore more, experience more in this world. Kental brought his palm up, spread his fingers, and muttered, I want to have an adventure, then internally oriented himself toward the elf sanctuary. His eyes gradually blurred, thinking of magic towers and the magnificent capital of the kingdom. Then he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room from the window. He woke up groggily, sat up, and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth when he heard a knock at the door. He stepped out to see who it was. Behind the door, the guard captain of the northern Khan region looked at him, hesitating. Oh, did I wake you? My apologies. He looked at him in confusion. Captain of the guard, what's the matter? The guard captain of the northern Khan region cleared his throat, then solemnly announced to him, "The Lord wants to meet you in person." He muttered, "Oh, the Lord, huh?" Then he imagined the Lord's wealth and luxury. The Lord is the ruler of this land, the master of this entire territory. A figure like that wants to meet me. Kentel's face was full of confusion. That's clearly fine. Kentel looked at the guard captain of the northern Khan region and notified him, "Can we go now? Let me change my clothes and I'll follow you." While the captain stood frozen on the spot, wondering, did I come to the right place? Why was it so easy to invite him? Afterward, on the bustling street at the market where people were trading, Kentel thought to himself, when I entered this territory, it was already pitch black, so I only took a quick glance. Kentel's eyes sparkled. He followed the guard captain of the northern Khan region, looking around, and was truly amazed to see it during the day. He smiled, his expression full of admiration, and gave him a thumbs up. If this is the type of fantasy world, I am always ready to embrace it with many surprises. The guard captain of the northern Khan region's face went white, filled with confusion. What's wrong with that guy? Afterward, he furrowed his brow, shouting in his heart, there isn't much time left, I must return as soon as possible. Immediately after, there was an announcement. My lord, I have brought the barbarian to meet you. Upon hearing this, the lord turned around and commanded, let him in. The great hall was quickly opened. He looked inside, and saw his hand reaching out with full sincerity. A pleasure to meet you, human. The lord stood before the window, hands behind his back, the other hand extended politely. I am Luke Bakken, lord of this land. Let me reintroduce myself, Luke Bakhan, lord of the Barkan territory, Genhen kingdom. He reached out and took his hand. A great honor to meet you, the legitimate lord of the Barkan land. Afterward he bowed, closed his eyes. I am Kentel, a barbarian. He widened his eyes at the barbarian's polite handshake, his expression terrified. While his hand was still shaking, his one hand gripping his wrist, bowing respectfully. He wondered, a barbarian is shaking hands. He only thought about his coldness in his imagination and calmed down slightly. Barbarians have probably never shaken hands with anyone before. For them, strength is everything, no exceptions. HMPH, looks like I've lived long enough to witness these scenes. He cleared his throat to regain his composure. You seem to have grasped a few basic manners. Sit down. On this side he sat on the throne, while he sat on the opposite side of the tea table. The space inside was both silent and luxurious. Kentel glanced around for a moment. So this is what a lord's castle looks like. His eyes lit up. Even in a fantasy world, castles still look exactly like the Middle Ages. In front of him was the knight beside Luke. He stood solemnly, arm behind his waist. Is that a knight protecting the lord? His gaze was full of curiosity and admiration, hands on the table clenching excitedly like a child starring. When I was little, I used to love playing role-playing games as a knight, never imagined I'd see one in real life. He looks so imposing, so wonderful. He is exactly as I once dreamed. He also noticed his gaze. The face of the knight beside Luke crinkled, slightly surprised. Killing intent. It was indeed real killing intent, unmistakable. He dares to emit this powerful, imposing killing intent right in front of the Lord. To him, he seemed to be radiating lethal pressure. Immediately after, the knight beside Luke reached for the sword at his waist. You fool, you won't be able to leave this place in one piece. Suddenly, Luke spoke up. The reason I invited you here is simple. He paused, his expression full of probing. I just want to verify a few things about you. He also calmly folded his arms, looking at him. Sure, it's your decision. What do you want to verify about me? Next he questioned, where are you from? Kentel closed his eyes and recalled the mountain region covered in snow all year round. HMPH, so that's what you care about. I come from the coldest place on this continent, a land buried in white snow. Hearing this, both were startled in surprise. Eternal frozen snow. He stared at him while he kept his arms crossed, eyes closed, reflecting. He truly is the legendary barbarian warrior, and now he is standing right in front of me. Afterward, Luke looked down, suspicious. What you say is hard to believe. He folded his arms and sighed. That is a harsh place, believe it or not, it's up to you. His voice echoed again in the room. Then let me ask you another question. His gaze was sharp, looking at him to probe. How powerful are you? Luke imagined the scene of him dominating madly. The problem is his strength truly as terrifying as the rumors say? Hearing this, Kentel retorted, your question is wrong. I don't know what the standard of strength is like here, so I don't know the answer. he replied. I see. Afterward, he glanced toward the knight standing beside him. He nodded slightly in silent agreement. Luke then offered, then, would you like to have a sparring match with one of my knights? If you accept, I will ensure you receive a worthy reward. Kental was slightly surprised. A sparring match. He added, of course, it will not be a fight to the death. I trust you can control your strength. Hearing that, Kental smiled. I'm interested. His excited tone caught the other two off guard. A duel against a lord's knight. Kental mentally pictured knights from fairy tales, not just ordinary knights but those from a fantasy world. Possessed of magic and auras, this was a chance to witness the true combat prowess of such a knight. Kental rested his chin on his hand, smiling with pure delight. I'm really looking forward to this. Luke gripped the armrest tightly, staring toward Kental. While Kental was exuding a killing intent, Luke thought to himself, as expected, a savage is still a savage. No matter how polite and elegant he may seem, that wild nature, the hunger for battle, and the passion for conflict never change. Kental's excitement took both of them by surprise. Up in the arena, Luke sat in his chair observing. Down on the field stood the knight, alongside Luke and Kental. The knight glared at Kental, while Kental just smiled excitedly. Luke reminded them, let's begin, I hope no one bleeds here. A bell quickly chimed. The knight beside Luke drew his sword, keeping a cautious eye on Kental. Consider it a privilege to witness my swordsmanship. Seeing this, Kental just smiled back. I'm really looking forward to this fight too. The knight gritted his teeth in anger. How dare he be so relaxed while fighting me? The knight lowered his stance, preparing to lunge. I'll show you the difference in skill between us. His eyes flared intensely, his sword aura expanding. Kental still looked on calmly as the knight charged. In the next moment, the tip of the blade split into three at blinding speed. Kental's eyes widened, as three sword points stabbed toward him simultaneously. An illusion. No, it was absolutely not an illusion. Kental effortlessly dodged each strike one by one. All three blades were real. This was his opponent's sword technique. While observing, Kental confirmed to himself, it really is. The knight gritted his teeth smugly. You'll have to struggle quite a bit to avoid my blade. HMPH, holding your own against me this long is already commendable. The strikes became increasingly rapid, but this fight didn't need to go on any longer. Suddenly, Kental raised a hand and flicked his fingers lightly. Crack, the sword shattered into many pieces. The knight's eyes widened in panic. What just happened? Kental placed his hand on the knight's chest. The armor and the remaining piece of the sword shattered instantly. He grabbed the armor, crushing it, and threw the knight forcefully backward. He went flying and fell unconscious. Above, Luke shouted in panic, "Wah, what was that?" The knight lay motionless in the corner of the wall, leaving a long skid mark on the ground. Luke stared in fear and shock. Just one punch and a grade 1 knight was taken down. What kind of terrifying power is this? Kental turned around, smiled and asked, so is the battle over? Luke stood up abruptly, looking like a ghost who had lost his soul. He narrowed his eyes. Indeed. In his mind, he replayed the moment Kental threw the knight aside so casually. A savage capable of defeating a grade 1 knight with a single punch, that was the power of a monster. He had at least reached the transcendental level. But that was only the minimum level of power he had revealed. His true, profound strength was still immeasurable. Luke flopped back into his chair. A savage possessing such power, he could turn this entire continent upside down. He thought of that hero and his dragon. If that was the case, this needed to be reported to that person, one of the very few who held the title of Sword Saint on this continent. Luke lowered his head and muttered, "It's time for him to come out. I wonder if he'll be interested when he learns about a savage like this." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Are you talking about me?" Luke jumped and looked up. The window was wide open, the wind blowing the curtains. A figure stood there with arms crossed, looking relaxed. Luke sighed and rolled his eyes. "Your hobbies are as strange as ever." The man laughed teasingly. "Ha, who doesn't need a little fun and games now and then?" Afterward, he crossed his arms, his face turning serious. "So why don't you share that fascinating story with me?" It was the Sword Saint Can. Luke stood up and bowed. "It is an honor to have you here. Even though I reported this quite suddenly, please allow me to present the great Sword Saint, Master Can." Can smiled, his eyes sharp. Luke remained bowed in respect. In the knight's room, he lay on the bed, his hand on his forehead. The door opened and Luke walked in to check on him, making him jump. "Has your body recovered yet?" The knight hurriedly sat up in panic. "I will be fully recovered in a few days. Please forgive me, sir." Can walked in behind him. "You're the one who should be apologizing to me." He wrapped his arms behind his back. "My foolish disciple, losing to a nameless savage." Can's gaze stopped at the torn armor on the knight's chest. There wasn't a single small scratch on his body. Internally, he became even more eager about Kental. The armor was shattered like that, yet the body remained uninjured. Could he have held back on purpose? Ken said in a deep voice, "He is no ordinary ignorant savage. He has incredibly precise control over his power." The knight stammered, I understand." Ken continued, his eyes cold. "He far exceeds the level of a knight. He could even fight while holding back as if it were a joke. He has reached at least the transcendental level." Hearing this, both Luke and the knight were stunned. Luke muttered, looking at Ken suspiciously, "Please forgive my rudeness. But compared to you, how does he compare, Sword Saint Can?" The old man turned his head to confirm, "He is quite strong, but I am the Sword Saint. Even with his transcendental level power, he still cannot touch me." Luke looked a bit confused. "I see." Ken remained deep in thought. But I didn't see him use any aura while fighting, did I? And yet, his power has already reached this level." That comment left Luke surprised as well. That's unthinkable by normal standards. Is this the power of a savage from the ice wasteland? Hearing this, Ken lowered his face, recalling the scene of Kental back in the ice wasteland. "I couldn't believe it at first either, but it seems he really is from the ice wasteland." Suddenly, Ken raised his head. A savage from the ice wasteland. He thought of Kental living coldly amidst the snowstorms, the legend of a survivor from the ice wasteland. Is he human, or— He touched his beard cautiously, or is he a mutant? Images of aggressive snakes and snow bears flashed through his mind. But he dismissed the idea. Probably not. Luke beside him was confused. Ken thought back to the demons and the aggressive white serpent, then concluded. If he were truly a mutant, he wouldn't have been as lenient with you as he was. He remained skeptical about Kental's appearance. "I was wrong, but he came from the ice wasteland. Why that place and why now?" Ken fell into confusing thoughts while Luke, standing beside him, didn't know what was going on. "Is something wrong, Sword Saint?" The old man raised his head. "Nothing, let's leave that for later. His Majesty the Emperor is also curious." He remembered the soldiers heading into the snowy mountains, always demanding the strangest things. Ken turned his head away and instructed, "No need to worry about that for now." Luke nodded, "I understand." He asked further, "Is that savage still in this land?" Luke quickly answered, "Yes, he said he would stay here for a while, so he certainly is." Hearing this, Ken turned and left, his face serious and full of curiosity. "I must verify his strength for myself." The next morning, the sun shone brilliantly down on the White Castle. The North Hand Border Guard captain asked, "What are you planning for your next step?" He stared at Kental, waiting. Kental hesitated, with a bag of gold coins just placed on the table before him. "This is the reward for the recent battle," he said, closing his eyes and announcing, "From now on, I will no longer interfere with your actions in this territory." Kental rested his chin on his hand and thought, "I don't have a clear plan, but it would be better if I could verify my identity here. Having to conquer a dungeon every time I step into a new territory is really a hassle." The North Hand Border Guard captain offered a suggestion. "If you're worried about that, there is a way. You can find someone of high status to stand as your guarantor and verify your identity. Or," he paused, making Kental curious, "or what?" he continued, "you can become a mercenary." He closed his eyes, thought, and explained. "If you accumulate enough achievements and are recognized by the Mercenary Guild, your identity will also be accepted." Internally, the North Hand Border Guard captain also calculated. However, mercenaries are just people who do trivial jobs. Unless they reach a certain rank, it's hard to get their identity verified. But with this savage's power, finding a guarantor will be the easiest option for now." Kental muttered, "Mercenary." His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is there such a way? In his mind, an image of a cool, fighting mercenary emerged, and he drifted into a daydream. Mercenaries are people who specialize in completing monster extermination missions and supporting merchant caravans. They are symbols of a romantic fantasy world. If that was the case, Kental smiled excitedly. "Where do I go to become a mercenary?" The North Hand Border Guard captain looked at him in surprise. Well, there is a guild in the city." Kental's face was full of excitement, his eyes sparkling. "Take me there." The man looked at Kental blankly. "All right then." Explanation about mercenaries. Mercenaries are people who wander around to complete assigned tasks. Some consider them symbols of romantic freedom, but in reality, mercenaries are the lowest class in society, intended for those whose identities haven't been verified. They are often attacked by monsters in dungeons. Even powerful mercenaries often lose their lives in unexplored dungeons, or they are just people sacrificed for dirty work. That's why low-class mercenaries are often vulgar, dirty, and noisy. Currently in the guild hall, a man in blue angrily punched a man in brown. "You jerk, you dare to touch me." The man in brown tumbled onto the table, then jumped up and cursed, "Wanna start something?" The man in blue roared, "If you're so brave, come on in." Others standing around cheered, "Hey, the guy on the right, I'm betting on you. Try to win, I'm betting on the guy on the left." They lunged at each other, pulling hair and throwing punches. Beside her, the girl with pink hair adjusted her documents and glanced over. "So, how are the new recruits this time?" Ra sighed in frustration, he nothing special, just a bunch of weirdos." This was Rosa, the receptionist of the mercenary guild. She recalled Alexandro. There was a lunatic who claimed to be a holy knight, then she thought of Cassin and another talented thief as well. Finally, there was H, the priestess, who wasn't stable at all, and the god she served didn't seem reliable either. The pink-haired girl, seeing Rosa like that, also hesitated. "Oh, is that so? That's a shame." She lowered her head, troubled in her heart. "HMPH, no one decent ever appears. These uneducated mercenaries do nothing but fight all day long." In her mind, the image of a handsome blonde prince reaching out his hands toward her appeared. If only a prince on a white horse would appear, stand by my side, and help with this reception work, how wonderful that would be. At the door, someone stepped inside. Rosa looked up, eyes wide with shock upon seeing Kental. He walked in, smiling as he looked around. So this is the mercenary guild. The two who were fighting also turned to look amazed. No way, a barbarian. The rest of the crowd also dropped their jaws in astonishment at him. Seeing everyone staring at him, Kental was slightly bewildered, then folded his arms and sat before the desk, smiling. "I came here because I want to become a mercenary." Opposite him, Rosa clutched her documents with trembling hands, tense. Sir, do you really want to become a mercenary? May I ask what your purpose is?" He calmly replied, "There are many reasons, but I heard that becoming a mercenary can help get one's identity recognized in this kingdom." She awkwardly explained. "That is true, but to get your identity recognized through the mercenary path, you will need to achieve quite a few accomplishments." "Is that all right?" Kental confirmed. "No problem." She typed skillfully on the typewriter. "Then I will register you as an F-rank mercenary for a fee of 5 silver coins. Could you tell me your name and age?" He placed the money on the table. "I am Kental, and as for my age, I'm not entirely sure." She pressed the keys skillfully. "Then I will record an approximate number." Finally, Rosa handed him a card from a wooden box. "All done, your mercenary registration is complete. This is your mercenary badge. It is a sign of recognition, so don't lose it." He stared intently at the card, and then grabbed it with great joy. "I've been accepted." Afterward, he looked up at Rosa with an incredibly innocent expression. "Are there any missions available right now? I want to start working on a mission immediately." She stammered. Mission, you say?" "That's right." She pushed a paper toward Kental. "Currently, these are the missions you are eligible to accept." He picked up the stack of papers on the table and flipped through them. "Wait, these are all just low-level missions." Contents on the mission board, rank F-. Missions: pick medicinal herbs, clean the basement, clean the sewers, sweep the streets, night patrol. Rosa's face broke into a cold sweat as she tried to force a smile. "Because you are currently an F-rank mercenary, these are the missions suitable for you." Deep down, she was terrified. Barbarians are usually very arrogant. What if he suddenly loses his temper? Should I call for backup? She closed her eyes tightly and explained awkwardly, If you complete these simple missions and accumulate accomplishments, you will be able to receive harder missions later." He replied, "I choose this mission." She opened her eyes, regaining her composure. Looking down at the paper he pointed to, "Sir, are you sure?" He folded his arms and asked back, "This is also work that needs to be done, right?" She hesitated. "Yes, I understand." Kental smiled and asked, "So, where are the medicinal herbs that need to be picked located?" Rosa produced a photo showing the shape of the plant. You have to go outside the village into the forest. They look like this." He excitedly grabbed the photo and left. "Understood, I'll be back soon," she replied awkwardly. Yes. Kental turned and left, his eyes still fixed on the photo. Behind him, Rosa watched him go, bewildered. Why does he look so calm? He stepped out the door and left. While inside, the pink-haired girl's limbs went weak, and Rosa stood frozen in panic. In the darkness of a certain forest, on the ground lay the flowers Kentel needed to find. He compared the photo to the flower and whispered to himself, does this herb have wound healing properties? It looks quite strange, doesn't it? Afterward, he took off his coat and threw it on the ground, put his hat on, then smiled and flexed his biceps. I've already prepared clothing to protect against the sun's UV rays, he said to himself. Time to start my first mercenary mission. UV rays are harmful in other worlds too, a little-known fact from Kentel. About an hour later at the Mercenary Guild, a sack of medicinal herbs was placed on the table to Rosa's amazement. He looked at her innocently. Is this enough? She stammered, that's too much. She wondered in her heart, is he planning to destroy the entire field of herbs or what? Looking at the pile of herbs in the bag, Rosa was even more astonished. The quality is very good. Most mercenaries just pick them carelessly, causing the herbs to lose much of their value. Kentel shyly reached up and sniffed. Don't look at it like that, I'm quite meticulous when picking them. She hesitated, that's right. Then she handed over a silver coin. Thank you for working so carefully, Kentel, this is the reward for the mission. A silver coin, an amount only enough to buy the cheapest meal. Even so, this was the first money I've earned from a proper job. Kentel remembered the time he was seriously picking herbs, smiling to himself. Feeling truly moved, he excitedly grabbed the silver coin and stood up. I am very satisfied with this. Could you assign me the next mission right away? Rosa was bewildered. She widened her eyes in confusion. What is this? He's satisfied with a reward like that, this barbarian. While Kentel happily and appreciatively looked at the silver coin in his hand, the sun is still up, so I want to get as much work done as possible. She felt confused in her heart. Why is he so happy? With tears threatening to fall, Rosa shouted in her heart, oh my god, this mercenary is just as strange as the rest. Kentel pointed to the warehouse cleaning task on the F-rank mission list. Let's pick this one. Rosa was confused. After the herb picking incident, this is already the third time you're picking a cleaning job. Seeing Kentel still looking up excitedly, Rosa's suspicion grew. Does a berserker actually like cleaning? Rosa said stiffly, then I'll assign this mission to you. Kentel's footsteps echoed. Hearing the footsteps, the blue-eyed woman glanced at the bear-sized Kentel as he walked in. I'm here to clean the warehouse. The brown-haired woman with a ponytail froze. Kentel asked in a friendly manner, are you the owner of this warehouse? She startled and regained her composure. Why yes. She thought to herself, a barbarian? The warehouse cleaning was simple. Moving items in the warehouse faced no obstacles at all. With his immense strength, he easily carried a large stack of goods to the amazement of the brown-haired woman. The next mission was to sweep the streets. Kentel held a broom and started sweeping the road. At first, it was a bit hard to control his strength, but he handled it well. At that moment, Kentel swept so hard that dust flew up, filling the space with haze. Kentel's work was being followed by someone. Seeing him acting so normally, Ken exclaimed, why is he like that? Ken thought to himself, clearly he is at least a mid-level mercenary with enough determination he could influence an entire kingdom. Just by showing his strength, he would be respected wherever he goes. And yet, a barbarian who always solves problems with force is now sweeping the streets. Moreover, he's not doing it half-heartedly but with such seriousness. At this moment, Kentel was happily sweeping dust into the dustpan. Ken doubted reality, thinking, is Kentel actually enjoying this work? What the hell is he doing? Harmonious light shone down, highlighting the lush green of the leaves and a pair of sparrows. Kentel woke up, stretched his arms out, emitting a comfortable sound. He placed his feet on the wooden floor, looked at the nightstand, saw the bag of money, and jumped up. He stared intently at the bag, recalling. That bag of coins was placed on a tray and pushed toward me. Rosa said, you've worked hard from your very first day as a mercenary, Kentel. This is the reward for a total of 15 missions. In his silver-white eyes and on his face, excitement and happiness were clearly visible. Rosa said reluctantly, it's 15 silver coins. Even so, Kentel was not disappointed in the slightest and remained full of excitement. Thanks, then I'll be back tomorrow. Ending the flashback, Kentel smiled involuntarily and said to himself, let's start the second day in the civilized world. A cute little brown-haired girl hugged the woman's leg and cried incessantly. The other adults all widened their eyes in surprise. Kentel calmly walked as everyone watched him. Suddenly he stopped, questioning, what's that over there? He looked toward a large two-story building, curious. A library. The door was pushed open, the small copper bell hanging on the door rang ling-a-ling. The librarian, her hair tied up neatly, greeted him politely. Welcome. But she hadn't even finished half a sentence before she shrieked in horror at Kentel's massive frame. He asked politely, "Can I read a little bit of books?" That embarrassing incident passed, and Kentel finally managed to borrow some books. He excitedly picked up a book only the size of his palm and read it carefully. The librarian saw this scene and could only remain silent, unable to speak. Outside, Ken hid and watched, thinking incredulously, a barbarian reading books? Although I can't see clearly, my intuition tells me I'm sure. A manji usually considered ignorant is reading books. Could it be that the manji from this icy region is completely different from the barbarians usually seen? Looking at the excitement on Kentel's face, I wonder, or maybe that guy is an exception. Kentel closed the history book he was reading and whispered, "In the end, the Empire won." He recalled the blue-haired girl from before, thinking, a few years ago, Mina came to the snowy region and said she would go to the kingdom at war with the Empire to sell weapons. It seems the outcome of that war was the Empire's victory. Kentel pondered, the current Empire seems to be in a position of overwhelming strength. The kingdom of Barkin has also almost become a vassal. The Empire has swallowed half the human world and is still expanding, full of aggression. It's as if they are swallowing this whole world. He muttered, conquering the world, huh? Immediately after, Kentel brushed those thoughts aside, full of excitement again. Enough, that's enough about humanity. Now what I really want to learn is... He looked at another book and said, it's about non-human races. Kentel thought happily, a book recording non-human species, fantasy races that truly exist in this world. The greatest cave in the world, where rare ores are scattered like trash, Mantomia, the dwarves' mining cave. Biseraphia, the village of the small fairy race. Reiki Pyria, the flying city of the celestial race. And there's the forbidden holy ground that no one can touch, Elfer Sagrado, the sacred land of the elf race. No one knows its exact location, many have tried to track it down, but all failed in the end. Kentel muttered, so I have the rare qualification to enter the elf sanctuary. Suddenly he exclaimed in surprise, Afterward he held up the book, surprised. What? There are other places like the White Snow region. Demon realms do not allow humans to enter. They are places filled with malformed, insane, and twisted creatures. There are many demon realms, but this world contains exactly 5 massive and special ones. The Silent Forest, a place of silence and everlasting fear. The Abyss, a place that plunges the world into a pit of evil. The Deep Sea, where souls still breathe and live. The Hollow, a place where nothing exists. And finally, the White Snow region. Within the demon realm exist terrifying creatures called mutants. However, the existence of demon realms cannot spill over into the human world. Kentel finished reading and wondered, how vast is this world anyway? The White Snow region alone is already vast, and yet there are so many other places too. He stood up and said, for now, the data here is probably only this much. His actions startled the librarian. Kentel told her, thanks to this, I've verified enough, thank you. The librarian replied, trembling with fear, yes, yes. Kentel left happily, opening the door. He went to the mercenary guild and asked Rosa, are there any missions today? She startled, Kentel, you're here. Rosa handed over the list. Here is the mission board. Kentel's face was as joyful as a squirrel finding a nut. Ken hid on the side, incredulous. This is truly strange. Finally, he became determined. It seems I have to meet him personally. After a long period of secret surveillance, the Sword Saint Ken finally made a new move. At this time, the moon had risen high in the sky, and the street was deserted. Kentel walked down the road while humming contentedly. Today I've solved over 10 commissions. Even with just minor tasks, managing to make this much income is quite decent. If I keep this pace, the day I'm recognized as a true mercenary probably isn't far off. As he walked along, whistling and humming, someone hidden behind a wall followed him. Seeing Kentel approach, the person stepped out to his surprise. It was none other than the Sword Saint Can. The two stood facing each other for a long time. Kentel spoke first, you're the one who's been following me all day today. Ken heard this and exclaimed in shock in his heart, what? He folded his arms and asked further, what do you want? Ken was still incredulous. You realized it already. Clearly, I used magic to hide my presence. No matter how sharp your intuition is, realizing my presence should have been impossible. Suddenly, Kentel nimbly grabbed his money bag tightly and alertly exclaimed, could it be a highwayman? Ken heard that as if struck by lightning. Kentel's gaze was sharp as he affirmed, without responding, it seems I guessed correctly. Even though security seems good, highwaymen still appear. His eyes went blank as he tried to explain, "No, I am only," but he wondered in his heart, if I say I'm a sword saint, would he believe it? Kental exclaimed as if dealing a critical blow, "To think that an old man like you has to resort to robbery. It seems the economy really isn't doing well." Ken felt truly and utterly wrong. Kental pondered, what was that? Afterward his face brightened. This might actually be a good opportunity. He was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. A moment later, seeing Kental's foolish expression, Ken thought, he's mistaking me for a robber. A way to gauge this guy's power and true identity is to clash with him directly. Let me see what the power of a legendary savage is really like. Then he began to roll up his sleeves. An aura of vigilance rising. Kental fell silent, suddenly vanishing from his sight. Ken exclaimed, "Vanished what the?" Kental suddenly appeared right in front of him, an arm reaching out, his footsteps moving nimbly. Dodging, Ken thought, if I keep standing still like this, I'm going to get grabbed by the throat. Kental let out a sudden "oh" and smirked. "Pretty fast, aren't you?" he exclaimed, then began to move again. Ken was gripped by panic. No way, I was almost grabbed. If my reflexes had been just a split second slower, I would have been caught. But what's even more shocking is that I can't feel a single trace of mana flow from him at all. Kental crossed his arms and smiled. This is fun. Ken was still internally stunned. Can he move that fast using nothing but pure physical body strength? This is no longer a test. I'm going to attack with everything I've got. With that thought, he lunged forward. Kental's expression turned somber, and he suddenly vanished before Ken's eyes. He appeared right behind him, eyes glowing brightly, grabbing the opponent's wrist tightly. Ken broke into a cold sweat, bewildered. What is this? I clearly expanded my sensory range, yet I still couldn't react in time. His hand was twisted backward by Kental, and he felt not only captured but pinned down as if against solid rock. His entire body lifted by a sheer force of power. Ken gritted his teeth in pain. What kind of monstrous strength is this? That mere physical force is already impossible to resist. Thinking this, he unleashed all his power, releasing an eruption of energy from his body. Kental was surprised to see this. A stream of blue light radiated from Ken, and after observing intently, he immediately caused a magical explosion to erupt. Ken slid away, breaking free from Kental's grip. Kental looked down at his own hand, while Ken, standing opposite, stared fixedly at him. Suddenly, Kental nonchalantly let out a remark, "So, even highwaymen nowadays have some decent skills." The old man felt helpless internally. Why are you so insistent on calling me a robber? Then Ken assessed him seriously. A rare form of mana manifestation that only those who reach the transcendental realm can achieve. Yet he covers his whole body with it. Why would someone like that do something as trivial as robbery? But Kental genuinely believed it was a thief's skill. Ken continued to ponder. By reflex, he manifested mana. The mana took shape and could even tear through hardened steel. A human body that touched it should have been crushed, yet he doesn't have a single scratch on him. What kind of monstrous physique is that? To withstand manifested mana with nothing but bare skin? While he was deep in thought, Kental spoke up. You really look like you're using something strange. It must be time to finish this. Hearing that, Ken reached for the hilt of his sword at his waist. Suddenly his gaze froze. Kental suddenly appeared, touching a finger to the hilt of his sword and smiling. He used a move that looked so gentle, his innocent expression leaving Ken startled, eyes wide, mouth agape. Afterward, he gritted his teeth and used all his might to draw the sword, only to receive a trembling hand in response. Ken was once again bewildered. At this moment, Kental's eyes sparkled as if he'd found prey. Internally, he screamed frantically, is this the end? A large hand reached out, but suddenly Kental just sighed. So this is what being robbed in a fantasy world is like. Saying that, he hoisted Ken, who had by now fainted, onto his shoulder. The North Hand border guard captain was panicked, frozen at the sight. Oh my god, what is going on? Kental is carrying Master Ken so gently. What kind of weird thing is happening here? Why would the sword saint Ken appear in a place like this? He lay still in a sack while the captain was horrified. Don't tell me that savage dared to attack Master Ken. Now what are we supposed to do? Suddenly, Kental spoke up. I just caught a robber. Hearing this, the captain widened his eyes, jaw dropping. A robber. Kental, while hoisting him, smiled radiantly. If I turn him over to the guards, it'll be added to my mercenary achievements, right? The North Hand guard captain stood stunned, looking blank for a long time. Regaining his composure, he asked gently, What on earth is this situation? Someone who reached the peak of transcendental skill like the Sword Saint can. That great man was being held captive by a savage in such an incredibly shameful and humiliating position. That person is not a robber. Kentel's expression began to shift, becoming serious. You know him, turns out you're accomplices. The North Hand border guard captain stood at attention, saluting politely. The only sword saint of the Genhensher kingdom, I offer my respects to the sword saint Kan. Hearing this, Kentel looked down at the person he was carrying. What? Kentel looked at him in shock. A sword saint, a title so noble yet he's called a robber. He said in a stern voice, no way, this old man really is a robber. He attacked me to rob me of a few silver coins. The captain looked Kentel straight in the eye, countering, no, he really is the sword saint, I couldn't mistake that face. Unable to believe the truth, Kentel thought quickly, maybe he's a mage who uses magic. The captain shook his head, closing his eyes to explain. If he were a mage that powerful, he would have been honored as a sword saint already. Kentel couldn't accept the reality, or maybe sword saint is just a fancy name for robbers. He felt helpless. What kind of nonsense am I spouting? The exchange continued. So he really is a sword saint? Yes. Kentel looked at him in amazement. I will report this to the Lord. A moment later, the Lord slammed the table in anger. What Master Kan is missing? Kentel bowed his head to show respect to the people here. I apologize, I should have let him explain. Face to face with Kentel, he replied, no, it's my fault for not saying anything. The two sat lost in thought, one large, one small. When the Lord entered the room, he was panicked by the scene before him. What the hell is going on? I thought Master Kan would challenge that savage, but I never expected him to lose. Master Kan pondered. Master Kan was defeated by that savage. I don't know the details, but that is the truth. He looked toward Kentel and a thought flashed. That means that Savage is even stronger than the Sword Saint. Then he turned his gaze back to Kan. Of course, even within the transcendental ranks there are different levels. Master Kan only received the title of Sword Saint recently, so perhaps he is still at a lower level. But regardless, a Sword Saint is someone who has reached the noble rank of Sword Master, and that Savage took down such a person. He looked at Kentel, imagining an even more terrifying figure which made him completely uncontrollable. At that moment, the Lord was so terrified that sweat flowed down his face, his head aching. Afterward, he gave advice. It seems there's a misunderstanding here, so I ask for permission to withdraw. You two should talk it out clearly. Saying that, he left the room, and so the two sat in total silence. Kentel looked at Kan as if wanting to say something, while Kan trembled, sipping the tea in his hand, thinking to himself, how embarrassing. Still, I cannot deny it, that was a complete failure. My pride was not only wounded but completely shattered. Setting the teacup down, Kan placed his hand over his chest and held his head high. Let me introduce myself officially. I am the Sword Saint Kan. Kentel asked, is Sword Saint your last name? He replied gently. When one has reached the realm of the Sword Saint, a human's given name and surname become void. Kentel asked again, I understand. So what you just displayed is the skill of a sword saint, right? His eyes suddenly recalled something. Then from his hand, a green magical light emerged. Do you mean this? Kentel's eyes widened, showing interest in this special magic. Oh. He recalled the scene when he swung his magic. At first, I thought it was just a robber's trick, so I didn't care. But now that I know it's a sword saint's skill, I'm starting to get interested. Master Kan immediately explained further. This is the manifestation of what is called aura. Kentel asked in surprise, aura? He looked at the magic in his palm, his eyes filled with pride, his cheeks flushing. So that was aura. Unable to contain his excitement, Kentel stood up, his eyes sparkling. How can I learn it? He looked down at his palm. Basically, you have to control your mana and manifest it outward. Kentel asked again, so is it similar to mana? He began to explain. Sina is the name referring to the essence of arcane power. When you use it as aura, you are a swordsman. When you use it as mana, you are a mage. Kentel smiled, so both swordsmen and mages use the same type of energy called Sina. Would you be willing to teach me that skill? He stood up, his voice clear but honest. It's embarrassing to admit, but I'm still learning and haven't truly mastered this technique. Kentel's serious face made him hesitate, but then he replied, very well. Kan asked seriously, but do you really need my guidance? Aren't you stronger than me? Kentel sat down, crossing his arms over his chest. I don't know anything about swordsmanship. Actually, I just swing my sword wildly. He asked in surprise. Really? Kan thought about the image he had just explained, which made Kentel admire him. Yes, I am a sword saint, a user of the sword. All right, I will teach him the way of the sword and show him its greatness. I will reclaim my pride. Suppressing the thought, he quickly agreed. Fine, I am a sword saint, a master of the blade. Without a sword, I am merely a half measure. Suddenly, Kental blurted out, I thought as much. No wonder you're so weak, it's because you aren't using a sword. Can was stunned, that's true. Kental crossed his arms over his chest and continued. I mean, being called a sword saint but having so little power, I thought something was wrong. He retorted angrily, you brat. Kental added, if you had used a sword, perhaps you would have won. Can was dissatisfied, wondering if he could defeat Kental just by using a sword. Kental became excited again. I'm really looking forward to this. Conversely, Ken felt dejected. My pride, will I be able to reclaim it? I feel like I'm going to be crushed even more miserably. Before regressing, I used to practice sword techniques. But this is the true arcane swordsmanship, a miraculous sword style that utilizes mysterious aura. This is arcane swordsmanship. In the practice yard, the sword saint Can, with a serious expression, held his sword in one hand, standing sideways to instruct. The most prominent feature of my sword technique is the combination of illusion and reality. When you faced my disciple, what did you see? Kental recalled the night alongside the Lord, pondered for a moment, and answered honestly. His sword technique split into three, and all three were actual attacks. Kental keenly realized, oh, so that's what you meant when you talked about a combination. He asked, is that a technique based more on skill than power? Ken confirmed, exactly. Sword technique is the art of blending swordsmanship with arcane arts, and whoever reaches the peak of that path becomes a sword saint. Saying that, he delivered a sword strike, and from the cushion, streams of vibrant green life force began to surge. As the sunlight hit it, the aura looked vivid and intense, covering and dancing on each sword blade. Kental admired it, his eyes sparkling. Oh, so that's aura, the sword saintkin replied stiffly. Yes. He closed his eyes, feeling a bit restless inside. I still find it hard to believe this is happening. Ken cleared his throat, raised his other hand to grip the sword hilt and said, talking about the combination of illusion and reality sounds a bit abstract. Internally, I am truly teaching swordsmanship to a savage. Externally, he kept his composure, holding the sword out under his shoulder, his tone serious. So, I will let you experience it directly. Finishing his words, his gaze suddenly became sharp. He lowered his body and unleashed a sword strike, the sword intent curving miraculously. The tip of the blade striking forcefully, causing the floor to break into a deep mark. From that position, the aura split into 5 lines carrying sword intent that shot away. Kental was shaken, your sword technique. Seeing the sword intent clearly split into 5 paths only to converge at a single target, he admired it, unable to believe. Split into 5 parts. The dust quickly cleared, revealing a concave hole right on the wall. The sword saint calmly said, there are many techniques that create illusions with aura, but only my sword technique can turn those illusions into reality. Kental was dazed. The technique you just performed. Before he could finish, he puffed out his chest with pride. Yes, that was an arcane masterpiece. What do you think? Kental replied bluntly, I think I can do it too. Can was shocked to the point of rigidity by this naivety. The sword saint asked aggressively, what are you talking about? He thought indignantly, I've dedicated my whole life to the way of the sword, combining innate talent with constant training, and it was so hard to reach this achievement. How can a savage learn it just by looking at it once? Kental confidently, I'll show you. Ken looked at him startled, is that an axe? Kental smiled brilliantly, carrying a large axe on his shoulder. With wide steps, lowering his body, sweeping the axe back and taking control with speed. In 1 second, he unleashed dozens of axe strikes. Ken's eyes widened, that sword technique. He watched in shock as Kental swung wildly, using only raw power and overwhelming speed. On the final strike, Kental accumulated killing intent, splitting it into 5 branches, all lunging forward, focusing all his power on a single point. Bang! A loud explosion, the wall shattered into flames. The sword saint was terrified and shocked. The axe landed beside Kental's feet, still emitting faint smoke. Kental casually carried the axe, turned, and asked with a smile, it's done, what do you think? Ken rolled his eyes, reminiscing. It looked like a combination of illusion and reality when he attacked, but it was really just relying on overwhelming power and speed. Even I was almost fooled for a moment. He commented sternly, you just swung the axe with raw power, there was no technique at all. But Kental replied with his own reasoning, but the result was no different, right? Sword technique is meant for real combat. As long as the result is the same, is that enough? he asked point-blank, leaving the sword saint confused and stammering. Well, Outwardly, he maintained a calm appearance, but inside he was like a vast ocean of tears with a subtle drop of emotion welling up at the corner of his eye. He's not wrong, but he hurt my pride too much. Ken gritted his teeth. In that case, how about this? Afterward, he swung his sword again. This time, his figure split into multiple illusions, recklessly unleashing attacks, his whole body enveloped in a deep, dark aura with countless slashes raining down. Kentaro was astonished. Your body, did it split apart? His sword, intense sword, accumulating more and more until it transformed into a gigantic magical sphere. When it could no longer hold any more sword intent, the sphere exploded, the shockwave causing earth and stone to shatter and scatter. After everything settled, the spot where the sword saint stood was nothing more than the center of a massive crater, at least 6 or 7 meters in radius. Ken breathed heavily, calmly saying, "This is a cloning technique achieved through the ultimate realm of aura usage." He wiped the sweat from under his chin, cautiously asking, "Can you imitate this?" Kental turned his feet, moved silently to one side, his face hardening, naturally looping the axe over his shoulder, his gaze calm. He repeated the old technique, relying on his extreme speed to frantically slash out countless blade intents. Ken's eyes widened in amazement. Kental remained firm in his stance, swinging his axe, each line of killing intent merging into a towering cyclone. Sharp, intense swirling and spiraling with him at the center. In a single stroke, the majestic cyclone was dyed deep, dark purple, a chaotic tempest of killing intent. Time passed and Kental's clear voice rang out, "What do you think?" He lifted his chin arrogantly and stepped out. Ken collapsed onto the cracked ground, trembling and weeping silently. My life's work. Amidst the crater of the battlefield, the two faced each other. Kental smiled at him in confusion. Ken, gaunt and tormented, cried out in his mind, "My sword technique!" Truly, there was nothing to say. This was bullying an old man. This young man was living too excessively. Returning to the story, the sword saint wept bitterly, muttering, "Impossible." Then wept pitifully. Kental folded his arms and sighed, calmly dropping a line. Your mental fortitude is weaker than I thought." He walked over leisurely, saying, "Your sword technique is truly magical." Gan, who was crying, froze. Kental bowed his head to look at him, speaking bluntly, "I was just swinging my axe fast. That wasn't genuine sword technique. The technique you just used wasn't just illusions, it was true sword technique." Ken listened in a daze while Kental stammered slightly, I cannot reach the true realm of the arcane law." He pursed his lips, thinking arrogantly, "That's right, my sword technique is still valuable. Combining illusion and reality into a definite entity is something only I can do in this world." Ken revived with a flame of determination, clenching his fists and thinking, "That's right, my technique is perfect. That barbarian is just a madman." Ken turned toward him, filled with resentment, thinking, what kind of madman can move so fast he becomes a blur in the air without using aura? That is not something a human can do. Suddenly, Kental asked, "Can you teach me the true meaning of this sword technique?" The sword saint froze, then quickly regained his senses. I apologize, I let my emotions get the better of me. I hope you can understand." "I understand." Ken calmed down, cleared his throat, and began explaining the true technique. "First of all, you must grasp how to control aura." He opened his palm, upon which a deep blue aura flame ignited. He continued, "But to control aura, you must first understand the arcane law. Whether it's a mage, a swordsman, or a wizard, no one can enter a higher realm without first awakening the arcane law. Only those who believe in gods are the exception." Kentaro curiously asked, "So divine power is something different?" The sword saint replied, "Their miracles come directly from the god they worship, having nothing to do with personal ability." He nodded, enlightened. Ken continued, "The arcane law is the potential power within every human. How one uses that power determines everything." Kenta looked at his hand radiating aura, thinking, so, to use aura, absorb mana, or control spirits, the foundation of all mystical power stems from understanding the arcane law. The arcane law has 5 different stages. Ken held up one finger, his face serious. The most basic is sensing the arcane law. It is the realm of recognizing, exploring, and experiencing the arcane law. He asked, "Not everyone can sense the arcane law, right?" Ken nodded. "That is a matter of course. Without talent, one cannot sense it. Those who can sense the arcane law, we call them the 3rd class level." He explained clearly, the ability to use the arcane law is divided into 5 levels. 3rd class is the 1st level. Kental recalled when Milna had explained it to him. Usually we classify them into third class, second class, first class, transcendent, and heroic. That statement matched. Those are the 5 main ranks of the arcane law. Kentaro thought to himself, oh, so that's it. In reality, this is just a classification method for easier understanding. Within the same level, there is still a large gap. The boundaries between those of the same level are not clear-cut. Just grasping this concept is enough. He was serious. I understand what you mean, he responded calmly. Then let's begin. Ken said bluntly, the first step of the arcane law is sensing the arcane law. Try to feel everything around you. Ken shut his eyes and took the lead, prompting Kentaro to close his eyes and focus as well. Receiving the technique was akin to awakening a new, unprecedented sense, so he needed to push his senses to their absolute limit. In his mind, he could hear the rustle of the plants outside, the wind whistling past, the warmth rising from the earth, and every minute movement in the air, including the sunlight above, and amid it all, he had to search for one unique presence. Kentaro sat in meditation, struggling to sense his surrounding. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, the connection severed. I don't see anything at all. Hearing this, Ken looked at him in confusion. The atmosphere became awkward as they stared at each other in bewilderment. Really, is that so? I had assumed that with your ability you would be able to sense it immediately. He pondered how those with potential usually gathered energy easily, though it wasn't a hard rule. Perhaps those strong individuals who lacked magic were actually more receptive to techniques, but maybe this guy was an exception. A true savage. Seeing this, the old man stroked his beard, his expression full of confusion. It must be the White Emperor's foreign matter. In his mind, Kentaro recalled the people back in his home village. I don't know, no one around me has ever felt something called a technique, as people from the wilderness are just like that. Seeing this, the man tried to explain. Actually, most people don't find it easy to grasp techniques either. Let me try channeling energy directly into you to open the path to the technique. Kentaro looked back in confusion, his eyes wide with admiration and excitement. You're going to transfer your internal energy. The old man nodded seriously, looking at him from such a close distance. His face lit up with excitement as he pointed at himself solemnly. All right, I'm mentally prepared. The old man confirmed with some hesitation. Ready, I'm ready. Ken stood up and walked behind Kentaro, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he warned him while rolling up his sleeves. Now relax your entire body, focus inward, and funnel all your sensations into your physical form. His hand touched Kentaro's back. Receive the magic I am channeling into you. The old man's expression darkened, filled with surprise. His arm went stiff. Is he really human? He imagined Kentaro's body as a solid block of stone. How tightly compressed is this muscle mass? Is he truly just a normal person? Kentaro felt nothing and was equally confused. Ken hurriedly pulled his hand back, startled. My apologies, my mind just wandered off for a second. Then he announced, let's begin. His hand pulsed with energy again, his eyes shut tight with confidence. I will jumpstart your internal energy flow. The key was to awaken the technique pathway within him, which shouldn't have been too difficult to find, while Kentaro focused intensely. Ken froze, his eyes rounded in confusion. What's wrong? His body stiffened while Kentaro hugged his knees and smiled excitedly in anticipation. I can't find the technique pathway in his body, no, more accurately. With an expression of pure disbelief, he shouted internally, I can't even touch it. As Kentaro continued to wait, Ken thought, it's like being submerged in water. No matter how much I expand my internal energy, I can't make contact with anything, as if I'm swimming in an abyss being crushed by the pressure of the deep. Finally, he closed his eyes and gave up. This isn't working. Ken cleared his throat, making Kentaro's eyes go wide with bewilderment. Kentaro looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. What do you mean it's not working? Are you saying I don't have the talent? Ken tried to explain. No, it's not like that. It's just that transferring internal energy into you isn't enough to locate the technique. He thought about the energy stifled within Kentaro's body. You have to find the pathway from within yourself and awaken your dormant power. Kentaro sat on the ground looking at him. I understand. But Ken said bluntly, I just can't find the path to your technique. He looked wide-eyed and stunned, his face blank with disbelief. Are you saying I can't receive the technique? The old man stood before him and reached out. No, not necessarily. I can't even determine if it exists or not. Kentaro raised his head. What do you mean? Ken affirmed, your body is wounded. Kentaro started and looked up. The old man calmly added, to find the technique, internal energy must permeate deep within, but your constitution is too dense. my internal energy simply cannot penetrate deep enough into you. He thought of the energy flow unable to budge a stone pinned to the sea floor. I've never seen this before. Does a pure constitution actually hinder internal energy? Kental also fell into thought and closed his eyes helplessly. Is even a sword saint powerless? His expression sad, he asked, so will I never be able to learn the technique? Ken replied, it's hard to say, I can't confirm it either way. After that, he suggested two paths to Kental. I don't even know if the pathway exists in you. You should find a sword saint more knowledgeable about internal energy or go to the mage tower. Next, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed sincerely. Regardless, I apologize. He looked at the old man too. No, it's fine. Kental touched his chin deep in thought. There's still hope, that's enough for today. Then he pushed off his knees and stood up. He smiled optimistically. I've learned a lot over the past few days and I'm very grateful. The old man looked at him, at a loss for words. He recalled those terrifying savages he had encountered before. Every savage I've ever met has been fierce and difficult to control. They were pillagers, drunks, and lived by violence, which was why society shunned them. But this person was different. Ken stared at him intently. Have you ever thought about joining this kingdom? Kental was perplexed. What do you mean? He reached out to explain. I mean swearing loyalty to the kingdom and receiving a title. With this strength you would rise very high and I am even willing to sponsor you. He clenched his fist. That's an interesting offer. But then he bowed his head. I refuse, I don't want to be tied down. On the other side, Ken had his own schemes. If I could win him over, perhaps I could even escape the Empire's control. Ken looked at him, puzzled. Is a title not attractive enough for you? Is that really not enough? His face darkened. Then he crossed his arms and smiled, stating his ideal to Ken. I choose to enjoy my own freedom. He started and realized. He looked up at him flustered. So, that's it, I understand. Kental looked at him confused, then smiled and reached out in a friendly gesture. Regardless, thank you, I won't forget this favor. Ken's gaze dropped. Inside the hallway, Ken walked alone. He was lost in thought, filled with shame. I'm such a fool. Then he recalled the sight of Kental, thinking he could control him even for a moment, but that was impossible. That savage only acts according to his own ideals. Collaborating with outsiders is something he can do, but it stops there as his inner self holds only his own notions. Then he recalled Kental's cheerful reply, unable to guess what he was thinking. Perhaps that made him even harder to fathom than any other barbarian. A person who came from the land of demons, a savage from the White Emperor. He remembered the barbarians he had met in the snowstorms. Ken muttered, Emperor. He looked up at the moon, wanting to invade the demon realm. What kind of conspiracy are you hatching? In Lu's room, the old man sat at the table with his chin in his hand, perplexed. Really, does the Emperor actually want to conquer the demon world? Ken sat opposite him, arms crossed, dissatisfied. I'm sacrificing myself in the name of scouting, but you still don't believe me, confirming again, are you telling the truth? He bowed his head and sighed with certainty. Of course, perhaps he thinks he is the reincarnation of an ancient emperor, but regardless, that is a matter for later. Ken's expression was serious as he crossed his arms. We haven't even fully secured human territory yet. Lu also looked down, understanding. It's only a matter of time. Lu also looked down, understanding. It's only a matter of time. Then Ken raised his head seriously. Right, this land belongs to the Empire. We could be summoned at any time, so it's best to be ready to respond. Lu replied, many thanks. He wearily leaned back in his chair, secretly thinking that the times were already chaotic, and now that the Emperor was half mad, it was a real headache. Hearing this, Lu was also startled. His gaze became sharp and cold. Could the rumors be true? He calmly confirmed, yes, the demons have started mobilizing their army. He widened his eyes in panic. Then Ken remembered the monsters. The hellish eruptions are also abnormal. I can't confirm it yet, but reports have come in that the demon realm's seal is leaking. Then he mentioned the devils and the white serpent. Whatever is happening, this is a catastrophe for humanity. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, come to think of it, perhaps the most bizarre thing is already among us. Lu also hung his head exactly. On the other side, Ken probed, what do you think? The old man was suspicious. I'm not sure. Then he thought of Huang more optimistically. At least he is not an opponent. But then he thought of Kental's frenzied image. Other than that, I have nothing more to say. The next morning, the sun shone across the city. Kental walked down the street feeling cheerful. Suddenly, he looked toward a woman and a child who were hugging each other and watching him in terror. leaving him confused. He turned his head and saw a man cowering against a wall to avoid him, which only made him more puzzled. He touched his chin, lost in thought. Are they afraid of me because of my clothes? He recalled meeting a couple while standing by a tree and showing off his new shirt, then concluded. Or is it because I'm not wearing fur so I don't look decent? A fur coat would be fine, but I don't look like a gentleman. They must think I'm crazy and don't want any trouble. But it turned out he had misunderstood. He frowned with determination. All right. Kentel clenched his fist, his face excited. I'll go buy some decent clothes. At the shop, clothes were hung on racks. Fabrics were neatly stacked. The door opened with a jingle of bells. The shopkeeper, who was measuring a mannequin, turned to look. Hello. His face turned pale with fear upon seeing Kentel. Opposite him, Kentel stared fixedly, his killer intent radiating unconsciously. I need to buy some clothes. The shopkeeper panicked internally. A savage. The shopkeeper stammered as he looked at him, tears streaming down in fear. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I don't have anything that fits your frame. Hearing this, Kentel crossed his arms, feeling troubled. That's annoying. So there's no other way? The man bowed his head and suggested. If you are willing to wait, our shop takes custom orders. Kentel smiled excitedly and accepted. Oh, is that so? Then do it. The shopkeeper looked up in confusion. Yes, of course, we'll notify you when it's done. In his heart, he imagined Kentel getting angry when the fit wasn't to his liking, being grabbed by the collar and glared at. You call this clothing? His face sank, lost deep in the past. Will I survive this? On his way to the guild, Kentel suddenly noticed something under his feet. What's this? A blue gem. Kentel picked it up and held it to the sunlight, curious. A gem. Inside the gem it sparkled. He narrowed his eyes and exclaimed. Then he put it in his side pouch. All right then, I'll ask the guild. At the trading guild, Kentel asked Ra, do you know what this is? Rosa, the guild receptionist, dazed, took the gem. I picked it up on my way here. Kentel sat opposite, arms crossed, looking not like a regular sphere. Rosa stammered, I understand. She carefully examined the gem. It didn't look like a gemstone. The surface was extremely smooth, as if someone had crafted it. She stared intently at the sparkling blue gem in her hand, her eyes gradually becoming hazy. There was no insignia or title to be found. Why does it give off such a sense of value? Suddenly, the sound of a finger snap brought her back to reality. Rosa startled and snapped away. She looked up at Kentel blank-faced. He withdrew his hand and asked, are you all right? She was still dazed. What do you mean? Kentel explained, you looked like the sphere hypnotized you. She was still foggy. Kentel shook his head. Yeah, forget it, just ignore it. Rosa looked awkwardly toward the stone and suggested, even so, this sphere is very hard to understand. I feel a bizarre energy flowing from it. Do you want me to have an expert appraise it? He smiled and excitedly declined. I appreciate it, but I'll figure it out myself. That's where the fun is. He changed the subject, crossed his arms, and smiled. By the way, is there any work today? She replied quickly. Yes, please wait a moment, let me get the quest board. Rosa placed the quest board and pushed it toward him. Cleaning the streets, clearing the sewers, weeding, digging potatoes. Kentel excitedly grabbed the quest board. That day, a bag of money was placed on the table. Kentel lay back with his hands behind his head, laughing happily. Another glorious day. Then he took the blue gem out to look at it, serious. What on earth is this? He recalled the way Rosa had been captivated by the gem, looking like she was going crazy over it, which left him suspicious. Does it have some kind of power? He widened his eyes. A voice echoed in his mind, making him jump to his feet. The gem emitted a black aura. Find me. Kentel was confused. Why did I just hear a voice from the sphere? Then, undressed, he curiously followed the gem into the night. It kept repeating, find me, making him even more confused. Where was it trying to lead him? He closed his eyes, thinking of the directional arrows appearing in his head. Now it was projecting a map like some kind of control spell. Kentel looked at the gem emitting a black aura in his palm. It urged him, find me. He calmed down and huffed. Then he returned to his room, looking out the window excitedly. All right then, let's go. By a bush, Kentel pulled it aside, the voice still echoing. Find me, he sighed. I said I'm coming already, shut up. He stood before a path. He looked up HMPH. Ahead was a pitch-black cave. Is this the place? Kentel smiled. Inside, a skeleton opened its glowing blue eyes, realizing something. The voice echoed again, find me. He wasn't afraid and entered the cave. I'm here, the person behind the voice growled. Amidst the chains, energy tracked him, causing his image to appear. Another sacrifice enters. This time it's a dull savage, at least he's big enough. The gem on the staff glowed brightly. The skeleton grinned smugly, its body emitting a blue light as it decided, "That's enough, 10 living souls." He sat inside a magic circle, one hand holding the staff, the other channeling energy with the sacrificial altar behind him. He wondered, is this really an illusion? Can even resurrection be achieved? Long ago, during a chaotic era when many kingdoms collapsed, a wicked sorcerer stood behind it all. A villain who manipulated emotions, controlled the minds of countless kings, sparked wars, and brought entire realms to their knees. But his ultimate cruelty was eventually exposed, and he was struck down by heroes. However, just before his defeat, he transferred his soul into a living vessel, becoming a lich. He became a necromancer, an immortal entity that would endure until destroyed. With a savage, wicked laugh, he raised his skeletal hand to cast his spells. Thus, the evil sorcerer who once conquered the world became a lich and began plotting his own resurrection. His dark magic spread into every corner, and the resurrection ritual required a vast amount of life force. He settled near a remote estate, releasing hypnotic orbs to harvest sacrifices bit by bit. Those orbs acted as the mana cores necessary for the resurrection. The stones emitted a shimmering glow amidst currents of wicked, deadly energy. With immense power, he intended to conquer the world once again, fueled by madness and ambition. That goal was nearly complete. In his deep, gravelly voice, he muttered, "What is a savage doing here?" The peaceful scene of the carpenter's village was filled with abundant vitality. "This is a secluded territory I chose to gather power, a hidden place where the masses wouldn't notice me." That was why the appearance of a savage here was abnormal. Kentel's blurry form was projected into his view. The sorcerer watched the magical flame tracking Kentel, his mind full of wicked schemes. "Those creatures from the north have come quite far, haven't they? Given your size, you'll make an excellent sacrifice. I placed a special effect on the orb. It only hypnotizes those ignorant of the mysteries. Anyone ensnared by the orb here will never grasp the truth." His skeletal hand released the magic orb into the cavern, and he laughed nonchalantly. "Come here, savage, and become a stepping stone for my glorious resurrection ritual." Time passed and the scene shifted. Kentel stood before a massive wooden door which was likely twice his own height. He slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Kentel's eyes widened in surprise. The lich's pitch-black eye sockets flared with light, and his skeletal hand tightened around his staff. The sorcerer stood leisurely on a high platform, having waited for him for a long time. Kentel stared, speechless, and blurted out in astonishment, "It's a real lich." In his imagination, a lich wearing black robes and holding a staff looked like a priest from an ancient civilization, the peak state a top-tier sorcerer could achieve, an entity that always appeared in fantasy stories as a villain. "I never expected to meet a real-life lich." Seeing him standing there like a statue, the sorcerer asked suspiciously, "Who are you? Don't tell me you weren't hypnotized by the orb." Kentel finally snapped out of it and chuckled with realization, "So that's how you trick people into coming here." Beneath his feet lay scattered, bleached white bones. The lich went silent. The sorcerer was baffled by the situation and pondered, "What is this? I can't sense any mystery from him, which means he's just a common savage." "If that were the case," he said with a sarcastic, rasping voice, "you must be carrying an artifact that protects your mind, a high-level one that I cannot even detect. I don't know how a savage could possess something like that." But the sorcerer's tone turned mocking. "It seems you just got lucky and picked it up somewhere," Kentel retorted, denying it. "I don't have anything like that." The sorcerer didn't believe him and said, "You think you can fool me?" After speaking, he channeled his magical power. The stone atop his staff emitted white, swirling beams of light. They shone down onto the bones scattered on the ground. He continued, "If you had obediently let yourself be enchanted by my orb, you would have died a painless death." The sorcerer's voice turned harsh, "But now, I will annihilate you." Immediately, the white bones on the floor rose from their limp, scattered state. His voice grew cruel, "Rise, my soldiers." No sooner had he spoken than a skeletal soldier lunged forward aggressively, sword in hand. Kentel thought to himself, "A dungeon with a hidden evil lich. Ha!" The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. "I've roughly understood what's going on here." The skeleton soldier leaped up, its hollow eyes filled with malice as it prepared to swing its sword. But before it could even strike, and no one even saw when Kentel made his move, he kept a cold expression and smashed his fist directly into its head. The sorcerer jumped in shock. The skeleton soldier immediately collapsed to the side, its skull shattered into 3 pieces and then slowly disintegrated into dust. Kental waved his hand and judged coldly, "You're more shallow than I thought." The lick was momentarily wary and fell silent. But the sorcerer quickly regained his composure and spoke arrogantly, "Let's see if that mouth can still blather after your limbs are severed." He raised his hand and magic flowed like water, pulling the skeleton soldiers back to life to stand before him. His voice was raspy, "As long as you're still alive, that is all that matters." "Take him down," the sorcerer commanded. Instantly, the entire group of skeletons charged toward Kental. Kental tightened his fists, the force of his grip even causing them to crack. With a cold face, he threw a punch, and the skeleton on the right was instantly sent flying backward. Kental lunged forward again, his left hand smashing into the head of the skeleton on the left. Finally, he threw a kick that left the skeleton in front of him with no time to react. He kept attacking as if he had a homing system locked onto their skulls, hitting them dead on. Every strike was a precise, lethal knockout blow. The sorcerer gasped in horror as he watched the white bones slowly fade away. Kental stood up slowly and calmly said, "It's just as they say, if you lose your head, you die." He rubbed the back of his head, bored, and evaluated the lick. "I thought at least you could command death knights or zombies, but are you really this weak?" The words hit the sorcerer's pride like a critical strike. The sorcerer's voice was heavy. "You bastard, I've had enough of playing games." Kental looked confused. The magic stone on the staff in his hand glowed brilliantly. He rasped, "Oh, waken!" A source of magical power quickly enveloped the skeletons, transforming them into armored ghost knights. Kental was startled. Those are skeleton knights. The magic had recreated them perfectly. Standing before him was a skeleton soldier clad in full armor, wielding both a shield and a sword. He was slightly surprised. "I didn't expect to meet a skeleton knight here." Kental remembered the previous skeleton knight and became even more expectant. Since it was created by a lick, the structure might be a bit different. This is getting more and more interesting. Suddenly, the sorcerer's hand unleashed more magical energy, which erupted violently. "Kill him." The skeleton knight obeyed the order, lunging forward immediately with immense power. Kental squeezed his fists excitedly and laughed. A knight created by a lick. Before he could even wait, the skeleton knight swung its sword fiercely. Kental said flatly, "I'm curious to see how this one fights." In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance and decisively delivered a blow straight into its gut. A powerful follow-up punch sent the skeleton knight flying all the way to the base of the wall. A deafening boom echoed through the chamber. Dust and smoke filled the air, and if one looked closely, fragments of armor and a shattered shield could be seen flying from the shockwave. As the white smoke began to clear, the dark silhouette of the skeleton knight was still faintly visible in the air. It was tattered, yet still possessed a suicidal will. Kental admitted, "It's tougher than I thought." The sorcerer's eye sockets glowed with a blinding blue light, his voice deep and raspy. "Take this, my ultimate dark magic." Currents of magic wrapped around the skeleton knight, and its power exploded. Just then, another skeleton soldier rushed in with a terrifying appearance. Kental exclaimed, "What is that now?" The skeleton soldier prepared to attack. Kental's hand clenched tightly. He then threw a heavy punch into its face. It was sent flying backward. A loud explosion echoed once more, leaving only smoke and dust behind. Kental observed the situation seriously, while the sorcerer was startled and panicked. After a while, the dust finally settled. Kental stomped hard on a skeletal hand and spoke, "That was unusual. But it doesn't seem that different." At that moment, the sorcerer questioned, "Who are you?" He thought to himself, "I can't sense any mystery or magic from this savage at all. If he were using an artifact, I should at least be able to feel a little mana, but there's nothing." He wondered, is this truly his raw power? Did he defeat a knight using only physical strength? The sorcerer blurted out, "You are truly special." Kental looked toward him, startled. The sorcerer's skeletal hand gripped his weapon. "Very well, I shall face you myself. Consider this an honor." Immediately, a wave of dark power emanated, engulfing the entire space. Kental was panicked. He was now submerged in darkness. 2 eyes glowed brightly within it. "Are you afraid? Yes, be afraid of me, savage. You will pay the price for trespassing into my sacred land." Unexpectedly, Kental replied calmly, "No, I just came here because the orb called to me." "Aren't you the one who distributed that orb?" Hearing this, the sorcerer broke out in a cold sweat, because those who came to this place were indeed drawn by the magic he had dispersed through the orb, and Kental was no exception. He screamed in fury, "Shut your mouth, savage. I am a great and supreme sorcerer. I destroyed the southern kingdom and battled the heroes." Hearing this, Kental remembered the elf queen, Maria Haja Kaja, the name was longer than 2 lines, was that the trend in this world. The sorcerer continued to unleash his dark power, becoming the stepping stone for Taji's resurrection. That disgusting wave of power was launched straight at Kental. It looked both mystical and powerful, but he just watched it calmly. Kental's eyes swirled, and the magic used to control human emotions surged toward him. It brought forth negative emotions that consumed the victim until their mind shattered. This was the signature magic of dark sorcerers, extremely powerful compared to the amount of mana consumed. An ordinary savage shouldn't even be able to control this power, becoming completely helpless before true magic. The sorcerer calculated continuously, what should I do next? What is different about this savage? He doesn't look like he's carrying any special artifacts. Then the sorcerer snapped his fingers, I will take him with me and study him. Immediately, the skeleton soldiers lying on the ground moved again. Controlled, they approached Kental. Kental quickly changed his footing. The skeletons grew even stronger. Suddenly, Kental's eyes flashed. He unleashed a powerful kick, sending a skeleton flying into the air. Its skull was knocked off as well. Kental remained calm. Meanwhile, the sorcerer was terrified and in disbelief. No, how can the mind control spell be ineffective? Kental asked back, do you just know how to stand there and watch, then try to capture me with some dry bones? How boring. He showed clear disappointment, and even let out a sigh. The words pierced the sorcerer's heart like an arrow. Humans are creatures that act based on emotions, and even powerful supernatural beings have deep-seated negative emotions in their hearts. That is why they cannot escape emotion control magic. However, Kental questioned, can't you use magic like fireballs or magic missiles? The sorcerer replied, I don't know how you're still standing, but how dare you compare my magic to those low-level spells? Then his eye sockets brightened, aura gather, O murky stream. Regardless of your form, become a wave that swallows the world and causes chaos to the intangible realm. As he spoke, the Lick raised his staff and a mysterious power manifested. Seeing this, Kental wasn't worried. His eyes instead sparkled with light. The strange demonic power flooded the space. Then a skeletal hand reached out, only to be swallowed by the demonic wave. Kental remained standing in place. As the demonic wave swept over his body, it gradually vanished into thin air. The Lick opened his mouth and roared, laughing, ha ha, the victory is mine. He was extremely triumphant, but the next second a mouthful of invisible blood sprayed from his throat. Cough, ha ha, cough, cough. His body collapsed to the ground. The Lick grimaced, thinking to himself, I overdid it. I used up everything except the mana needed to maintain my body, but with that move he must certainly be finished. Just then Kental's voice sounded, startling him. That was impressive. He appeared nonchalantly right before him. Kental asked coldly, but is that really all you've got? The Lick was terrified, his expression twisted and distorted as he screamed in his heart, even that move didn't work. I used the strongest dark magic among all the mind control spells. Even a great hero would have had their mind torn apart if they had taken that hit directly. What kind of monster are you? Kental looked down at his own hands and said calmly, that move was impressive, but I didn't feel any difference at all. If that's your strongest move. As he spoke, he drew his weapon. Kental swung his axe, his gaze cold. Now it must be my turn. The Lick cried out in panic, stop. Kental asked, what is it? He continued, you came here and you already knew who I was. Exactly, everything is clear now. But the more Kental heard, the more confused he became. What is wrong with him? The Lick suddenly opened his mouth and laughed heartily, full of excitement. Ha ha ha, the Empire, are you that afraid of me? I must admit, your intelligence system is truly formidable to have found me so quickly. But I will return, I will destroy your swords and rule the world once again. HMPH, I once heard that the Empire has a training school for humans that produces countless freaks. That savage must be a product of that place. A sword forged only to destroy me, a killer sent by the Empire. He laughed more and more manically and shouted, anyway. I am Keto's Brantum Lessie. I will destroy you savages and overthrow the Empire. Kental stared at the action with a blank face, his head full of question marks. Is he crazy? At this moment, an invisible vessel radiated an intense surge of power. Kental's expression became peculiar. The Lick roared, offer your body to me. The stream of power surged directly into Kental. His eyes rolled back, blank and filled with confusion. The Lick calculated internally. I have invaded the savage's body and will swallow his soul whole. If I cannot become a lick again after this, I will be trapped in this body forever. I have no other choice, heh heh heh. The lick was extremely smug, thinking this body now belonged to him. As he shifted into Kentel's consciousness, the lick suddenly felt something wrong. What is this? Is this the internal world of the savage? I have never seen anything like this. Something is wrong, and just standing here is enough to make my mind chaotic and shatter. Could it be the Empire? Immediately after, the image that terrified him appeared. The lick clutched his head and screamed in agony. Arg, no, it's not the Empire. Even the Empire couldn't create this. Kentel now appeared as a giant, completely manipulating him. Everything became chaotic and the lick panicked to the extreme. No, my mind is collapsing. Outside, Kentel scratched his head with a bewildered expression. What just happened? He did something to himself and suddenly collapsed. That black vortex looked quite powerful, but that was all. Isn't a lick supposed to be the highest evolutionary form of a mage? I was even curious to see what kind of magic he would use. Kentel clenched his fist and remarked seriously, turns out the liches in this world aren't scary at all. Anyway, I've cleared the dungeon, now it's time to collect my reward. As he spoke, Kentel bent down to pick up the magic staff. It glowed as he cast a spell. Does this thing help with magic? If I possess it, can I use magic too? He wondered, then suddenly pulled the blue stone off the staff and went blank again. A second later, he laughed happily and put it in his bag. Better to stash it away. Suddenly he realized something. Since it belonged to the lick, could this be a soul container? Kentel looked down at the jar rolling on the floor, picked it up and told himself, I should ask Jossa to take a look. Then he looked around. All right, I think I've gathered enough rewards, but something is off. His eyes suddenly widened. In front of him, a giant circular symbol appeared on the wall. Kentel reached out, wondering, what's this? Could it be a hidden room? His finger pressed on a spot. The hidden door immediately activated. Kentel watched in shock as the wall collapsed. When it completely crumbled, he stepped inside. Inside were many people who had lost consciousness, yet they were still standing firm. There were so many of them. This was the lick's secret sacrificial chamber. Kentel's eyes rounded and he broke into a sweat. It turns out it was real. But he kept walking forward. He observed the people inside, questioning, who are these people? Kentel waved his hand in front of one person and spoke up. Hello. Then he called to another, is anyone there? No one reacted. He rubbed his chin in thought. What should I do now? Finally, he decided to turn back. All right, I'll head back to the territory for now. When I report the situation, they'll surely send someone to handle it. As he walked, Kentel happily calculated. Very quickly, he returned to the territory, and the doorbell rang. Kentel stepped inside, and Rosa, who was working, was astonished to see him. She stood up and greeted him with a smile. Ah, Mr. Kentel, you're back quite early today. Kentel smiled in response, just had a few things to take care of. Rosa asked with a question mark, what kind of things? Kentel smiled mysteriously. Ah, it's about the sphere I showed you yesterday. After hearing that, Rosa sighed. Oh, come on, don't joke around. I'm not joking. She just laughed it off, not believing it in her heart. There are only 5 liches in the entire world. Would one really appear in this remote place? Just then, Kentel placed the jar on the table in front of Rosa. She was startled, her eyes wide. Kentel's eyes lit up. I brought back a jar that looks like a lick soul container. Can you take a look at it? Rosa froze like a statue. With a serious expression, she felt a shock deep inside. He wasn't joking. She gasped, looking at the dark jar. What on earth was going on? Kentel suddenly remembered something and continued. Oh, one more thing, there are still a few people inside. I intended to bring them out, but their minds were completely shattered, so I had to leave them. It's best if the guild sends someone to check. Hearing this, Rosa screamed, excuse me. She fell silent, eyes wide, lost in deep thought. Thinking back, there had been several disappearances in the territory recently, but there was no information on finding them, if the cause was a lick. Just thinking about it, Rosa panicked and slammed the table. Wait, hold on, I'll call someone immediately. Immediately after, the captain appeared, kicking the door open. What on earth happened? A lick, what are you saying? Kentel was oblivious and politely raised his hand in greeting. Oh, hello. He waved his hand dismissively. Everything is settled, nothing to worry about. He stood helpless. Wait, what do you mean? As soon as the story ended, he shouted in horror. Is it Cos Branny Ukes? Kentel nodded. Yeah, I think that's his name. Do you know him? He jumped, panicking as he shouted. Of course I know him. Cos Brandulas Kessi, a mage who dominated the world over a century ago, the founder of mind control magic, causing endless chaos. He made kings lose their minds and invade each other, pushing 5 kingdoms to the brink of extinction. and that person appeared here as a lick. Is this for real? Kental looked as innocent as a deer in headlights as he recounted the story concisely. Right, but he wasn't scary at all. He was just a sneaky guy doing weird tricks and then died on his own. He couldn't believe his ears. What are you talking about? Thousands of questions flooded his head. How could the body of a mage like Koss destroy itself? I want a clearer explanation. Kental rubbed his chin, racking his brain for a logical answer. Even if you ask me that, I have nothing more to add. He began to go numb from the sudden, unexpected events. Not wanting to beat around the bush, he turned away. Wait here for a moment, I'm going to report to the Lord. A few short minutes passed in a daze. What the hell is going on? A lick right near my territory. Lu asked back to be sure. Is it definitely a lick or some other type of monster? Kental truthfully recounted the whole story, quoting the rescued people. It doesn't seem wrong, sir, we even have clear evidence. The ancient jar was placed out and the captain fell silent in thought. Do you mean the soul treasure? A lick of that caliber hiding near the territory without anyone knowing. The Empire might send investigators at any time, and with Lord Ken away, it was a real mess. Without thinking much more, he slammed the table and stood up. Get ready to send a letter reporting everything to the capital. He looked out the window and replied softly, yes. Then he whispered, but perhaps we are still lucky. The captain nodded. Indeed, if the savage hadn't discovered him, I fear we would have been the first victims. In some dark corner, Koss's demonic shadow appeared again. Koss was likely in the stage of preparing to resurrect as a lick, so it's highly possible he concluded, everything is too dangerous, that's exactly right. Lu looked far out the window, letting his mind calculate more. Regardless, this is a significant achievement. We must reward that savage appropriately, as long as it's within the territory's capabilities. Before long, the sky brightened, the first rays of sun shining into the large room as a panicked cry rang out. Lord, Lord. Someone's feet stepped down, putting on slippers. Dressing neatly, I am awake, let them in. The palace door creaked open. The maid rushed in with a look of terror. Lord, the sun god's investigator, Lord Aquas, has arrived in the territory. Lu widened his eyes in surprise. What? In the parlor, a white-haired girl was sitting and waiting. Lu ran over with messy hair. What is the meaning of this? Why is she here? That girl was indeed the sun god's investigator, the most powerful person on the continent. Even the Empire respected the sun god's church. She had authority far beyond a border lord. So why would someone like her be here? Aquas opened the conversation. The territory has been quite turbulent lately. Lu spoke bluntly and firmly. There was a small problem in the dungeon, but it has been handled. In his head, he thought, so she didn't come here because of the lick. Then he probed, may I ask the reason for this visit? She thought for a moment before stating her purpose. I came to discuss a divine vessel. Lu's eyes widened in surprise, however, before going into detail. Aquas wanted to know more about what had happened in this territory recently. Lu hung his head, finding it hard to speak. But eventually, he told her everything. Aqua's face changed. Savage, do you mean this person defeated a lick? Lu admitted it, adding a few more details. That's right, and it might have been Koss Brandy Eula's Kessie. His horrific image appeared. Aquas was fearful, muttering, what, that person is here. To be sure, the ancient jar was placed right before her eyes, Koss's soul vessel. Aquas turned pale. What on earth is going on? She clutched the sun necklace on her neck to calm her anxiety. Everything fell into silence. That savage is still in this territory, isn't he? Lu's reply hit Aquas like a bucket of cold water. He is still in this land. Aquas frowned, anxiously asking again, that savage defeated Koss, is that really possible? Lu confirmed firmly. It is true, he is quite strong, even Lord Can was defeated by him. Aquas realized that the future would see a major change, a new power had arisen. Which tribe does that savage belong to? Lu pursed his lips, his voice low. He said he came from the snowy ice plains. Kental's image appeared in Aqua's mind, full of suspicion. Snowy ice plains? Do you mean he is a savage from that wasteland? How could someone from there appear here? Could it be that he is the reason I was sent here? Lu heard that whisper and paid attention. What? After that, she requested, that savage, can I meet him? At the same time, in a quiet room, Kental held the stone, emitting a dark purple light. Curious, how exactly do you use this thing? It looks like a magic tool for magic. Anyway, I'll ask a mage later. Suddenly he remembered. It's time. Just then, someone outside called. The sun god's investigator requests to see you. The location is the cathedral. He instructed, when you meet her, please show respect. Kental laughed, don't worry, I know. Seeing his normal expression, he was confused. But he moved on. It's good that you understand, let's go. In this world, gods truly exist, bestowing power directly and even manifesting in the world. The places where they are worshipped are called cathedrals. What makes the cathedral here different? Walking for a while they arrived, and he signaled to Kental. We've arrived. This is the sun god's cathedral. He let Kental enter by himself where someone would guide him. Thank you, sir. Kental walked in alone, astonished by the magnificence. The goddess statue was displayed gorgeously. Seats were arranged neatly, and the space was quiet and sacred. The priests walked up to greet him. Welcome, Mr. Kental. Investigator Aquas is waiting, please follow me. Kental was amazed by the scene. Ah, all right. After a long while, Aquas spoke up. I am very pleased to meet you. I am Aquas, the investigator for the sun god. Kental replied confidently, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am the savage, Kental. Internally, he thought, is this the investigator? She's so young. But she is clearly very powerful. Aquas was startled by that cheeky smile, wondering what it meant. Seeing her silence, Kental spoke up. What is it you wanted to see me about? Aquas lowered her head. It's about the recent dungeon incident. The Twos, the sorcerer you said you defeated, had committed countless crimes across the continent before finally turning into a lick. Only powerful heroes would be capable of facing him. Kental recalled the creature he had just fought. I've heard of him, but the Koss I met was just a struggling, solitary lick. He didn't have enough power and ended up self-destructing. I know it might be hard to believe, but I'm just recounting what I witnessed. Aquas suggested, then would you agree to let my god directly witness this conversation? Kental asked in surprise. Witness it. Aquas explained, that's right, if you lie in his presence the god will react. Kental began to understand, a form of interrogation using divine power. She was extremely guarded while speaking with him. Even though he wasn't a typical savage, he was still a savage and there was no way he would agree to this. Aquas offered him a choice. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable, you may refuse. Kental's eyes lit up and he excitedly agreed immediately. Why would I refuse such a request? This is the perfect opportunity for me to experience divine power. Kental accepted Aqua's offer. She probed again. Are you sure? He nodded. I'm sure. Go ahead and start. Even Aqua's was dissatisfied with his expression. What? Is he actually excited? She asked repeatedly. Doesn't this make you afraid? What do you mean? Kental asked, surprised. She repeated, when a god is watching you. Kental innocently asked, why should I be bothered? I have nothing to hide. I haven't told a single lie in my life. Without further argument, Aquas closed her eyes and began, ah, I see. Then let's begin. Oh, the god I serve, the one who watches from the highest realm, the ruler of the brilliant sun, please use your eyes to expose all lies in this place. The strange, otherworldly gaze revealed itself as it began to glow. A brilliant beam of light shone straight down from the heavens onto the church roof. The light surprised Kental. What is this? I can feel it now. A presence far beyond my imagination, truly magnificent, an existence that cannot be described in human language. He felt confused while facing it. A dim light enveloped the place where they sat. Fortunately, what Aquas feared did not happen. Thank heavens there was no reaction. Then let us begin. From now on, within this pillar of light, no lie shall be permitted to exist. Kental was delighted and agreed, I understand. Aquas and Kental sat across from each other, chatting under the gaze of the sun god. After listening to Kental's account, Aquas watched him intently, thinking, he is explaining the process of conquering the dungeon exactly as he said before. Without a single negative reaction, Aquas continued to ponder, understanding that everything Kental said was the truth. She shifted the subject to another angle. Perhaps the Twos were severely weakened while preparing for the resurrection. If the Koss had still been able to use his magic, this savage wouldn't be here anymore. He is truly lucky. While she was thinking, Kental suddenly asked, have you cleared all your doubts yet? Aquas started, stared at him with wide eyes and quickly nodded. She placed her hand on her chest and said slowly, yes, it is done. Thank you, please forgive my rudeness. Kental replied politely, it's fine, I found it exciting as well. Upon hearing this, Aquas asked cautiously, then, could I finally ask you something private? Kental quickly replied, of course. Aquas hesitated for a moment, and still decided to ask, do you truly come from the ice crystal plains? Kental looked at her, slightly startled, then replied nonchalantly, that's right. Aquas still didn't believe him and asked again, "Are you really from there?" At this moment, Aqua's complexion shifted slightly, and she looked at him with worried eyes, thinking, could he be the gray savage from the Empire's legends? This time, Kental didn't answer but asked instead, "Then let me ask you a question in return. Why did you come to this land?" The unexpected question made Aqua's stammer. She lowered her head slightly, avoiding his gaze. "I have my own personal business to attend to here." Kental casually continued, "Is that personal business to confirm whether or not I am an unclean being?" Hearing this, Aquas felt uneasy but remained calm and answered, "I don't know what you are talking about." Kental reflected on the fact that he had just faced the divine eye, and resting his chin on his hand, he shared his thoughts. "I'm not sure, but isn't a god personally watching over this a bit much just to detect a lie?" Aquas frowned slightly, closed her eyes, and felt deeply conflicted. "I want to say that's not it, but under the divine eye, all lies are forbidden." Finally, she spoke and admitted, "You're right." Kental exclaimed and asked, "So you were targeting me from the start?" Aquas looked at him and asserted firmly, "That is not the case." She recalled when she had first arrived, kneeling in the church with her hands on her chest, and explained there was a prophecy. "When I arrived here, I thought you might be the person mentioned in it, but as you can see, that was the result." This time, Aquas bowed her head again, placed her hand on her chest, and said sincerely, "I apologize, I hid my true intentions." Kental looked at her and replied nonchalantly, "It's okay, I found it interesting in my own way. Let me ask you one more thing, what did that prophecy say?" She looked up at Kental, stunned, clutching her necklace, hesitating as she thought that normally she shouldn't reveal this to someone she didn't truly trust. But in the end, Aquas still told him. The prophecy made the atmosphere of the conversation more mysterious than ever. No one knew what Aquas had revealed to Kental. Those words left him stunned in surprise. The dialogue soon came to a close, and before long the sky had turned pitch black. Aquas stood before the window, deep in thought. In the quiet space, there was suddenly the sound of rapid footsteps approaching. Aquas heard them and glanced behind her. It was the Lord, who walked toward her with a stern expression. The Lord clasped his hands behind his back and spoke, "You seem to be troubled." Aquas nodded in admission, "That's right, I met with him, but it only made my thoughts more confused." Hearing this, he asked curiously, "Who is he, after all?" Aquas decided to keep the secret, her sharp gaze fixed out the window, her voice firm. "He is undoubtedly a savage from the ice crystal plains." Upon hearing this, the Lord asked in shock, "Is that really true?" Aquas replied, "That's right, we have no news from inside the ice crystal plains, but that is a confirmed fact." The Lord fell silent, thinking to himself, "I had hoped that was just a false rumor, but in the end the truth is undeniable." His voice dropped, "If this spreads, the whole world will be shaken." The Lord thought of the ice crystal plains, and the Emperor worried. If the Emperor takes action personally, just imagine the chaos. As he was pondering, Aquas spoke up, "You don't need to worry about that." The statement made his eyes widen in surprise. Aquas was silent, her heart filled with chaotic thoughts. The relationship between savages and those who serve the gods had never been good. Because of that, the fact that they were growing stronger was not something she could laugh off. The Lord set that matter aside and asked, "By the way, what exactly was written in the prophecy that you had to meet him in private?" She replied slowly, "I needed to confirm one thing." The Lord wondered, "What do you mean by confirm?" Aquas turned to look outside, sharing her thoughts, to see if he is a pure human or just something pretending to be one. The Lord, standing behind her, exclaimed, "Good heavens, what exactly was written in the prophecy?" Aquas answered cautiously, "The prophecy stated that." Her gaze was sharp, her face serious. Those prophetic words could not be taken lightly. After hearing it, the Lord's expression was also surprised. He stammered, "How could that be?" The morning sun shone through the window, a steaming cup of tea resting on the table. The Lord asked Kental, "Are you still doing well?" Kental replied carefree, "Thanks to you, I'm living quite well in the territory." He wondered, "So why did you call me here again?" His voice became solemn, "As the Lord, I have something I want to say." Kental crossed his arms and said easily, "I'm not really bothered." The Lord then said, "It's not an apology, but I have prepared a reward for your merits in saving the territory." Having said that, he brought out an item. Upon seeing that item, Kental's eyes widened. With his surprise clearly visible, the Lord placed a large bag on the table and said seriously, "We are presenting the reward that the Lord has granted." Looking at the tightly tied bag, Kental thought to himself, "A container, a leather bag." He said gently, "It's not an ordinary leather bag, go ahead and check it yourself." Kental's eyes were full of surprise, thinking, this is an enchanted item in the form of a bag. Seeing him open it, the Lord explained, You can store any number of items as long as there is empty space inside the bag. Kental looked deep into the bag, seeing an immensely vast space inside, estimated to be the size of an entire room. He pondered, enchanted item, an object created through magic. Kental stared at the bag, thinking, this is the first time I've seen an enchanted item in real life. He said again, even if an item is larger than the bag's opening, you can still fit in as many as you like. Hearing this, Kental picked up a large axe, thinking to himself, in this case, let's try it with an item and see. Looking at the axe, which was too large for the bag, Kental thought to himself, it doesn't look like it will fit from the outside. But after bringing the axe to the bag's opening, it was automatically sucked inside. He exclaimed in surprise. The Lord continued to instruct him on how to use it. If he wanted to take anything out, he only needed to reach his hand into the bag and visualize the item. Kental listened and followed suit, and indeed he was able to take it out. His eyes sparkled and he excitedly exclaimed, "That's truly amazing!" Contrary to his excitement, the Lord's voice was calm. "This is a gift I send to you in return for saving the territory. I hope you like it." Kental quickly replied, "Like it? I love it. I will definitely put it to good use." Hearing this, he smiled and said slowly, "Seeing you happy makes me happy as well." He wasn't happy for long before he worried again. "All right, I think this matter can end here. The rest is just the prophecy." In his heart, he asked himself, what exactly is going on in this distant land? In another world, different species from the demon world were overflowing into the world, and standing before Asisha, his face was stern. It seems something is unfolding in the world. The Lord also broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, perhaps everything is related to this prophecy. He remembered the words Aquas had once said while standing by the window. The prophecy stated that evil would descend, a great evil would fall and spread throughout the world. The Va-Can territory was a network connecting countless villages, so the villages were still in contact with one another. Then one day, contact with one village was suddenly cut off. Initially, no one thought much of it. But as many days passed without any news, a nearby village sent people to investigate. They never returned either. Upon hearing the news, the Lord sent guards, but they didn't come back either. Only then did the Lord realize that something serious was happening. Rosa raised a finger and asked, "What request do we have today?" "There is an urgent request today," someone answered. Kental crossed his arms and asked, "What's it about?" Rosa answered immediately, "Go and verify the situation in a village that has lost contact." Seeing him still sitting there blankly, she conveyed the information. "A few days ago, a village stopped responding entirely. You just need to go and check the situation. It's a simple starting task, but the pay is very generous." Hearing the words generous pay, Kental rested his chin on his hand, his face bright. "I like tasks like that. I'll take this one." Seeing his excited expression, Rosa thought to herself, "Just as I expected." Seeing his excited expression, Rosa thought to herself, "Just as I expected." H looked tired, leaning against a tree trunk. She walked forward with heavy steps. Suddenly, a voice sounded. H started, looked toward it, and cried out in panic. Kental appeared before H and smirked. H observed him from top to bottom and said suspiciously, "Your clothes." Kental waved his hand and replied, "I just had a new set made. The old one I was wearing was torn to shreds." H stared in awe and praised, "The design looks quite unique." Kental wasn't shy about showing it off either. "I designed it myself," H replied. "That's truly impressive." Suddenly, H remembered and asked, "Are you taking on this task too?" Kental crossed his arms and nodded with satisfaction. "That's right, I couldn't miss an interesting task like this." Hearing that confidence, H thought to herself, "Just as I thought, he really is special." Seeing Kental go alone, H wondered, "But why are you going alone? Aren't your group members coming with you?" Kental suddenly remembered his two group members, are Alexandro and Cassin, not participating. H analyzed calmly, "They must have received the task details, perhaps they refused to participate." Hearing this, Kental only replied, "I understand." Having said that, he looked around and saw 3 people in the distance, then fell into deep thought. "Fewer people than I thought." Kental rested his chin on his hand and thought, "The task is simple, but the pay is high. I thought there would be a lot of people signing up, yet there are fewer than 10 people in total. It really is a dangerous task." He turned to ask H, "But so what? The task itself seems simple enough." H pondered and analyzed. "True, it sounds simple, but the pay is too high. There are rumors that the guards who went never returned, So in the end, this isn't a simple task. Kentel was also hesitant and looked around, saying, even so the number of people participating is too low, I thought there would be at least 10. H hesitated, actually. She whispered, there is another rumor being spread. Kentel's voice became interested. What rumor? Suddenly H smiled awkwardly. It turned out to be because Aquas was walking over. Her complexion was heavy, her gaze dim and unhappy. Seeing this, Kentel thought to himself, Aquas, the heretic inquisitor of the sun god, is also joining this task. H was worried internally as not many mercenaries dared to work with the sun god's heretic inquisitor. H muttered in fear, she isn't planning on splitting my head in two, is she? Kentel heard this and reassured her that won't happen, she is a very good person. H was shocked, wait, you know that lady? Kentel naturally admitted, of course I do. Having said that, he walked toward Aquas and said, she is my friend. Upon hearing that, H seemed paralyzed, her eyes widening as she screamed in her head, a heretic inquisitor and a savage. Our friends. Seeing Kentel walking increasingly toward Aquas, H quickly called out after him, Mr. Kentel. Approaching Aquas, Kentel raised his hand to greet her cheerfully, it's a pleasure to see you again. Contrary to his emotions, Aquas replied coldly, I don't recall when we became friends. Hearing this, Kentel burst out laughing and pretended, did you hear that? Then from now on, being friends is fine too. Aquas was also helpless with him, and glanced to the side saying, speaking of which. Aquas asked bluntly, your teammates also serve a different god, right? Seeing Kentel didn't understand, she continued, I mean Lady Koozha. Hearing this, Kentel was stunned and asked, so you're like her? Aquas found it difficult to understand and replied, yes, but wait, did you say she is a priestess serving Kalozha? Kentel asked softly, is there a problem? She was silent for a moment then spoke, no, it's just that as far as I know, Lady Koozha's followers are in a period of ascetic practice. At this point, her voice became heavy, only those of high status can act at this time. Kentel dropped his voice, hesitating, don't tell me that. Aquas then let out a heavy sigh and quickly hid it, nothing at all. I cannot know the details of every sect, so perhaps I was mistaken from afar. Suddenly, a sound of panic rang out, causing both to turn and look. Heavy footsteps approached, accompanied by a solemn voice, so you've arrived. Kentel turned to look. It turned out to be John. In his heart he thought, captain of the guards. Kentel greeted him excitedly, we meet again here. Contrary to him, H had a more pensive look. John went along with two other guards and spoke clearly, I welcome all of those who have accepted this request. He was the kingdom's captain of the guards, John. When everyone was fully present, John declared, we depart. The steady footsteps of the guard squad began to advance. Aquas just watched them coldly, and Kentel also followed their gaze. In his heart, Kentel thought, all of us gathered like this, it feels like we're about to go raid a dungeon. The evening sun began to turn golden. Kentel no longer smiled as he had before, and his heart sank. He asked in a small voice, does acting right now mean the time has come? The sudden question startled Aquas. She didn't rush to answer but turned to stare at him intently. Kentel also glanced at Aquas. A moment later, Aquas' gaze dropped and she whispered, I'm not sure about that either. The god didn't reveal the exact moment, it could simply be that we've lost contact with the village, she said worriedly, but that also means it's still possible. Kentel wasn't very worried, he smirked. In Kentel's head, Aquas' words from that day appeared, the god has prophesied that evil will descend. He remembered very clearly the appearance of a great evil. Thinking of that, Kentel became even more confident. At that very moment the guard's footsteps stopped and John's voice sounded, we have arrived. Kentel and H were both startled as they looked forward. Before them was a small village, with houses lying close to one another. John's face was stern as he pointed toward the village entrance. He turned to ask Aquas, how does it feel? Aquas replied, I can't sense any aura at all. Hearing this, John's face grew more tense, his voice raspy. Then perhaps they've already fled. John turned and shouted, everyone spread out and look for clues. The guards responded in unison. Yes, sir, Kentel said excitedly, understood. He scanned the area and assessed inwardly. This village is only large enough for about 100 people, but even so, there's no way the entire village could vanish without a trace. John's gaze sharpened, there must be some kind of clue. He urged everyone to keep searching. The group scattered in all directions. Suddenly, someone discovered a dining table, the food on it still looking very fresh. He muttered blankly. Then he waved and called out, Captain, there's food here. John analyzed it calmly, perhaps they left it behind when they ran. The other person immediately refuted, shouting, "No, it's not that. It was just cooked, the food is still warm." Hearing this, John's eyes widened in surprise and he immediately stepped forward to inspect it. The food was indeed still hot. He asked suspiciously, "What the hell is going on here?" Inside, John was filled with confusion. This village had lost contact for several days. Many people had been sent, but none had returned. Pushing the thought aside, John asked, "Are there any traces?" The reply was definitive. "There's no sign that they left the village or are hiding elsewhere." Hearing this, John's gaze deepened. "For now, just keep searching." John looked at the food still being prepared, his heart troubled. There are plenty of signs of daily life, but not a single soul to be seen. He clenched his fists. How could this be? He turned and asked, "How is it on the other side?" The other person scratched his head and answered sheepishly, "Exactly the same." It was clear that people lived here, yet there was no one, not even a footprint. John turned to ask Aquas, "Do you know anything?" Aquas replied helplessly, "I don't know either." John looked over at Kental. "What about you?" Kental replied, "I haven't found any significant clues either, and I can't sense any aura." John hung his head in frustration. "This is going to drive me crazy." Seeing this, Kental suggested, "Why not try asking someone who might know?" John was stunned. "What?" Kental looked around, his voice nonchalant. "Don't we still feel it? There's someone else here." These words made John's face turn pale. "Wait, what did you say?" Thinking back, John looked at the strange woman standing before them, questions arising in his heart. Who is this woman? How long has she been here? Asisha had been standing there, though no one knew for how long. She flashed an innocent smile, her voice clear. "Interesting. Even with my perfect disguise, you guys managed to find me." Kental crossed his arms, his voice cold. "A stranger appearing so suddenly, of course I'd take notice." Asisha burst into laughter, her voice eerie. "No, that's not what I meant. Normally, others wouldn't be able to tell." She glanced at Aquas, curling her lips in mockery. "Even the heresy inspector of the sun god couldn't detect me." Then she turned to Kental. "Looks like you haven't awakened any special abilities yet." Asisha curled her lip and gave a cold smile. "Who are you?" She continued to speak in cryptic words. "This is an unexpected harvest." Suddenly, John shouted, "Everyone fall back, everyone fall back immediately." Everyone replied in unison, "Yes." John turned to Aquas, calling out in worry, "Aquas." She froze, skeptical. "I can't feel anything at all, there's absolutely no aura." Hearing this, both John and H looked at her with concern. H thought to himself in horror, even the heresy inspector couldn't detect it. Two possibilities flashed through his mind. Either Asisha wasn't a demon, or she was a demon at a level that couldn't be detected. Asisha rested her chin on her hand, lamenting, "What a shame! I wanted to shadow you for a while longer before leading you down into the abyss." Her face sagged, her voice becoming eerie. "I've made my decision." She stared straight at Kental, calling the interesting savage's name as her fingers transformed into sharp claws. Seeing this, Kental gasped in surprise. A pair of thick horns protruded from Asisha's head. Sharp teeth bared as if to devour Kental, and she said cheerfully, "You will become my slave and descend into hell with me." Once fully revealed, Ashishire snapped her fingers. Immediately a black hole, the symbol of darkness, appeared. She hovered in midair, with dark clouds swirling around her. Just a single action was enough to leave them completely stunned. Sensing the danger, the guard captain shouted, "Everyone run, hurry, hurry." But it was already too late. They were trapped within the seal Ashishire had just created, and the guards screamed in panic, "No, open it up." That sight filled her with triumph. "This entire village is my territory and no one can escape." She even taunted them, "Because you are all my prey." Panic erupted everywhere. "A demon? No way, how could a demon be here?" Kental was also confused. A demon?" Priest Hayes confirmed. "That's right, that's a named demon." Beside her she prayed, "Lord Kalosha, please save me." He patted her head and said, "Hayes, calm down." He also reassured her, "I'm right here with you." Hearing Kental's comfort, Priest Hayes was deeply moved. However, she immediately collapsed again upon hearing him ask, "But what does a named demon mean?" Priest Hayes hesitated. "The thing is, as far as she knew, not all entities called demons in this world were strong. They were labeled demons for convenience, but in reality most were just fragments of malice and magic. However, there were entities that could be called true demons, born from darkness with no mother to birth them, numbing themselves through their own willpower. In short, they were true demons, and even the weakest among them could shake an entire kingdom. He speculated, "So that guy is definitely one of them." Priest Hayes agreed. "That's exactly right." Furthermore, she guessed, And judging by those horns, that is Ashishire, a demon that appeared hundreds of years ago. Why would such a thing appear in a land as remote as this? Kental hesitated. So, can we not break this? To Priest Hayes's amazement, he reached out to touch the seal. She insisted, no, this place has already become the demon's domain. Unless you can destroy the demon, there is no way to break this seal. After touching it, Kental said indifferently, is that so? Not knowing what he saw behind the seal, he suddenly let out a sly grin. Not only that, he swallowed hard. Priest Hayes was confused seeing Kental dancing and thinking, maybe I'll just stand and watch a little longer. She asked curiously, Kental, what are you doing there? He denied it. Nothing at all. Priest Hayes could only say, I see. Meanwhile, Aquez was furious. A demon's prank, huh? Ashishire mocked, is that so? Isn't it very interesting? Doesn't it make you want to investigate further? In her heart, she was outraged. A village disappears, yet there are signs as if people just lived here. That's just a trick of the demon. Aquez secretly realized, perhaps it just views the people of this village as toys. She cursed indignantly, what a sick game. Meanwhile, she kept a mocking smile, and he remained excited, waiting to see what would happen next. They felt it was strange. A named demon, summoning such a demon requires a huge sacrifice. The population of a village wouldn't be enough. And changing an entire territory without anyone noticing should have been impossible. This raised suspicions. Then how did it descend into this world? Ashishire mocked. You really think I'd tell you? She cursed hatefully, filthy creature polluting this land. Hearing the insult, she mocked back, filthy, not pure, huh? She even sneered, hey you dogs of God, do you think your God will save you? As expected, this remark drove Aquez into a further frenzy. Then Ashishire warned, listen closely, cracks are appearing in this world and this world no longer belongs to you alone. She recounted that, a very, very long time ago, gods and humans fought against demons. And as everyone knew, the result was victory for the gods and humanity, and the defeated demons were banished from this world. Because of that, Ashishire carried resentment. From the suffering of hell, I have waited a long time for this day. She officially introduced herself. I am Ashishire, the demon of gravity. Besides that, she swore, I will wash away the humiliation of the past and dye this world black with malice. She cursed angrily, disgusting creature, this world belongs only to the gods and us. Aquez also demanded, so go back to where you came from, demon. She began to summon the god's power. Immediately, a beam of light surrounded Aquez. In her hand appeared a scepter symbolizing the god's power. Kental watched, eating his melon, the gossip. Just as I thought, the demon won't attack while she's transforming. Aquez's transformation gradually neared completion, from her weapon to her battle boots. And her armor was ready for battle. Ashishire laughed with interest, interesting, and she began the fight very well. Ashishire provoked, then come here, dog of God. Aquez took up the challenge, so arrogant. Both their gazes became sharper than ever, and the two opposing powers of demon and god clashed head-on. That created a massive explosion that shook the sky. Priest Hayes screamed in fear, while she and the demon were still locked in a stalemate. Ashishire swung the blade in her hand wildly, not forgetting to mock. A battle should have dignity, do your gods hunting dogs not know that? Constantly provoked, Aquez was enraged. Are you done talking? A giant golden armored boot stomped the ground, creating a shockwave that cracked the earth violently. The golden armored woman used all her strength to deliver a fiery blow at lightning speed. Ashishire stood calmly opposite, surrounded by dark energy. Her movement speed was so fast that she left hazy dark afterimages. Aquar was stunned by the sight, her pupils flashing in disbelief. Ashishire appeared suddenly behind her. She teased, you're here. She flashed a wicked smile, revealing sharp teeth. Ashishire lunged from above, delivering a powerful blow. Aqua raised her weapon to defend, and as she struck back, the demon's voice rang out, crush it. The two lunged at each other, their energy clashing violently, creating powerful shockwaves that impacted everything around. The golden-armored woman's feet were gradually pushed back, leaving long cracks on the ground. Both of them held that stance, releasing their power to clash against each other, neither yielding. Above Aquar's head, a purple hand appeared, shattering her defenses. She spoke Scripture chapter 2 verse 12. A pair of bright eyes appeared amidst the darkness, and a voice rang out, the light of glory shall never be defiled. Light erupted from her body and shot into the sky, knocking Ashishire far away. The bat-winged figure was knocked back, landing on the ground, bracing herself to avoid being flung further, staring intently at the scene before her. Aquar's entire body radiated powerful energy, with golden light surrounding her. Ashishire stood up slightly, questioning her, You can read scripture at that age. She wiped the mark on her face, voice full of admiration. Truly impressive. The golden-armored woman's lips whispered another verse. Carmenune, chapter 5, verse 59. She raised her weapon high, lightning roared across the sky, and Aquar's voice rang out through the void. That light! A fiery blast erupted, shining amidst the dark night, the words echoing, "Burn away all evil." As soon as the words ended, she surged forward, shield and weapon raised, leaving a trail of energy behind. Ashashire's eyes flashed red, vigilantly watching the person before her. Aqua turned, swinging her weapon from behind, her hair fluttering with the movement. The weapon she swung left a long, glowing slash in front of her, clashing with the dark energy surrounding the demon. Ashashire laughed with interest, quickly stepping back to avoid the direct attack. She pulled out a weapon and brought it down on Aquar, but the golden-armored woman immediately blocked the blow. She shifted the force, pushing the weapon aside, causing Aquar to be pushed back. Her face was sweaty, looking at Ashashire with fury, then grinding her teeth. The demon laughed with delight, her eyes glinting with malice. Both gained momentum, lunging straight at each other again, the sky changing color as they moved, dust filling the air around them. The two clashed weapons, creating shockwaves that blew everything away, their energy bursting forth powerfully. Two extremely powerful energy streams collided, creating a terrifying explosion that shook the space violently. Two streams of power clashed, rock and earth shattered, and the intense pressure spread out, causing everything to break. Priest Hayes was affected by that terrifying power, closing her eyes and screaming. Nearby villagers were also terrified by the scene. Some ran, some collapsed, pleading, "Please, please save me." Two opposing streams of energy collided, both putting everything into the battle, their gazes fierce, neither yielding. Their struggle created small explosions, the ground crumbled, and the shockwaves blew everything away. Kettle stood tall as a spectator, smiling as he remarked, "Impressive." She approached him, calling out loudly to get Kettle's attention. "Kettle, Kettle, can't you help Aquez?" He replied nonchalantly, "Maybe." Hearing this, Priest Hayes was startled, then started to speak, but Kettle interrupted. "But why should I help?" That statement left Priest Hayes stunned, staring at him blankly. Kettle looked at her, repeating what he just said. "Why should I interfere and ruin that fight?" She hesitated. "What?" He glanced at the two figures, whispering softly, "Of course, I also want to fight a demon one day." Kettle flashed a strange smile. "But for now, I just want to stand and watch this battle." Priest Hayes was completely frozen, her face conflicted. She thought to herself, "This wasn't what I expected." On the other side, both sides attacked simultaneously, their energy clashing and creating shockwaves that swept away all obstacles. The two energy streams clashed violently, causing such a massive shock that both were knocked backward. Ashashire was pushed back, digging her heels into the ground to avoid flying away. The woman opposite did the same. She cursed annoyingly under her breath, "Typical hunting dog of God, but regardless, in terms of raw power, I still have the advantage." Before she could regain her composure, Aqua appeared right in front of her, causing the demon to panic. Ashashire was on the defensive, blocking the golden-armored woman's strike, thinking to herself, "Even so, the compatibility between the two sides is terrible. In this world, magical entities cannot withstand divine power." She swung her weapon, creating a sharp, purple glowing slash, calculating, "If it continues like this, the battle will drag on." Ashashire wore a wicked smile. Ending her train of thought, she surged forward rapidly, the space around her changing. Aquar was startled, watching the demon's movement, her brow furrowing tightly. Ashashire smiled victoriously, not hesitating to advance. The golden-armored woman watched her move, calculating, that direction." Seeing her head toward the villagers, she panicked, "Dangerous." An explosion suddenly occurred, flashing brightly, shattering the surrounding ground. Aquar appeared, blocking her path, and the two continued their struggle. The villagers sat on the ground in terror, mouths agape, unable to move as they watched them. Those who hadn't evacuated behind them were panicking, sitting still and screaming, looking ahead. Aquar swung her shield to the left, knocking her away. She frowned angrily at the demon, gritting her teeth. "Filthy thing." Hearing the insult, Ashashire used her sharp hand to cover her mouth and burst into laughter. She dove down, questioning, "Do you really think a demon plays fair?" Aquar shouted indignantly, "Scripture, chapter 1, verse 1, let the brilliant holy realm of gold be opened." As soon as her words finished, a giant golden magic circle appeared in front of her. She turned back, shouting to everyone, "Get in here, hurry." Seeing this, the soldiers immediately ran into the protection circle. The blonde man behind them laughed with joy. The young swordsman entered, speaking hurriedly, Thank you, Lady Aquaz. Opposite them, Ashishire wore an enigmatic smile. Heh heh. She spoke, do you intend to waste the sacred scripture like that? Faced with the opponent's mockery, veins popped out on Aquaz's face. She shouted furiously, shut up. The words finished, and she lunged at her opponent, attacking once again. Opposite her, Ashishire smiled confidently, speaking, that's right, reacting like that is exactly what I wanted. After that, the two lunged at each other like moths to a flame. Hands gripped tight on the spear handle. Aquaz swung her spear in a direct strike at Ashishire, but Ashishire easily blocked the attack. Immediately after, she did a somersault in midair before Aquaz's stunned eye. Ashishire lectured her, death is just death, no one will care about your noble sacrifice. She wanted to erode Aquaz's will, but Aquaz kept her composure, continuously launching counterattacks. However, none of these strikes could inflict any damage on Ashishire. Ashishire continued, if this keeps up, you'll lose and bring shame to your god's honor. But if you defeat me and survive, your reputation and your god's influence will soar. It's very simple, just destroy the sacred shield protecting them. What do you think? Faced with this rosy offer from her opponent, Aquaz remained on guard and retorted sarcastically, are you trying to trick me? Seeing that Aquaz wasn't falling for the trap, Ashishire covered her mouth with her hand, smiled, and continued, do you really want to die here? Aquaz, still gripping her weapon tightly, spoke up, there is nothing more worth listening to. On the opposite side, Ashishire continued to smile and nodded in agreement. Very well, then die like a martyr. As soon as the words left her lips, she soared high into the air and unleashed a tremendously powerful attack down upon the entire village, causing the surrounding ground to shatter into pieces. Caught within the attack, Aquaz had to brace herself against the overwhelming pressure of the assault. High above, Ashishire poured even more power into her attack. Aquaz's eyes suddenly widened as she sensed danger right in front of her. Just as she realized it, Ashishire had closed the distance in front of her with incredible speed. This startled Aquaz, who shouted, what? As the words were spoken, a massive explosion occurred as the two collided. Fortunately, Aquaz quickly retreated backward to dodge the direct hit. She slid across the ground for a distance before coming to a stop. She stared ahead once more with a look of astonishment. At this moment, Ashishire continued to charge forward, giving her no time to rest. She unleashed countless beams of dark energy that surged forward, surrounding Aquaz like a net. Trapped inside, Aquaz darted her eyes around in utter shock and blurted out, radiant sanctuary, repel the darkness. Before she could even finish her sentence, Ashishire attacked again. In the blink of an eye, she surged forward, grabbed Aquaz by the head with one hand and exclaimed, enough of that, I don't want to hear any more scripture. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw Aquaz's body violently to the ground, causing her to cry out in pain. The ground beneath Aquaz's back shattered into pieces. Aquaz struggled to break free from the hold, but it was not so easy. Ashishire's other hand summoned a dark spear, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Sensing the danger, the hand holding the shield tried to move. Just as the spear lunged forward, Aquaz quickly raised her shield to block the fatal strike. The impact caused the surrounding space to vibrate violently, and the air grew tenser than ever before. Under Ashishire's immense power, Aquaz struggled to block the attack. Cracks began to appear and spread across the surface of the shield. Witnessing this scene, Ashishire wore a look of sarcastic excitement. Then she channeled even more power, shattering the shield in Aquaz's hand into pieces. Aquaz was thrown backward, letting out several pained cries. On the other side, Ashishire snapped her fingers once more, creating several swirling beams of dark energy around her body, which shot straight toward Aquaz's position, wrapping tightly around her. As the dark power gained the upper hand, the protective shield developed cracks that spread wider, leaving everyone outside stunned. A few seconds later, the protective shield shattered completely. Witnessing this, the blonde-haired youth stepped forward and shouted, "No way, if it keeps up like this, we're all going to die." Ashishire gave a sarcastic smile and spoke, "I will enjoy you all like a dessert. But first, I want to see how a god's hunting dog tastes." She stuck out her tongue, bringing her sharp teeth toward Aquaz's fair, slender neck. Just as she opened her mouth, preparing to enjoy the meal, an arm from behind grabbed her shoulder and intervened. "Stop it!" This unexpected action left Ashishire frozen for a few seconds. The person who intervened was none other than Kettle, he continued, "That's enough." Faced with his casual remark, Aquez's eyes widened and she exclaimed, "What?" Looking at him, she muttered to herself, "When did he get here? Why couldn't I sense his presence?" As soon as she realized something, Kettle threw her high into the air like a piece of dirt. Once she reached the peak of the throw, her head was aimed straight at the ground and she crashed down, shattering the surrounding earth into fragments. Handling everything with ease, Kettle stepped toward Aquez, held out his hand and asked, "Are you okay?" Witnessing that display, Aquez was stunned, her gaze fixed on him as she thought, "That's right. That is the person who defeated the sword Saint Can, a superhuman-level warrior." But suddenly, a series of angry growls rang out from the side. It turned out that Ashishire had regained her composure after the previous blow. She shouted angrily, "You arrogant fool! How dare you interrupt my meal?" Kettle crossed his arms and replied flatly, "She is my friend, so I cannot let her die." These words made Ashishire even angrier. She gritted her teeth and spoke, "Initially, I even wanted to keep you as a toy." She was about to continue when Kettle interrupted, "But I have no interest in being your toy." This blunt refusal only intrigued Ashishire further. She responded, "Is that so?" Then she reached out and summoned a sharp weapon, saying, "Then today you must die." As the two were locked in a tense standoff, Aquez spoke up, "Step back." She struggled to stand up, looked straight ahead and said, "You cannot defeat a demon." But Kettle interrupted, "You know I'm quite strong." Aquez shook her head and confirmed, "No, this has nothing to do with strength. Only divinity can banish a demon from this world. No other power can do that. This is the law established since gods and demons coexisted. Moreover, this place is a demon's territory. There is no room for luck. Therefore, only a god can confront a demon." This confusing explanation made Kettle stroke his chin, think for a few seconds, and then speak. Even so, he glanced at Aquez and sympathized, "You don't look strong enough to fight right now." Her entire body was shaking uncontrollably, and her breathing had become shallow and labored. She replied, "I must do it. I serve the god and I will stand against the evil." Faced with such determined words, Kettle thought to himself, "Is this the will of those who serve the gods?" Then he walked up, patted her head and praised, "That's truly impressive, but let me handle it this time." As soon as the words left his lips, he stepped straight forward. Under Aquez's stunned gaze, he looked toward Ashishire and spoke, "I've always wanted to fight a real demon." Faced with this stubbornness, Ashishire mocked, "Do you really not understand? I told you you cannot win against me." Kettle wore a look of pure confidence and proposed, "Do you want to try for a bit?" This unexpected proposal greatly intrigued Ashishire. She licked her lips and said, "Ha ha, I want to see your face twisted in pain." No sooner had she finished speaking than she vanished from her position, then surged out from a spatial circle right in front of Kettle, which briefly startled him. She lunged forward with a face full of confidence. Outside, Aquez's eyes widened, and she shouted helplessly, "No." Ashishire wore a confident smile, while Kettle's hand tightened slightly. Ashishire secretly rejoiced at the prospect of defeating him in a single blow, which made her incredibly excited. But Kettle's fist, directed straight at her face, instantly snapped her out of her daydream. A gentle punch that effortlessly shattered Ashishire's head into pieces. Outside, witnessing this scene, Aquez's entire body went rigid like stone. She thought to herself, using a punch to smash a demon's head. Does he think he's One Punch Man? A demon's head attacked with bare hands, how could that possibly happen? Even Kettle was surprised by his own power. He looked at his small hands and exclaimed to himself, "That wasn't bad, was it?" On the other side, Ashishire's body fell to the ground, letting out a dry thud. But immediately after, something happened that made Kettle's eyes widen in surprise. From that body, a fierce aura suddenly erupted, radiating an immensely vast amount of energy. Within seconds, her head had completely regenerated, looking brand new. This greatly excited Kettle, who exclaimed, "Ho ho, so even if it's shattered, it can regenerate." Ashishire looked at him with an expression of sheer terror and asked, "Who on earth are you?" Faced with the question, he stammered, I'm just an ordinary savage." Seeing the blank expression on his face only made Ashishire even angrier. She gritted her teeth and said, "Don't you dare mock me. What on earth is this strange feeling? I can't sense any mystery at all. He's not an aura user or a magic user, if that's the case." As she pondered, a spark of murderous intent flickered in her eyes, and instantly a spatial circle appeared behind Kettle, drawing his attention. She thought to herself, "The only way is to verify it myself." She lunged through the spatial circle, closing in on his position, and swung her scythe. "Die, you bastard!" Even if the human form is a bit annoying, it'll have to do. Facing her attack, Kettle remained as calm as if nothing had happened. As soon as she closed the distance, he threw a punch that pierced right through her chest, causing her to let out a pained cry. With a stunned look and a foolish smile. Then he withdrew his hand and threw her far away, smashing her into a nearby house. She let out a miserable, pained cry before spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, then collapsed to her knees, sinking into her own thoughts. Absurd, it's completely absurd. Just a simple punch not enhanced by aura or magic. Was it really just a pure punch? Kettle, still wearing an amused expression, said, "Regeneration right away." Their eyes met. Sparks flew. At this, he suddenly asked, "What is the principle behind this?" As soon as the words left his lips, he stomped hard on the ground, shattering it into pieces, and lunged forward with the speed of a bullet, leaving Ashishire on the opposite side looking terrified. With no other choice, she summoned another weapon. But before she could strike, Kettle had already closed the distance with his fist clenched. Just as she noticed his arrival, she glanced to the side, and immediately took a punch straight to the cheek, shattering her jawbone and knocking out her teeth. The powerful downward force of the punch sent her head crashing into the ground once more. She died another time, but then countless beams of demonic energy appeared, wrapping around her body, leaving Kettle staring in surprise. Within seconds, her body regenerated yet again, making Kettle even more excited. He remarked, "It seems if the head is shattered, a brand new one appears. Right, if you're a demon, you should have at least that much skill. So is the core weakness in your head." At these words, a sense of helplessness made Ashishire tremble with rage. A spark of murderous intent flashed in her eyes as she thought, ridiculous. Do you intend to use pure strength to oppose me, or are you implying you don't even need to use your full strength against me? After thinking for a while, she spoke, "Listen clearly, I am Ashishire, the demon of gravity. Do you dare think you can keep fighting me with just pure strength?" These words were like water off a duck's back to Kettle, as he didn't understand a single thing she said. But he replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing special, you don't look like anything special either." These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Ashishire, causing her to freeze. She shouted angrily, "What? My pride as a demon has been shattered." She yelled furiously, Do you want to die?" As soon as she finished speaking, she charged forward to attack once more. This time she summoned a warhammer, aiming it at him, preparing to strike. She pulled the hammer back and swung it straight toward his face. The powerful pressure made Kettle's hair fly in the wind, but he still calmly raised his hand and easily blocked the attack. This left Ashishire frozen in surprise yet again. He praised her, "Not bad, you certainly have some skill, but that won't do much." The hammer trembled violently under his strength. He tightened his grip, causing it to shatter instantly. Then once more his fist of love was aimed at her face, giving her another fist of love to the cheek. The result was the same as before, her head shattered into pieces. She thought to herself, this is just too ridiculous. This time the regeneration speed was faster than the last. She felt a surge of inner fury. "I am the demon of gravity. At full power I can compress the weight of an entire fortress wall into this hammer. And yet, not only did you block it with your bare hands, but you shattered it. A common savage who hasn't even comprehended mystical power." Her body trembled with rage again. That was absolutely impossible. She unleashed a massive burst of power, shaking the surrounding space violently, and shrieked, "Die, you savage." Countless streams of dark demonic energy surged toward his position. Meanwhile, he remained calm as always, his hands clenched tight. Then he unleashed another punch, easily shattering the incoming attack. The immense power continued to blast through the energy waves behind it. It headed straight for Ashishire, who stood in its path. The powerful collision created a massive explosion, filling the air with dense smoke and dust. In the distance, witnessing this brutal torture, Aquez thought to herself, "What on earth am I witnessing?" Ashishire, a remarkably powerful demon, was said to have destroyed an entire kingdom single-handedly hundreds of years ago. A demon of that caliber is being beaten to a pulp by mere punches. This is insane. Her body regenerated completely once more. He stepped forward, planting a foot on her face, and said, "So she really doesn't die? It seems I can't kill this demon with mere physical force." Despite getting pummeled, Ashishire still wore a smug smile. "This is the first time I've felt such pressure. He is strong, he is overwhelmingly strong." She suddenly laughed loudly. "Ha ha, what kind of monster are you?" He repeated his previous answer, "I'm just a normal savage." She replied angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Still, I feel a bit better now, but I want to try something else." No sooner had she spoken than countless tendrils of dark energy rose from the ground. They shot past him and soared straight into the sky. They converged at a single point. Witnessing this, both he and Aquaz looked up in utter astonishment. The ground began to fissure. Debris flew into the air under a powerful suction force, and a massive magic orb appeared in the sky, spinning above them. In the center of the orb was Ashishire, spreading her wings and radiating an overwhelming pressure. She immediately summoned dozens of spears around her, stared straight at him and shouted, "You savage, I will unleash my full power upon you." The spears seemed to possess a will of their own, moving in a fixed trajectory as they spun in the sky. Then they aimed straight down at him. To counter the attack, he pulled his axe from his subspace, shouldered it, and smiled. "The full power of a demon, is it?" Standing outside and watching the duel, Aquaz broke into a cold sweat thinking, "This is too dangerous. You can't just use brute force to deal with a demon." Ashishire wore a confident smile. "Holy spear, pierce and destroy." The words were barely out before all the spears in the sky shot toward him with the speed of an arrow. He kept his calm expression, showing no reaction at all. But when the spears were just centimeters from his body, he continuously swung his axe, swatting them all away. He brushed them off effortlessly, as if it were a casual stroll. This left Ashishire gaping in disbelief. What the hell, this thing? Before she could finish her sentence, he had already lunged forward to close the distance again. She was drenched in sweat from pure terror. From the sidelines, Aquaz yelled, Kamen, Chapter 3, Line 58, "Light burns away all evil." As she spoke, his black axe was enveloped in a layer of light, turning it a gleaming gold. Seeing it, he let out a faint exclamation. "What is this? Is that the power of a god?" Aquaz shouted from below, "I've gathered enough divine power, hurry and strike that demon down." His gaze suddenly shifted, turning cold. "I wanted to observe a bit longer, but it looks like that's not possible. You're fun too, demon." With that, he swung his axe hard toward her. The strike was too fast for Ashishire to dodge, and she took the hit full on, her eyes wide with shock. What was that? With a single swing, he easily sliced the demon in two. She cried out in despair, "Have I really lost?" She let out a tragic, helpless scream. As she took her final breath, her body dissolved into the air, vanishing from this world. He stepped forward and sat down, comforting her. "Thanks, that was an interesting battle." Despite her defeat, Ashishire still managed a smile. "Ha ha, it's a pity to be summoned back to hell like this, but it wasn't entirely in vain because I've confirmed that someone like you exists on this land." Then she asked, "What is your name?" He replied, "I am Kettle." On the sidelines, Aquaz was too slow to stop him and she screamed in shock, "Don't tell her." But it was too late, he had already said it. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Ashishire's smile turned maniacal. "Ha ha ha, all living souls of hell, carve the name of the savage Kettle into your minds." Realizing the danger that had arrived, Aquaz shivered uncontrollably, unable to utter a word. At the command, countless demons received the order. They wore excited expressions. I'll continue, swallow my memories and feel them," the one known as Kettle. Countless demons appeared before him, leaving Kettle stunned for a few seconds. They poured into his body like a tidal wave. This thrilled Ashishire further. "Ha ha ha, you savage, you belong to us now." Numerous demons had already infiltrated his body. He was transported into a mental space, facing countless bewitching eyes turned toward him. But it seemed he was immune to such enchantments. The demons couldn't infiltrate his mind at all. He reached out to grab them, terrifying the demons. They wanted to turn and flee immediately. Kettle slowly regained consciousness, his eyes opening gradually. And then nothing else happened. He turned to Ashishire and asked, "What the hell was that? It felt like something just pierced into my body." This left Ashishire internally furious. "What do you mean?" The darkness clearly flowed from his body into mine. Before she could speak, he stomped down hard, sending her back to hell once again. This decisive and effortless action left Aquaz's jaw dropped in shock. She stood there agape, frozen in place. He reached up and hummed a tune softly after an exhausting battle. The dark night faded, returning the clear blue sky to the land. Feeling the crisp air return, Kettle wore a satisfied smile. "Is the mission done yet?" Time flowed like water, shifting to the Jahante kingdom, specifically the Barca territory. By now, news of the battle with Ashishire had spread everywhere. "Urgent news, urgent news." A boy shouted as he threw newspapers in every direction, and everyone quickly caught up on the news. Naturally, as the master of the territory, Lord Barca had received the information early. After reading the article, he angrily slammed the table and roared, "A demon! After the lick Ashishire appeared, what on earth is going on? Why has such a catastrophe befallen this small land?" Then he slumped back into his chair, his mind swirling in chaos. To want a beast with a name one recorded in ancient texts. Opposite him, a soldier reminded the Lord, "The rumors are spreading like wildfire across the entire territory." After hearing this, Barca couldn't help but break into a cold sweat from anxiety. He whispered to himself, "The only bit of luck in this disaster is that the sun god's heresy inspector successfully drove it off." Then he ordered in a deep voice, "We must consider carefully what needs to be done next." In another development, Kettle was present in Aquaz's resting room. "The whole territory seems quite unstable," he said casually. Meanwhile, Aquaz could only lament for Lord Barca. "Well, it's only natural, this is no small matter. The Lord must be having quite a headache over this." After speaking, she stood up, as if wanting to go somewhere. This made our protagonist curious, so he reminded her, "Don't tell me you're leaving already, shouldn't you rest a bit before you go?" The white-haired girl shook her head in refusal. "I can't. I am not permitted to delay, I must report this to the Holy Land as soon as possible." Hearing that, the big guy didn't bother trying to stop her. "If that's what you want, I won't stop you." Before leaving, Aquaz hesitated, then offered her thanks. "Hey Kettle, thanks for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I would have become a toy for that demon." Aquaz spoke with a voice full of gratitude. Our protagonist, however, didn't seem to mind. He waved his hand. "No need to thank me, I was just saving my friend." "Oh, that's right, we're friends now, aren't we?" He scratched his cheek, giving a silly, dopey smile. As for her friend Aquaz, she felt a bit confused by the idea of a savage and a servant of the divine being friends. After a few seconds of silence to regain her composure, she asked, "A heresy inspector of the sun god, even so you still want to be friends with me?" Kettle replied frankly, "Is there any reason I shouldn't?" That unexpected answer made Aquaz's eyes bright, and she replied blankly, "Ah no, but..." Before she could finish, Kettle interrupted again. "Then that's not a problem at all, is it?" Aquaz was silent for a moment, but then she gave a light smile, and nodded, "You're right." Putting that aside, our protagonist seemed to think of something, so he asked, "By the way, I want to ask one more thing, is it forbidden to tell demons your name?" Mentioning this, the white-haired girl's expression became more serious as she carefully cautioned, "That is because demon marks use names to engrave a mark of darkness onto a human soul, and use that mark to summon evil spirits. Those who are branded are no different from a scent, emitting an aroma that lures evil things. Old traditions state that anyone branded must receive a baptism to be saved. Otherwise, they will be hunted and destroyed by dark forces." Opposite her, the big guy looked stunned. He pointed at himself and asked, "So, have I been branded too?" Luckily for him, Aquaz denied it immediately. "No, that's not the case, you haven't been branded, Kettle. However, your name has likely become known to entities in hell. But even so, you don't need to be too worried. Without the brand, they cannot find your location. They can only know the identity of the target. There is no way for them to find you unless they meet you in person. Other than that, there won't be any problems." To the protagonist, although he feared those lesser demons, he was quite surprised by their abilities. "Is that so? That's truly miraculous. I didn't expect to be able to handle it with just physical strength." To explain this, Aquaz began to speak of what she knew, because that is the nature of demons. Since ancient times, the supreme gods created mankind. Humans are foolish, weak, and act only on instinct, but the gods did not interfere in the human world. Therefore, outside entities showed interest in the human world. They crossed dimensions and slaughtered humans brutally. Finally, the gods could no longer tolerate it. So, they descended into the human world, stood on the side of humanity, called those entities demons, and chased them away. From then on, humans erected cathedrals to honor the gods who saved them and continued to thrive under divine guidance. But then, as time passed, for reasons unknown, demons gradually appeared and interfered in the human world. So, the gods chose the faithful, granted them power, and continued to fight against demons. Demons are creatures that can only be destroyed by divine power. Thinking of this, Kettle's muscular brain slowly grasped the whole situation. So that's how it is, they don't belong to this world, so they can't be destroyed by normal means. Aquaz nodded in agreement and added, "That's right, from the start they weren't creatures of this world." Opposite her, Kettle frowned and remarked, "I understand now, if those things appear frequently, that would truly be a nightmare." Hearing that, the white-haired girl shook her head slightly. "Named demons cannot appear so easily. It seems that the demon world, which should have been sealed, is exerting influence on this world. The dungeon spawning cycle is becoming abnormal and more dark entities are revealing themselves in the human world. It all started a year ago. She spoke with a tone of great gravity, which struck Kettle like a bolt from the blue. He thought to himself, a year ago. If it was a year ago, wasn't I on a mission in the icy lands then? Kane was striding down the sunny hallway. He sighed wearily. Kane complained tiredly, seeing His Majesty always leaves me drained. Suddenly, he widened his eyes at a voice. Looks like you've had a rough day. Kane jumped and turned around to investigate. Right behind him stood a man in a black cloak. Kane was blank, not understanding what was happening. He pondered for a moment. The Archmage of the Magic Tower, the gathering place for all mages and scholars in the world, the Tower Master of the mighty Magic Tower. Kane immediately asked, "So what brings you here?" The cloaked man replied nonchalantly, "You know how it is, just a routine check-in. What are you doing here?" Kane looked away. "I'm just here to report on a mission." The cloaked man stroked his chin. "A scouting mission to the demon realm, right? The silent forest where everything is hushed." Kane answered, "That's right," and he continued to press, "How was it?" Kane nervously broke into a sweat and bowed his head. "It's beyond any understanding we have of this world. It's a truly terrifying place." He imagined the gloomy scene. Just as the name says, the silent forest, you can't hear a sound, and even arcane sensitivity works erratically, and even if I shouted, there wasn't a single vibration. Kane recalled himself alone in that forest and recounted. And by the time we realized it, the soldiers had vanished one by one, a place so silent it was chilling. Finally, he emphasized, an extremely uncomfortable place. Then Kane asked anxiously, "What does His Majesty want to conquer the demon realm for anyway?" The cloaked man guessed. "Maybe he wants to rule the entire world. Who knows what crazy thoughts are in the mind of someone in power." He laughed lightly, "But I must say the demon realm is quite an interesting place." The cloaked man crossed his arms thoughtfully. "I'm a little interested myself." Kane remained serious. "But I don't want anything to do with that place. I prefer a normal life." The cloaked man snapped his fingers. Immediately, an image of Kane standing in a blue circle appeared before his eyes. Suddenly, both of them stood facing each other on a giant blue circle. Kane watched his surroundings vigilantly. Teleportation magic, what is this? Why all of a sudden? The cloaked man laughed happily. "No need to be so formal." Then he stepped forward. The cloaked man asked, "You've met someone very special, haven't you?" Hearing this, Kane jumped. "No way." But the cloaked man didn't seem to care, smiling carefree. Kane closed his eyes tightly and complained, "Damn it, that observational eye, when exactly did you place that thing on me?" The man in the black cloak grinned. "Since the last time we met, it's one of the few pleasures left for an old man like me." Kane yelled angrily, "Go to hell." The old man lowered his head and said, "If you've already seen everything, then why bother asking?" He still wanted an answer from Kane. "I want to hear your thoughts." The man in the black cloak suddenly looked dangerous. "About the person I thought only existed in ancient legends, about that savage who came from those white, snowy lands." The old man kept his head bowed, looking worried. I'm still not sure." The other man replied coldly, "Think carefully." The man in the black cloak crossed his arms and explained. "A savage with enough power to defeat a sword saint and wipe out the lick cardos like swatting flies, who just happened to appear from the edge of some snowy region. Isn't that already highly suspicious?" Suddenly, Kane looked up and asked, "Wait, you said he defeated cardos?" The man was surprised. "What, you didn't know?" The man in the black cloak rubbed his chin. "I suppose you're right, that matter hasn't leaked out yet." He recalled the details and continued. "But rumors have already started spreading throughout the Magic Tower." The man in the black cloak continued. "Cardos, the sorcerer who once shook the entire continent, I heard he tried to resurrect himself on the outskirts but failed, so I went there to pay my respects." His face turned grim. "He was one of the few liches who was a friend of mine, so it's a bit sad." Kane gave a blunt reply. "I never expected you to be capable of feeling sadness." The man in the black cloak explained, "Of course, friends are indispensable to someone who has lived as long as I have. However," at that moment, the handsome face from before completely vanished, replaced by a skull. It seemed no one had found any artifacts in that lick's lair. Kane asked solemnly, "Weren't all the relics collected when Cardos died?" The man in the black cloak replied, "For the most part that is true, but," he postured, "the most valuable treasure was missing. I wonder where it is now." But then he dismissed it abruptly. "Anyway, let's put that matter aside for now." The man in the black cloak got straight to the point. "I want to hear your opinion." He probed, "Do you honestly believe that Savage was able to defeat Cardos?" Kane thought carefully. If it was that Savage, Then he replied, I think it's possible. The man in the black cloak wondered, come to think of it, you still haven't reported this to the emperor, have you? Cain replied nonchalantly, why should I? The old man immediately stated his reason. He is throwing away precious human resources into the demon world like trash. If his imperial majesty knew of that savage's existence, Cain emphasized, then there would surely be a clash. Suddenly the old man stopped and mused. A savage who acts on his own whims and an emperor who wants to hold the entire world in his grasp. If that were to happen, the kingdom would inevitably be dragged into it. The man in the black cloak was excited. Really? That sounds fascinating. He took a few strides and stepped forward. The man in the black cloak asked again, are you implying that this savage could fight the entire empire alone? Cain hesitated. I'm not sure, but the old man looked more serious than ever. I felt a presence very similar to the first time I laid eyes on you, my lord. Hearing these words, the man in the black cloak jumped. He quickly asked, don't tell me, hero rank. Cain broke into a nervous sweat. I am not qualified to make that judgment. The man in the black cloak rubbed his chin, but he is extremely valuable. He emphasized, even more than that. Cain went pale. Don't tell me you intend to. It was a beautiful morning in the Barkan territory, kingdom of Jehent. A gentle-looking, blonde-haired girl peered around her surroundings. Suddenly, she tripped over a stone lying right in the middle of the road. The blonde girl turned pale and pitched forward, but a hand quickly and nimbly caught her. A handsome young man smiled. Oh my, you really should be more careful. It was Kettle. He asked gently, are you okay? The blonde girl stared at him, wide-eyed, but didn't answer. Suddenly, he started and went pale. Kettle thought to himself, she's probably going to run away because she's scared. But she politely bowed and thanked him. The blonde girl then turned away, and Kettle watched her go, still surprised. He stared after the girl's retreating figure, feeling bewildered. Kettle was completely baffled. What is this? What is this strange feeling? Right after that, another beautiful girl appeared right before his eyes. It seemed these events left Kettle so astonished that he stood there frozen for quite a long time. Shortly after, he asked himself in shock, why? Why isn't everyone staying away from me? Aaron lowered his head slightly, rubbing his chin as he muttered, do we need something to confirm your identity? Next, he placed a silver badge on the table. Use this. Rosa glanced down at it and thought to herself, this is. She picked up the badge in surprise. It was a mercenary guild badge. That wasn't something easily obtained. Rosa understood this immediately and raised her guard. As expected, his identity was far from ordinary. She then set the badge back on the table and said, verification complete. Rosa calmly continued under Aaron's intent gaze, then I will proceed to collect the commission fee. He nimbly slipped his hand into his sleeve to search for something. After a few seconds, Aaron dropped a gold coin on the table. I will pay with this. The small gold coin in the tray emitted a shimmering glow, pure gold, and in that amount. Rosa tilted her head, counted it for a moment, and replied, we can provide one person. Aaron was startled and blurted out, what? He gaped, unable to believe it, and asked, only one person. In the midst of Aaron's utter confusion, Rosa explained with an air of obviousness, it is an escort request after all. She rubbed her chin and continued, you will be bringing a mercenary along for the entire journey and the risk is very high. Furthermore, the kingdom of Denian is quite far away. Rosa paused for a moment, held out a hand, and added, depending on the situation, it could take nearly a month, so naturally the fee is higher than a normal task. Aaron replied in confusion, well, that is true, but he went pale with panic and stammered, is there no other way, at least two people? Rosa quickly replied, it is possible, but in that case the mercenaries will be of a lower rank. Can you accept that? She kindly advised him, if you want a reliable escort, it is best to choose a mercenary of rank D or higher. Aaron hesitated and uttered, in that case. He said firmly, please choose someone with that level of skill for me. Rosa replied, in that case this amount of money is only enough for one person. Aaron hesitated again, even so, is there really no other way? Rosa frowned and lamented to herself, good grief, why act so desperate? She closed her eyes and compromised. Honestly speaking, in a remote region like this, it's already hard enough to find someone willing to accept an escort request. I will try, but finding two people is very difficult. He finally just sighed, I see, understood, I will leave it to you then. The small gold coin moved closer from afar. Rosa was now holding it in her hand, pondering, a small gold coin but very pure though the surface has been heavily worn down. She swallowed nervously as if trying to hide its origin. This is going to be troublesome. Not long after, as night fell at a certain small house, a pair of brown shoes suddenly stopped in front of a room door. The mysterious figure, cloaked in a robe, gently raised a hand to knock on the door a few times. Inside the room, the girl with the blonde hair asked cautiously, "Who is it?" Aaron stood outside, slowly removing his hood and answering, "It is your loyal servant." Hearing this, the girl reached out to open the door. She stood by the door and whispered his name, Aaron. This beautiful blonde girl was Aline. She then said, "Come in." Aaron moved into the room step by step. Aline looked at him anxiously and asked, "How did it go?" He quickly replied, "They accepted the request for the time being." Aline felt relieved. Thank God. How many people did they say they could provide? Hearing this question, Aaron couldn't help but hesitate. Well, you see. His answer left her startled and surprised. Only one person. Aaron replied apologetically, "I'm sorry, we don't have enough money left." Aline bowed her head, her eyes lowered. "No, it's not your fault." He muttered sadly, "If only I hadn't been foolish enough to get tricked like that." Aline quickly whispered to comfort him, "No, that was unavoidable. Even if it had been me, it probably would have been no different." As soon as she finished, both of them teared up. Aaron and Aline knelt and sobbed uncontrollably. However, the two of them had to stop when they heard an angry shout from the room next door. Silence. The two of them could only look at each other in resentful, tearful silence. A while later, Aline suddenly asked, "By the way, Aaron, how long do you think it will take?" Aaron answered gloomily, "I don't know, we are trying to find someone reliable, so it might take some time." Aline lowered her eyes in worry. "I see. Then we have no choice but to wait." She forced a smile and said, "It's late already, get some rest. You've done well, Aaron." Aaron bowed his head slightly and replied, "Yes." After a moment of pitch-black darkness, Aline said sadly, "Still no luck." Aaron twisted his lips, self-reproachful, "I truly feel ashamed." He bowed his head even lower and continued, "It seems very difficult to find someone truly reliable." Aline couldn't help but sigh. This is getting complicated. She suddenly turned her head to look behind her and said, "Our food is also starting to run out. We have no choice but to go hungry for a while." Aaron was startled. "It is all because of my incompetence." Aline comforted him, "No, it's not your fault, Aaron." He looked downcast and said, "Even so, if we tell the Lord here about our situation." She raised her voice, interrupting him abruptly, "We cannot do that." Aaron looked up in surprise at Aline, while she was clenching her hands so hard they were trembling uncontrollably. Aline spoke firmly, "We cannot trust anyone. Even hiring a bodyguard is already very risky. We cannot take any more risks." She fixed her sharp gaze on him and said, "Aaron, remember why we had to abandon the kingdom and run away. We don't even know who is a friend and who is a foe." Aline continued calmly, "Although we have been in hiding for a while, there is still no news from back there, even though we both managed to escape." Aaron closed his eyes and replied with a repentant voice, "My apologies, I have become too weak." Just then, Aline asked anxiously, "By the way, are you sure the kingdom of Danayan is truly safe?" Aaron replied without hesitation, "Yes, that place will protect you. The king of Danayan swore an oath when you were born." He also frankly stated, "They might even help us take our revenge." Aline stood against the backlight, listening to every word Aaron said. "Therefore you must live, Aline Mavrachi, our princess. If even you are lost, our kingdom will truly be destroyed." She suddenly spoke up, "But the mercenary, can we really trust him?" Aaron reached out and took Aline's hand to reassure her, "Don't worry, we have paid in gold just to ensure trust. They will definitely introduce someone reliable. I hope so." Aline widened her eyes and thought to herself, "Who on earth will be the one escorting me?" She blushed, imagining a handsome face in a beautiful flower garden. A mercenary? I hope it's someone handsome with a knightly style. At the same time, regarding Kettle, he was currently lying on his bed, feeling vacant and bored. He suddenly remembered something and blurted out, "Come to think of it." He remembered his friends from the Mandi Ashen tribe and thought, "I wonder how those idiots are doing now. They are the only ones who didn't shun me." Kettle then associated them with faces that hadn't been wiped clean. They're probably still living their usual foolish lives. He suddenly asked himself, bewildered, "Oh right, has the mission ended?" Images of when he faced the great bear flooded back. "Since I woke up in the snow, that mission window has always been with me." Images of Kettle trying to survive also surfaced. "At first I thought I was just dreaming. But the bone-chilling cold and the monsters made me realize everything was very real." He couldn't help but sigh, "That's right. The first mission was just to survive for a week." Not long after, when Kettle arrived at the guild, he unexpectedly asked, an escort request. Rosa sat at the reception desk, beaming like a flower while holding papers in her hand. Kettle sat down elegantly, crossing his bulging, muscular arms over his chest, and asked calmly, "What is the mission content?" Rosa slowly brought out a clipboard with a paper pinned to it. Just as the name suggests, simply protect the client until they reach their destination. Seeing only one sheet of paper clipped there, Kettle couldn't stop asking, "Is that all?" She replied gently, "Yes, but it will take at least a few days to travel. Preparing for the trip is entirely the mercenary's responsibility." He narrowed his eyes with a relaxed expression and said, "It looks like this will take a lot of effort." Rosa also whispered, "In return, the pay is very generous. However," she suddenly hesitated. Seeing this, Kettle's eyes opened slightly, unable to hide his curiosity, and he asked, "However?" Rosa's complexion suddenly shifted, her face tightening with a strange look in her eyes. "There's something off here. To be honest, this mission reeks of trouble, so you are free to decline." Suddenly, his voice rang out as light as a feather, startling the guild receptionist. She didn't know anything, Rosa. A calm, easygoing smile briefly appeared on Kettle's face as he maintained his composure. "That's exactly why it's good," leaving Rosa puzzled and repeating, "Yes." At that moment, his gaze dropped to inspect the paper she had just handed him. Regardless, the details of the mission were clearly written on the sheet. Escort mission, targets 1 woman and 1 elderly person, destination the capital of the Denayan Kingdom. Mission rank D. Reading this, Kettle seemed to experience a strange sense of familiarity. The Denayan Kingdom, he thought to himself. It feels like I've heard that name somewhere before. The silhouette of flowing hair and the gentle, radiant smile of a woman named Milena flashed through his mind. Kettle's eyes went blank as if struck by a shocking realization. Milena of the Akasha clan. A flood of memories regarding that girl suddenly surfaced. The woman from the merchant family he had met on the snowy plateau. He remembered her hands holding that shimmering bracelet, and how she had said she would welcome him if he ever had the chance to visit. Without hesitation, he smiled and replied coldly, "What a coincidence, I accept the mission." Suddenly, a blurred silhouette of the system interface materialized right before his eyes. Upon seeing the phantom image, Kettle's eyes sparked with clear astonishment. In the blink of an eye, he bolted up, knocking his chair backward with a loud crash. The light from the system panel flared up unexpectedly, shining directly into his eyes and leaving him completely frozen as words slowly appeared on the interface. Mission 785, escort the target and travel to the Denayan Kingdom. Kettle's face flashed with bewildered speechlessness. "No, why is this appearing here?" His mood soured upon seeing the mission notification board, while Rosa, not understanding what he was doing, called out, "Mr. Kettle?" At that moment, the sound of rapid, hurried footsteps approached. Someone pounded on the door, leaving Aline inside feeling quite confused. The door creaked open, and a pair of feet slowly stepped onto the floor and entered the room. Erin's weary look and heavy breathing startled her, and she exclaimed, "Ah, Erin." Aline immediately grew cautious at his appearance and asked, What's going on? Don't tell me it's the pursuers." Erin's voice rang out, a drop of sweat falling, leaving her surprised as he answered strongly, "In this territory, the only C-rank mercenary has accepted our mission." She exclaimed in surprise, and his eyes lit up as he repeated firmly, "In this territory, the only C-rank mercenary has accepted our mission." Hearing this, Aline couldn't hide the joy on her face as she responded, "C-rank, a mercenary, is that true?" Seeing her so happy, Erin answered softly, "Yes, we've scheduled to meet tomorrow, so miss, please rest comfortably for today," and Aline eagerly replied, "Yes, yes." At that exact moment, Kettle's face suddenly went rigid, his gaze deadened and speechless. He remained silent, staring at the system notification that had appeared. Mission 785, escort the target and travel to the Denayan Kingdom. Kettle rested his chin in his hand, tilting his head in confusion. Why is it appearing now after having been silent for so long? He stared for a long while, then furrowed his brow, lost in thought at the text that had just emerged. Suddenly, Kettle's whole body stiffened, and his eyes lit up as if realizing something. His gaze lingered on the text, and he furrowed his brow, perplexed. Could it be that this isn't a creature exclusive to the snowy plateau? His face changed color as if wary of something, or could it be? Is there some kind of trouble? Just as that thought crossed his mind, the rain began to pour down heavily, accompanied by thunder that roared in anger, tearing the sky apart. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the rain began to pour down heavily, accompanied by thunder that roared in anger, tearing the sky apart. Inside the house, a slender hand tapped the corner of a stack of papers against the table. Aline hung her head low, staying silent. Before both her and Aaron was a quiet space, occupied by the guild receptionist Rosa. Aline couldn't stop thinking about the person who had commissioned this mission. What kind of person would they be? A series of dreamy thoughts crossed her mind. Since he's a mercenary, he must have sharp features, or maybe his whole body is covered in scars. No, wait, he sounds like he'd be really cool. Amidst the torrential rain, a foot stepped forward firmly, causing the water to splash. The bell chimed softly as the door was suddenly pushed open. Hearing the noise, Rosa spoke up, snapping Aline out of her dream. They have arrived. The silhouette of white hair appeared and disappeared mysteriously behind the door. Seeing Kettle's shadow, she couldn't stop her curiosity and turned her head to look. Finally. A massive physique with rippling muscles appeared through the rain, his eyes shining bright like two fireflies, sending shivers down everyone's spines. All of Aline's illusions vanished in an instant, and her face went pale upon seeing him. The moment Kettle appeared, the air felt suffocated. Both she and Aaron went dead still, their bodies frozen. Every step he took toward them only made Aline jump in panic. Her face turned sickly pale with fear. "No, it can't be," Kettle spoke in a cold voice that terrified Aline. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Her eyes grew so wide with fear that the whites showed, and she was so scared she nearly wet herself. You're the mercenary." She was so panicked that she immediately fainted into Aaron's shocked arms. Seeing Kettle standing tall there, he cried out in fear, Could you not be Miss Aline? Who on earth are you?" He looked at them with a calm, chilling gaze that made people shudder. "Truly, it's been a long time since anyone has been this wary of me in this territory," Kettle thought to himself. "Ever since I defeated the demon, the people in the territory stopped avoiding me." After that, he turned to ask the receptionist, "Rosa, are these people my clients?" Rosa immediately answered, "That's right." She maintained her calm demeanor and spoke slowly. "Let me introduce you." Facing his chilling gaze, Rosa said, "This gentleman will be in charge of your escort, Mr. Kettle, a savage." Hearing this, a trace of shock flickered in Aaron's eyes as he stuttered, "Wah, what?" His whole body went rigid, then he shouted, "A savage? What kind of absurd thing is that? I demand to change mercenaries immediately." Suddenly, Rosa's voice became more serious than ever. "So, is that your current intention?" Her eyes glanced coldly over them and she replied without emotion, "Are you doubting the decision of our mercenary guild?" Aaron trembled in a panic. "Ah, no, I didn't mean that." Rosa immediately cut him off. "If you doubt the guild's verdict." Her eyes flashed with anger as she lowered her voice. "Then this transaction is considered never to have happened and we will refund your deposit." He stammered, "That's not what I meant." Kettle's face went dead silent at the indescribable scene, feeling as if he had just turned into a ticking time bomb. A voice suddenly rang out, making him freeze. "I will accept." Aline slowly straightened her outfit and stood up leisurely after her brief lapse in consciousness. Seeing her resolute look, Aaron parted his lips and said hurriedly, "Miss Aline, but..." Seeing Aline's determined expression made Kettle flash a look of surprise. A slender, fair hand reached out toward him as she opened. "I look forward to your help." She maintained her proud yet cautious demeanor as she introduced herself. "My name is Aline." Gentle footsteps advanced forward. Following behind were Aaron and Aline. Kettle suddenly stopped, as if he had realized something. He turned back, looked at them suspiciously, and asked, "Isn't this too far?" Kent looked at the two people trailing far behind and suggested, "I think we should stick a bit closer." Aaron and Aline awkwardly declined. "No, we're fine, thank you." They were temporarily convinced that there were no signs of anyone else around here. He went along with it. "Oh, really? I don't quite get it, but if you're comfortable with that, it's fine." With that, Kent continued on his way. Watching his back as he walked ahead, Aaron and Aline could only stay silent and follow. They remained on guard against him. Aline felt a bit awkward, thinking to herself, how did things end up like this? Last night at the Mercenaries Guild, Kent had happily shaken her hand and introduced himself. "I look forward to working with you, I'm Kent." Aline bit her lip as she looked at the giant hand in front of her. Is this really going to be okay? Kent's eyes were full of excitement as he looked at her. "Just trust me and leave it to me. As long as I'm escorting you, I guarantee your safety." Aline forced a smile and replied, "Yes, thank you." Deep down she was crying, is this really the best choice? Kent's voice suddenly pulled Aline back to reality. "First off, we'll spend the night here." He saw her startle and asked, "Are you all right?" Eileen quickly asked him back. Yes, I am. He had to explain again. As you can see, it's already dark, so it's hard to find our way. That's because we started our journey in the evening at your request. Hearing that, she immediately agreed. Yes, let's do that. Seeing Eileen's reaction, Kettle thought to himself, it seems she's even more afraid of the barbarians than I imagined. This trip is probably going to be a long one. After thinking for a moment, he grabbed the small pouch on his hip. For now, I'll set up a place for us to sleep. A massive object was pulled out from that tiny bag, and it transformed into a tent. Aaron exclaimed in amazement, a treasure. Eileen was also overwhelmed, thinking, how could a barbarian possess such a high-level treasure? Kettle looked at them calmly. Are you talking about this? I worked hard on quests, so I received it as a reward. Hearing this, both Aaron and Eileen were even more stunned. He continued, but there's only one tent, so you two will have to share. What do you think? Eileen whispered something to Aaron. Kettle immediately reassured them, I'm fine. Anyway, I'm used to sleeping outdoors. He secretly thought back, compared to having to dig through glaciers to find a place to sleep on the snowy plateau, this was already paradise. I can handle the guard duty by myself. On the snowy plateau, there was a time I had to stay awake for an entire month because I was being hunted by monsters. Kent thought to himself, very satisfied, this is way too easy actually. He reassured them, you two can sleep peacefully. Everything else is my job. Eileen said with a hint of concern, it's all right. You don't need to shoulder all that by yourself, we should take turns keeping watch. Kent didn't refuse when he heard that. Whatever works for you, they replied in unison, we're fine with that too. If that's the case, I guess we'll do it that way. Deep down, Kent felt a twinge of regret. I had planned to use this opportunity to gain her trust. What a shame. Meanwhile, Aaron and Eileen remained full of caution, thinking, who knows what he might do while we're asleep. Dawn broke, signaling a new day. In Kent's tent, a scene of utter frustration was unfolding. Eileen's eyes were bloodshot and wide open. She hadn't been able to close them for even a second. She felt like she was going to die. She looked over to the corner. Old man Aaron was in the same state. When Eileen pulled back the tent flap to step outside, her stomach let out a loud rumble. I'm so hungry, a thoughtful voice called out. Are you hungry? I suppose so, since you haven't had a proper meal yet. Wait a moment. Eileen looked over, startled. Yes, okay. Kettle looked at her. I'll cook for you. A mouth-watering sizzling sound echoed through the air. Kettle chopped up the spices and happily began to cook. Seeing the sight in front of her, Eileen's eyes widened in surprise. She watched him expertly sautéing the food and thought to herself, a barbarian that actually knows how to cook. Aaron and Eileen were both so hungry they were practically drooling. He asked him longingly, have you ever learned how to cook before? Kettle looked over and answered calmly, it's just a hobby. He remembered back to when he first transmigrated. The people on the snowy plateau didn't cook at all. They only knew how to fill their hungry bellies with the raw meat and blood of the monsters they hunted. I, on the other hand, cooked using the rest of those monsters. The ingredients on the snowy plateau were all very toxic and dangerous. So there were times I almost died. But finally, after countless trials and errors, I was able to cook the perfect dish. I studied cooking in a place where even starting a fire was difficult, like the snowy plateau. There isn't anywhere I can't cook. Kettle thought smugly. As expected, this task is way too easy. A moment later, he held out a plate of noodles. Here, it's done. Looking at the sparkling, fragrant plate of noodles, the two of them looked as if they were hypnotized. Eileen suddenly snapped out of it. She hung her head in frustration. No need, thank you, I'm fine, I don't really like greasy food. Eileen pulled a piece of dried meat from her bag. I already have this. Seeing that, Aaron also gave a cough. I'm the same. Kettle stared at them wide-eyed. Really, you prefer dried meat? He bowed his head and ate a mouthful of noodles, saying, well, that's a shame. I guess I'll have to eat it all by myself. Seeing Kent eating with such gusto, Eileen, while clutching her dried meat, couldn't help but think, I really want to eat that. But you can't trust food made by a barbarian. How could I possibly eat that? On the third night of the journey, Eileen pulled her legs in because of the cold. She curled up, trembling in discomfort. Aaron watched her condition getting worse, full of worry. Princess, are you all right? Aaron thought anxiously. 3 days have passed, and we've been walking on this grueling journey without a decent meal. He bowed his head, heart aching. For someone who grew up pampered and loved like her, enduring this must be impossible. I should have been more careful. Eileen turned slightly toward him to comfort him. Aaron, I'm fine, I'm sorry for making you worry. Aaron replied softly, it's all right. She smiled and asked, what about you, Aaron? Are you doing okay? You've been taking over my shifts on guard duty, you must be exhausted. Aaron patted her hand and said, I am fine, my lady. He gave a reassuring smile. Old people don't really need that much sleep anyway. Aline nodded sincerely. Thank you. A while later, after Aline had drifted off to sleep, Aaron thought briefly, she is such a pitiful soul. He sat up straight to keep guard for her. Aaron thought firmly to himself, I must protect her even if I have to sacrifice my own life. A few hours later, outside the tent by the campfire, some mouth-watering food was being roasted. Kettle stood by the stove, gently flipping the piece of beef on the grill. Nearby, Aaron and Aline were starving, their mouths watering. The two of them just stared intently at his cooking station. A moment later, the sound of Aline's stomach growling finally made Aaron jump. She stood up in a hurry, feeling embarrassed. Aline hung her head and said hesitantly, I'm going to step away for a moment. Kettle turned to her curious and asked, Are you going to the bathroom? Aline snapped, How rude. He suddenly realized and replied, My apologies. Aline walked away, still feeling a bit scared. It's fine. She was puzzled, thinking, what was that? Did a barbarian just apologize to me? After that, Aline continued in a low voice, and then hurried off into the woods behind them. Aaron watched her leave with a hint of concern. Princess, Kettle suddenly spoke up from beside him. I know you guys don't trust me. He continued, but I am your protector. Kettle flipped the meat and added, I hope you can trust me a little bit. I'm a human being too, you know. I can get hurt just like anyone else. Hearing this, Aaron was taken aback. Then feeling a pang of guilt, he muttered, Is that so? Kettle turned back to Aaron and held out the plate of freshly grilled meat. Take it, it's venison, don't you want some? Aaron looked at the plate, hesitating for a moment, but his eyes lit up in surprise. On Aline's side, she was weeping softly by a stream. The clear blue stream sparkled under the sunlight. Aline looked at the beautiful scenery in front of her, sobbing while gnawing on her dried rations. She lamented quietly, I'm so hungry, and my feet hurt so much. She quickly wiped away her tears, telling herself, No, I have to endure this. Aaron must be suffering even more than I am. A while later, when Aline returned, she suddenly froze in shock. Nearby, Aaron and Kettle were casually enjoying their meal. The atmosphere between the two seemed quite harmonious. Just as Aaron was eating, he suddenly stopped. Aline spoke up and called for Aaron. Aaron heard her and looked up in a panic, quickly dropping the piece of meat he was eating, and stood up abruptly. Princess, this is just a misunderstanding. Kettle looked at his reaction, feeling a bit surprised. Then he snuck a glance forward, and thought to himself, Princess huh. Aline clenched her fists, angry. What do you mean just a misunderstanding? She remembered what Aaron had once said, Be careful of the barbarian and protect each other. We promised each other that. Aaron stuttered, trying to explain, That's not what I meant. Then he said softly, Actually, he doesn't seem like the type of dangerous person we need to be this guarded against. Aline asked in astonishment, You're still saying that now? Kettle interrupted, I hope you two can calm down. Aline finally looked toward him, startled and fearful. Kettle questioned them, Is that why you won't eat the food I cook? And the reason you insisted on taking turns to keep watch is that because you don't trust me either. Hearing this, both of them paled, they had messed up. Aline answered awkwardly, That's not what it's like at all. Seeing their fearful expressions, Kettle pondered silently, How should I handle this situation? This world has a very heavy prejudice against barbarians. Of course, I am a barbarian from the snowy plateau, so I don't know the details. Maybe the barbarians outside the snowy plateau have done a lot of nasty things. If I say I'm not a barbarian now, no one would believe me. Kettle then came up with a plan and gave a slight smile. It's this, he quickly spoke up. There's a misunderstanding. Aline and Aaron looked at Kettle with confusion. He smiled lightly and said seriously, I'm not a barbarian. Kettle explained slightly, To be more precise, I was born a barbarian. He continued, But I wasn't raised as one. Aline and Aaron stood there, completely frozen. Both of them wore confused, blank expressions. Kettle quickly made up a story to tell them. Just a week after I was born, my tribe was wiped out. After that, I was picked up by an adventurer and grew up under his care. He felt a slight twinge of conscience, thinking to himself that he had obviously just made that story up, but it didn't matter. Sometimes, a lie tailored to the situation can be a highly effective remedy. Kettle said softly, So, even though I am a barbarian, I have grown up as a civilized person. He continued, Of course, I know that this is very hard to believe. But, Kettle earnestly suggested, I hope you understand that I am just like you too, there is no difference at all. He thought to himself, It's all lies. Kettle looked at the confused expressions of the two people in front of him and thought, But look, isn't that pity in their eyes becoming quite obvious? Aline replied with a hint of embarrassment, Oh, so that's what happened. She recalled her previous hesitation with a bit of regret, fearing the barbarian label. And because of that, she had rejected his goodwill and the food he offered. But even so, Aline felt a flicker of guilt and thought, This person still cares for and respects us. Perhaps he has had to endure countless prejudices and discrimination his whole life just for being a barbarian. She then bowed her head and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Kettle. Honestly, until just now I couldn't bring myself to trust you." Kettle quickly replied, "It's all right. I completely understand." He smiled to himself with relief success. Eileen, on the other hand, felt remorseful, thinking, "I can't believe I doubted someone like him. I really feel so ashamed." Kettle reached out a hand and said, "Well then, I look forward to working with you from now on." Eileen asked, a bit surprised, "Yes." Kettle continued to look at her with a friendly smile. Eileen stared back at him, slightly dazed, before smiling in response, "Yes." Nearby, someone was watching Kettle and the others through a magic screen. "What's this?" The person was the master of the Lick magic tower in disguise. He was a bit curious. "They seem to have gotten quite close all of a sudden, don't they?" The Lick muttered softly, "I am observing them with a contemplative eye, but unfortunately I cannot hear their voices." He rested his chin on his hand and said to himself, "But he really is as strange as the rumors say." The Lick was a bit pensive. After all, what is in that snowy plateau that could produce such a barbarian? He asked in disbelief. How strange, how can he look more socialized than the typical barbarians outside the snowy plateau? The Lick continued to watch Kettle's group, thinking, "I'll wait a little longer." He took a light step toward them to get a closer look. At the same time, Kettle suddenly became alert and turned toward where the Lick was standing. The man was startled and panicked upon seeing this. "Did we just make eye contact?" Eileen saw Kettle's guarded expression and asked, "Mr. Kettle, what's wrong?" Kettle replied in a low voice, "There is someone here." Eileen was startled and frightened. "Oh," Kettle said softly to her. "Wait here for a moment." He quickly headed toward the forest in front of them. "I'll be right back." Kettle pushed off with his feet, channeling force into his stride, and in an instant he had darted into the forest. In the clearing, the wind whistled as something had just moved through it at high speed. Kettle rushed quickly to where the Lick was standing. The man's eyes widened in horror. "What's no way?" The Lick hurriedly tried to use magic to stop Kettle, but in that very second, a large explosion occurred where the two of them were standing. After the dust from the explosion settled, the Lick looked at the scene in front of him with fear. "Impossible," he thought in a panic. "I clearly set up a barrier in that moment." The Lick thought in disbelief. That screen should have been able to withstand even a shot from an arbalist cannon. He asked in terror, was it useless again? At the same time, Kettle had already grabbed the Lick. He warned in a stern voice, "It would be best not to do anything stupid." Kettle glared down at the Lick and said softly, "If there is any sign of unusual behavior, even the slightest, I will snap your neck immediately." The Lick hurriedly said, "I admire you deeply." Kettle stared silently and confused at the person on the ground. He asked back, "Me, huh?" The Lick replied, "Yes." A few minutes later, Kettle grabbed the Lick by the collar and asked, "What's your name?" The man quickly blurted out, "It's Patrick." Eileen and Aaron were left speechless as they watched Kettle dangling the Lick in front of him. On the other side, the Lick was internally weeping in humiliation. Is that guy also in this kind of situation? A moment later, Eileen asked with a hint of worry, "Mr. Kettle, who is this?" Kettle replied quietly, "A guy who was tailing us but suddenly claims to admire me." Eileen asked again, slightly incredulous, "Oh, what does that mean?" Suddenly the Lick spoke up, "It means exactly what it sounds like." He put on a serious face and said, "Since long ago, I have always wanted to become a powerful adventurer." The Lick praised him with admiration. "To me, Mr. Kettle, you are the one who supported the heresy inspector in defeating the demon." He continued with reverence, "You are my goal and my idol." The Lick thought in fear, "I'll just make this up for now. In any case, the original goal was to get close to him, so I can consider it a half success." Kettle asked unexpectedly, "So that's why you were following me?" The Lick scratched his head and replied shyly, "Yes, I admired Mr. Kettle so much that I did it unconsciously." Kettle pondered for a moment and said, "Even so, I can't just let you go." He thought carefully, as there was still no solid proof that this person was harmless. Afterward, Kettle suddenly remembered something, and he said excitedly, "Doing this will work." The Lick paled in fear, asking himself, doing what? One of the world's most talented mages, the head of the magic tower currently inside the body of a Lick, had taken on the guise of a human. To observe Kettle, he had of course prepared a fake identity named Patrick. The Lick looked at the rope in front of him with a pale, confused face. Kettle took the end of the rope and pulled it tight, smiling brightly as he told him, "All right, this is enough." Aaron and Eileen watched helplessly, then let's get going. At this moment the lick was still too shocked to speak. Just like that, Kettle dragged him along as they set off. Eileen glanced at the lick with some wariness, and he sighed thoughtfully. This is the first time I've ever fallen into such a situation. But the lick looked up at Kettle with calculated eyes. I am now able to stay right by his side to observe him. Now I understand what that guy Kane said. A speed far beyond the limits of perception and a raw strength capable of destroying even magic. He is both fast and strong. With this, even in a mortal body, I can easily deal with superhuman levels. If that's the case, he looked up, his eyes filled with killing intent. Watching Kettle's back, the lick had a theory. Could he actually be at the hero level? A voice suddenly spoke up beside him. Mr. Kettle, I have something I'd like to say. It was Eileen. She looked at him cautiously. Kettle turned his head and said, slightly surprised, you're finally willing to say it. Eileen was stunned by his question. Yes, did you already know something? Kettle replied, you intentionally set out at night to avoid people's eyes and then took the long way around to avoid the main roads. He crossed his arms and looked at her casually. It was too easy to tell that you were hiding something. Eileen froze, hesitant. Is that so? Finally, Kettle reassured her, it's fine, I understand, it must be very difficult to trust someone you've just met like me. Eileen bowed her head and spoke with difficulty. Regarding my silence until now, she gripped her dress tightly, I am truly sorry. If you don't mind, I will tell you the whole story right now. Eileen didn't dare to look up, speaking tensely. If after hearing the story you feel that you cannot continue this mission, please just say so. Kettle suddenly interrupted her. Wait, he looked to the side, frowning, we have uninvited guests. Eileen was surprised. Yes. She looked in the direction Kettle was watching. Eileen judged the situation warily. A pair of armored legs emerged from the forest, followed by more armored figures approaching. Kettle turned to Aaron and Eileen and said, it seems they have come looking for you. Upon hearing this, she turned pale, exclaiming in fear, that's impossible. Eileen gasped as she recognized a name, Rukento. The soldiers bowed politely. The leader of the soldiers spoke carefully, Captain of the Green Shield Knight Order, Rukento Edenhamer. I offer my greetings to the Princess of the Kingdom of Ludian, Eileen Mavrachi Ludian. Hearing this, Patrick thought to himself, the Kingdom of Ludian. Rukento stepped closer toward them. He proposed, Princess, because we did not know where you were, we have been searching everywhere for a long time. Now, please come with us. His Majesty has been very worried about you. Hearing these words, she widened her eyes in terror. Rukento turned to Kettle and said, you look like a mercenary. The person you are escorting is the princess of our kingdom of Ludian. He crossed his arms and asked him with wide eyes, then why is the princess here? Rukento explained, the princess ran away from home a short while ago. He looked at Aaron, she even brought her loyal servant along. Anyway, mercenary, from now on, this is our business. Eileen suddenly interrupted, no. Rukento asked her suspiciously, Princess? Eileen's face darkened, who are you? He knitted his brows in confusion. What do you mean by that, my lady? Eileen clenched her fists and said coldly, who are you really? She stared straight at Rukento and asked in a chilly tone. He stammered in response, I am Rukento of the kingdom's Green Shield Knight Order. Before he could finish, Eileen shouted in anger, don't be ridiculous, I don't know you. I know Rukento Edenhamer, but you are not Rukento. When did you infiltrate the palace and how are you impersonating my friends and family? She recalled their strange behavior, even though they looked exactly the same. Filled with resentment, Eileen screamed, what exactly are you things? Where are my parents and everyone else? The lick felt a spark of interest upon hearing this. He secretly used his magic to probe them. The red magic aura passed through Rukento and returned. After checking, the lick thought with surprise they are human. Eileen still kept her head bowed. You. She gnashed her teeth and voiced her thoughts. You surely want to devour me to take over our entire kingdom, right? Eileen looked up, glaring at him as she yelled, but I will never let you have your way, just you wait. Aaron watched her with deep sorrow as he continued. I will take revenge for everyone who has disappeared. Rukento fell silent after hearing that. He suddenly sighed, sounding quite reluctant. Rukento didn't answer her but turned to Kettle. Did you hear that? The princess has fallen into delusions. Eileen replied immediately, what? I'm delusional, stop talking nonsense. He calmly explained to her, please think logically. You are saying that everyone except the princess has become strange. Do you really think that is possible? Eileen retorted hesitantly. He didn't let her say another word. The princess needs treatment as soon as possible. Rukento reached out a hand toward her. Come, he continued, not stopping his pace. Princess, please stop and come with us. Eileen watched them closing in with fear, and she closed her eyes tight, praying in her heart, no, it can't end like this. please someone save me. Kettle calmly asked, what the hell are you doing? He suddenly blocked the path in front of Aline. Rukento glared at him, ordering move. He smirked and said, I'm afraid that's not going to happen. Aline watched the back of the person standing in front of her in astonishment. He lowered his head slightly and said without compromise, if you don't move, I will have no choice but to use force. Having said that, Rukento immediately lunged at him. Just as the distance between the two closed, Kettle grabbed him by the head with one hand, and with a single motion, he threw Rukento straight onto the ground. The other soldiers in the Night Order watched the scene in shock and shouted, Captain. They shouted at him, what the hell are you doing? Kettle immediately argued that they were the ones who attacked first, and it was his job to deal with any enemies daring enough to approach his employer. Rukento struggled to get back on his feet. The princess is suffering from a delusion. Do you really believe all the delusional things the princess says is true? Contrary to his expectations, Kettle just replied flatly, you're spouting some pretty bizarre things yourself. Isn't it obvious that a mercenary should believe the words of their employer? Aline's eyes widened in shock, not expecting Kettle to trust her like that. Hearing this, Rukento's face darkened and he said angrily, you're all absolutely insane. Kettle gave a slight smirk, that remains to be seen. After saying that, he turned back and called out, Aline. Though she didn't understand, she replied with a hint of suspicion, yes. Kettle cast a glance at Aline and said, they appeared without any warning whatsoever. She asked confused, what do you mean? He didn't hesitate to expose them. To put it simply, these guys just popped out of thin air. Hearing this, Aline looked pale. She thought in a panic, what? Observing the current situation, Lick also grew suspicious. Indeed, Kettle continued to voice his suspicions. How is it that you guys just suddenly appeared here? Rukento's group looked grim, not saying a single word. He looked up and asked rigidly, is that really important? We came here to find the princess, yet you keep obsessing over these strange things. Seeing Rukento's stubbornness, Kettle sighed. It seems you have no intention of answering, huh? If that's the case, I'll escort her to the Denayan kingdom myself. Seeing Kettle take her side like that, Aline bit her lip thinking not a single person. She recalled how everyone had acted, no one had ever believed her, and she felt the situation was dire. Rukento grabbed the sword at his hip and signaled to the other soldiers, there's no use talking anymore. Kettle stepped forward, not forgetting to warn them, everyone back off a little. Aline said to him worriedly, Sir Kettle, please be careful. They are the strongest order of knights in our kingdom. The whole squad drew their swords without hesitation with cold expressions. Kettle smirked with amusement, interesting. Lick assessed the scene with his blood-red eyes. Second-rate, but all of them can manipulate arcane energy. Furthermore, looking toward Rukento, is that guy the first-rate one? Rukento then commanded, deal with that barbarian, feel free to kill him. Immediately, the soldiers moved in unison, and they all aimed for one person, Kettle. As all five approached him, Kettle stood perfectly still, calm. Then with a single punch, the soldier on the right was sent flying, howling in pain. The one on the left suffered the same fate at the hands of Kettle's physical damage. He raised his fist high, bracing himself to unleash his strength. A series of 3 more soldiers were sent tumbling by Kettle's rapid-fire punches. In the end, the entire encirclement was easily wiped out by Kettle. He looked up, looking a bit annoyed. As expected, being mobbed is quite a nuisance. Seeing this, Rukento didn't give up. He ordered his troops again, don't stop, attack all at once. The soldiers obeyed and responded, yes, sir. Another wave of soldiers closed in on Kettle. He grabbed 2 of them by the heads with both hands and threw them aside. Not only that, Kettle conveniently used them to knock back the rest of the attackers. And just like that, another wave of attacks ended in an overwhelming victory. Unable to hold back any longer, Rukento finally lunged at the monster. He shouted with resentment, die, looking at the blade that was now right in front of Kettle. Aline shouted in alarm, danger, but the sight before her made her freeze. Kettle used his sturdy teeth to block Rukento's sword stroke. Rukento's eyes widened in complete disbelief, seeing with his own eyes the sword being snapped in half by Kettle's bite. As he was knocked back, he thought, blocked by teeth. Kettle clenched his fists, still want to keep going. Before him, all the soldiers lay scattered on the ground. Rukento struggled to stand up and said with difficulty, everyone retreat. Hearing this, those who had just been lying on the ground disappeared as if by magic. A voice called out to Kettle, Sir Kettle. Aline stepped closer to him anxiously and asked, are you all right? Kettle replied, I wasn't hurt, no need to worry. He turned to Aline, I will carry out the request as promised. However, I want to hear the whole story in detail. She clenched her hands, nodded at Kettle and said, of course, I will tell you everything. Aura is the essence of mystery. It easily tears through steel and can even sever magic. In other words, there is no way to break through aura with mundane materials. Yet he had bitten through aura with his teeth without even a scratch. Lick observed Kettle intently with a judgmental gaze. A body that can withstand arcane power. Could it be that his very body is an arcane mystery itself? After they were done, the group sat gathered around a campfire. Kettle asked, "So how did all this happen?" The two of them were silent for a moment then. Aaron began to recount the story. Our kingdom has been replaced by something else. By the time the princess and I realized the truth, the kingdom had already fallen. Kettle continued, "So that's why you two ran away." He replied, "If we had stayed there, both the princess and I would have been replaced. This distortion started about a year ago." Hearing this, Kettle felt a jolt of surprise and thought to himself, what, a year ago? A coincidence or something else? Come to think of it, Aqua said the same thing. He recalled what she had told him. It seemed like the magic realm, which should have been sealed, was now influencing this world. Dungeon spawn cycles became abnormal, and countless evil entities began revealing themselves in the space starting a year ago. He continued to think, I didn't pay much attention to it back then. But the fact that it was a year ago, and incidentally that guy also said some strange things. The strange person I met on my last quest, I thought it was just the final struggles of someone about to disappear. But could it be that's not the case? Aaron cut into his thoughts. I don't know where it all began. When the princess and I sensed something abnormal and asked the mages and arcane sorcerers to investigate. No one could find the cause, on the contrary they were replaced themselves. Kettle thought for a few seconds, then turned to ask, how did you two realize that? He explained, it's hard to describe accurately, but the atmosphere where they gathered was very different. For example, even though they spoke and acted normally, I felt an unbearable sense of alienation. Kettle questioned, is it just a feeling? He answered, at first when I heard the princess, I didn't believe it, but then, strange things started to happen. I used to be in charge of managing and supervising the servants in the royal palace. Among them was a shy, timid child named Kathy. If the other servants told ghost stories at night, she would be so scared she couldn't sleep and would be yawning while working. She was that kind of child. I found that reaction quite entertaining, so I would occasionally tease her with ghost stories. But at some point, Kathy no longer had any reaction to ghost stories. At that point, I didn't think much of it. Maybe she grew up and wasn't afraid of ghost stories anymore. But the real problem happened later. Kathy was in charge of managing the statues in the royal palace. Because the statues were usually large and heavy, Kathy was often worried about accidentally being crushed to death. Then one day, an accident actually occurred. A statue fell toward Kathy, but fortunately she wasn't seriously hurt, even though it was a situation where she could have died if she had been slightly less careful. However, Kathy didn't feel any fear or horror about nearly dying. She was only worried about being punished. And that was the moment I realized that the Kathy standing in front of me was not the Kathy I knew. A child who was timid and fearful had, at some point, stopped fearing death. Her behavior didn't change, she still laughed and talked as usual. But I could no longer consider that child to be Kathy. After that, I tried probing the others in the royal palace a few times. But most of them had changed just like Kathy. Kettle interrupted him, so that's why you ran away, he answered, because I was afraid I would end up just like them. Kettle continued to ask, then why did you have to go to the Denayan kingdom? If you needed protection, other places could have provided that just as well. Aline, standing by, clenched her fists and replied, because only the Denayan kingdom can execute the Declaration of Humanity. Kettle was very curious about this. Declaration of Humanity, what is that? She explained that a long time ago, it was said that humans originally lived alongside other races. But there was a man who wanted to create a kingdom consisting purely of humans. That man sought out an unknown god and expressed his wish. The god granted him a power, the power to distinguish between what was human and what was not. Afterward, that man founded a kingdom. Kettle completed her sentence, and that kingdom is the current Denayan kingdom. She nodded, confirming, yes, that is exactly right. Those who carry the blood of the Denayan kingdom can execute the Declaration of Humanity. This made Kettle extremely curious. There's even such a thing. He thought to himself, truly a world that is never boring. Then he exclaimed, so you too intend to use that power to find evidence? That's a great idea. She asked worriedly, Sir Kettle, are you doing okay? He smiled and replied, nothing has changed. I will continue the escort as promised. This moved her deeply, and she stammered, thank you so much. If this ends, I will grant you anything you wish for. Anything, he replied enthusiastically. Good, I'll look forward to it. Her words startled Aaron. He thought to himself, Princess, After her words, there was a heavy silence by the flickering fire. Then suddenly a voice spoke up. Sir Kettle, do you really believe her? The voice caught his attention. He glanced at Patrick beside him, pondered for a few seconds and made an assessment. I'm not sure, but it's a possibility. Patrick voiced his thoughts. The Blue Knight Order are humans. You yourself clashed with them, so surely you understand that better than anyone. Seeing that he had realized it too, Kettle turned to reply, I think so too. Patrick hesitated for a few seconds, then warned, Sir Kettle, you are going against an entire nation. His words made Kettle reflect on what he had done. He continued, even if what she says is true, it's still a problem, because they will try to kill you. Knowing the truth, are you really accepting this mission just because you want to fulfill the contract? Redundant, knowing the truth, are you really accepting this mission just because you want to fulfill the contract? Then he stood up to explain, but above all, an interesting story like this. Wouldn't it be a shame to miss it? Having said that, his eyes widened, staring straight at Patrick, making him feel a bit frightened. What are you talking about? Barbarian, is this entire situation just a game to you? Kettle's voice carried a hint of madness. Do you need anything else? He asked, puzzled. Are you really just taking the mission to fulfill the pact? Kettle pondered for a few seconds and replied, you could say that. Then he stood up, but more importantly, an interesting story like this. If I miss it, wouldn't it be a great waste? This cryptic remark made Patrick feel uneasy. What the hell is he talking about? Barbarian, is this entire situation just a game to you? He asked, then do I need anything else? Kettle replied, an alternative existence that no one knows about. Is truly special, it will be very interesting. Patrick analyzed these things. Is that line of thinking a trait of the barbarians in the snowy plateau? I really want to research that body. I want to dissect piece by piece the existence of that Kettle guy to understand its principles. Moving on to the next day, the group continued their journey. Patrick walked behind while Kettle continued to think. An existence of three sides just chasing its own interests. There are things I still need to investigate, so I must be patient for now. For the time being, I am just an ordinary person admiring Kettle. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, an arrow flew straight toward their group. He remained calm, completely unfazed by the situation. Then a loud shout rang out through the air. He caught the arrow effortlessly on the first try. This left Aline and Aaron completely astonished. He smiled, guerrilla tactics this time, that's certainly not a bad strategy. Immediately, a multitude of soldiers rushed out from the edge of the forest, attacking him from behind. He turned his head, his voice cold, but that isn't the perfect solution either. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his hand. 3 soldiers were instantly sent flying backward. Countless cracks appeared on their armor, and the force of the impact was so overwhelming that one of them couldn't hold back and spat out blood. Then the 3 of them dropped to the ground like sacks of grain, and they immediately turned to run away. Hey, let's retreat for now, that monster. He looked in their direction and sighed in boredom. Aline approached and complimented him. Incredible, they aren't exactly weak, are they? This praise piqued his interest. Oh, is that so? She stared straight at him, puzzled. But why did you spare their lives? If you did it out of concern for us then. He interrupted her, it's not necessarily for your sake. This blunt answer made her feel a little embarrassed. Oh, I see. He then glanced at the swords they had left behind at the scene. I just have a few things I need to confirm. A moment later, 3 more soldiers rushed out. One of them screamed, hand over the princess, die you barbarian. Their constant appearance began to annoy him. Are they truly tireless? The soldier yelled, you damn barbarian, let the princess go. He didn't answer them but immediately lunged forward, grabbing the soldier by the throat, making the man tremble uncontrollably. Within seconds, he had easily neutralized all 3 soldiers. This is the armor I shattered a few hours ago. This assertion left Aline confused. What was that? He explained, I remember the scratch on that armor clearly. It's identical down to the smallest detail. This is certainly interesting. He then tossed the soldier to the ground. The 3 of them retreated, turning and heading back into the forest. The repetitive cycle of events began to worry Aline. Wait, what does all this mean? He replied, it's not just that they are being resupplied. It's that the armor and swords I smashed have been restored to their original state. He posed a question, can magic even do that? Aaron replied, it is possible, but it would require a vast amount of equipment and at least a full day. He began to analyze the situation that had just unfolded. This is the armor I broke 5 hours ago, so that's likely not the case. He thought to himself, I'm starting to have a vague guess by now. After I push them back and they are a certain distance away, their presence vanishes completely. And then they appear again, as if they are being reset. Now only the final step of confirmation remains. Just as he thought, they returned once more, hand over the princess. Die, you barbarian. He observed them for a moment, then turned to call out to Aline. She understood what he was implying and gave a slight nod in agreement. He immediately drew his weapon, preparing to confront them. Only a few seconds later, his weapon was stained with fresh blood. Looking at the soldier lying on the ground, he began to analyze. Since they have the shape of humans, it's a bit bothersome, isn't it? But doing this will make everything clearer. Let's see if my theory is correct. The scene shifted to the evening. They continued to travel through the forest. N carried an indescribable feeling. Seeing this, he turned to ask, "Are they acquaintances of yours?" This unexpected question startled her, then her gaze softened as she replied, "Yes, that is correct. Occasionally when I passed by, I would see him training. I know he is no longer the person I once knew. But to have to see an acquaintance die right in front of my own eyes." Just as she spoke these words, his voice rang out again. "Stop right there and hand over the princess, you barbarian." Their reappearance startled the group, making them turn around to look. Aaron could only gape in silence. Aline couldn't believe her eyes. "That is clearly him," he thought, smiling with interest as I suspected. The scene transitioned to the middle of the night. They stopped to build a campfire and begin resting. Sitting around the fire, Aline muttered, "But they were clearly dead." He affirmed that this was indeed true. The thought of those soldiers made Aline's whole body tremble. "What exactly have we been living with?" He took a few seconds before beginning to explain. "Aaron once mentioned that Kathy didn't feel any fear of death, even when crushed by a statue. I've been suspecting it. Is that because they are immortal?" He ladled out a bowl of soup for the princess. "Whatever they are certainly not human." He looked at her and asked nonchalantly, "Do you have any guesses about their true nature?" She took the bowl of soup and replied, "I'm not sure. At the very least, this is beyond my understanding. Returned from the dead, that is not a life. But if there is one possibility, it must surely be." She confirmed the existence of the magic realm, Ma Kan. A new term left him feeling a bit unsettled. He asked curiously, "The magic realm?" She nodded in confirmation. "That's right. It is a place that human consciousness cannot reach. It is a distorted place. If they are entities from that place, this situation makes perfect sense." He recalled a system window that suddenly appeared before him. Quest 785. Escort the target to the kingdom of Denian. Is that the reason these incidents are occurring? Does it only appear when related to the magic realm? However, her words were refuted by Aaron, who was nearby. "That is impossible. Princess, I told you before, entities from the magic realm cannot step into the outside world." This only made him more curious. "What does that mean?" He explained, quite literally, "Entities of the magic realm have never stepped outside, not even once. Since the magic realm was formed long ago." He understood what he meant. Aha, a deduction based on experience and history. Aline continued, "But Aaron, as you have seen, the world is becoming quite strange." He agreed with that. "That is indeed the case." He interrupted them. "They are the distortions that began a year ago. Did that manifestation also affect the magic realm?" The princess's slightly saddened expression made him understand the issue. "As I thought, there is a high probability of that." He stroked his chin, lost in thought. "Entities of the magic realm, is it? Are those beliefs spilling out into the outside world? This is not a good situation at all." Patrick observed him. "Your assessment is the correct one." And so, a long night passed. The next day, the three soldiers returned once again to confront them. "Barbarian, hand over the princess immediately." Seeing them blocking their path again, the corners of his mouth curled up. "Here we go again, is it?" The result was the same as all the other times. They were beaten to a pulp. Including this time, they had died 3 times. And every single time, they returned completely unharmed. Behind him, Aline lamented, "They truly are disgusting monsters." He became slightly interested. "At this point, I'm starting to get curious about their objective." The princess continued, "They surely want to devour our kingdom to secretly expand their influence. They intend to turn it into a springboard to conquer the entire continent." Contrary to her thoughts, he denied, "That's not necessarily true. I don't think things are that simple. If their true goal was to devour the kingdom, they could just kill you and be done with it." As he spoke, he swiped his hand, batting away several arrows flying toward them. "They wouldn't need to waste so much effort trying to capture you like this. Over the past year, they have had countless opportunities to kill you. Furthermore, they don't attack at night. Just like humans, they need to rest when night falls. Not only that, this hit-and-run tactic is also truly illogical. What reason do those immortal monsters have to split up to attack? They could just rush all at once. If they die, they just resurrect. They don't act like animals. Their words and actions do not exceed human limits at all. It's as if they truly believe they are human. That is why I say I have a very good idea. Seeing the idea he was about to put into action made the princess's eyes widen. After resurrecting this time, the soldier had been tied up with a rope. He yelled angrily, "You, untie this rope right now." His arrogant tone drew everyone's attention. He clapped his hands excitedly. "Come on, let's try having a conversation." Confronting each other without even knowing what the other wants, that is truly a regrettable situation. How watching his actions left Patrick feeling weary. This guy is truly insane. Aaron asked, what kind of trick are you pulling? He explained, "I said it already. Let's try having a sincere conversation." "Are you crazy?" Aaron shouted. "You want me to talk to those monsters?" Being called a monster made the soldier feel incredibly sad. "Mr. Aaron, what are you talking about?" he explained. "I am a human. You know exactly who I am, don't you? I am not a monster." A thick miasma radiated from his body. Aline screamed in fear, "Shut your mouths. You disgusting monsters, don't you dare imitate him anymore. You have died and come back to life countless times right before my eyes. And now you expect me to believe you are human." He continued to explain, "That doesn't matter, we are not monsters, we are humans, the princess is just misunderstanding." She rejected those words immediately. "Don't take me for a fool. Your voices, do you think I don't know them? You have devoured the king and queen and now you want to turn me into a monster, don't you? You intend to replace everyone to conquer this continent, right?" He struggled. "No, that's not it. The princess will remain just as she is now." Aline's voice lowered. "Then what is the meaning of all this?" He continued, "I don't know that for sure. But one thing is certain, both of you must return to the kingdom." This time, she turned away decisively. "Enough, there's no point in talking anymore. They just parrot incomprehensible, meaningless words as expected. It's impossible to communicate with monsters." Then her gaze suddenly shifted toward him, who had been watching her without a second of distraction. She asked, "Is something the matter?" "Mr. Kettle, is it really as you say?" He sighed. "This is getting interesting. Aline, do you truly think you're human?" The slightly absurd question made her startle and blurt out, "Isn't that obvious?" A flicker of magic sparked in his eyes. "Is that so?" She retorted, "Are you thinking that I've been turned into one of them? Is that it?" A sudden gush of hot blood erupted, causing Aline's eyes to widen. In that split second, her gaze dropped to where the wound had appeared. It was right in the center of her chest. Because in that moment, Kettle had thrust his hand straight through her chest. Witnessing this left Aline unable to process her own emotions, and she gasped in terror. "What?" A voice echoed in the princess's mind, "Princess, Princess Aline." The persistent calling made her suddenly snap her eyes open. She woke up inside the tent, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat, and the one calling her name was none other than Aaron. He asked anxiously, "Have you finally come to?" She scanned her surroundings, puzzled. Aaron. Her eyes suddenly stopped, as if she had just remembered something. She looked down at her chest. Wait a minute. Clearly, when she looked down just now, she discovered that her body bore no wounds whatsoever. Kettle's voice sounded from outside. Awake at last. He slowly stepped into the tent, his cold gaze fixed firmly on her. This left her feeling both uneasy and terrified. She began to ask, what on earth is going on? It was clear that Sir Kettle had, he confirmed. That's right, I did exactly that. You clearly suffered a fatal wound. Any normal human would have died. And here is the result right before our eyes. Being unable to believe this reality, Aline's complexion turned ashen. What are you talking about? So what are you saying right now? He explained, exactly what you heard. As of now, you've been restored as if nothing ever happened. Just like those nights, furthermore, while you were unconscious. I also confirmed that Erin is in a similar state. Her entire body trembled violently, trying to keep her composure. No, that's impossible. So does that mean He observed her for a long time before turning and leaving the tent for the outside. Seeing him emerge, Patrick asked curiously, Miss Aline, how is she? He replied, still in one piece, just as I expected. Of course, her spirit seems to be in quite a chaotic state. He continued, since when did you know about this? The fact that she is in existence just like them. He closed his eyes and thought, trace back everything to when, let's see. After a few seconds of thought, he spoke, from the very beginning. This revelation left Patrick stunned, unable to believe his ears. He continued to explain, when I first met you two, I sensed a very strange but familiar aura. At first, I wasn't sure what that aura actually was, but when I saw the knights chasing you, I became completely certain of one thing. Patrick thought to himself, aura, even though I couldn't sense it with my own observation eyes. Is there some sort of connection between these entities from the magic realm? He began to analyze. The suspicious points don't stop there. At first, Aline refused the food I offered. As I recall, she only ate a single piece of dried meat the size of a palm over 3 consecutive days, while we were forced to march under conditions that would exhaust even the strongest young men. A princess raised in silk and luxury at the royal palace certainly couldn't endure those circumstances on mental willpower alone. Seeing him observe everything so meticulously, Patrick judged him silently. Does he observe even the smallest details like that? The more I look, the harder it is to believe he's just a barbarian. While the two were talking, the princess stepped out of the tent and called his name, Sir Kettle. She made a suggestion. Let's keep going, forward to the Danaan kingdom. A slight smile played on his lips. Looks like she's managed to get her thoughts somewhat in order, huh? But before we go, you should show yourself now. As soon as he finished speaking, the princess also looked deep into the forest. In a clearing, a slight vibration began to occur. A voice rang out I clearly did not sense any magical signature, yet mana sparks are appearing in the air. The voice continued, could it be intuition? A hazy figure gradually appeared. After a few seconds, an old wizard emerged. He replied, intuition, you say? The sudden appearance of this person drew the attention of both the princess and Patrick. He whispered to himself, so it's invisibility magic, huh? The old man introduced himself. I am Admant Lajish, a member of the Multichrome Gem School and the supreme mage of the Ludian Kingdom. I have come here to talk. He asked quizzically, talk? You didn't come here to fight. The old man's voice remained calm. Perhaps we don't need to do that, because it seems you have already explained everything clearly to the princess. He reached his hand out forward. Come now, you stubborn princess, please return to the kingdom now. If the princess steps into another nation, it will surely cause diplomatic problems. The weight of this suggestion made her contemplate for a few seconds before replying, what meaning does any of that have by now? She clenched her fist in anger. I am also just a monster imitating Aline. The old man wondered, a monster? It is true that we have changed compared to before, but that does not mean we are no longer ourselves. I am still Admant Lajish, the supreme mage of the Ludian Kingdom. If anything has changed, it is only that everything has become more perfect. And you are still the princess of the Ludian Kingdom, and the one who will become our future queen and will become even more perfect. At this moment, the ship of Theseus, the people of Athens, cherished the ship of the hero Theseus until later generations. When the planks of the ship gradually rotted away due to time, they would remove the old planks and replace them with new, sturdier ones. When that happens, can we still call it the ship of Theseus? Those thoughts swirled around in his head. The current Ludian kingdom is precisely one giant ship of Theseus. Then the old man approached the two of them. He continued to call out, please return, my princess. The only place you belong is the Ludian kingdom. Aline stammered, I was about to answer when Kettle stepped up from behind. What are you going to do, Aline? If you don't want to, I'll drive him away. Seeing him naturally interfere in her business made the old man a bit irritated. Step aside, barbarian. As you can see, we are of the same kind. Surely there is no reason to interfere. He retorted, so what? I don't care what you lot are. I am only intervening to protect the one who hired me. The corners of Aline's eyes welled up with tears, and her voice became strained. But I am not Aline. He cut her off. No, to me, you are Aline. I don't know what the Aline from before was like. You hired me, you have traveled with me until now. And the person I want to protect is the Aline of the present. He turned to look at her and smiled. What do you want to do, Aline? These words served as encouragement that left Aline deeply moved. Her voice wavered, I. Her eyes narrowed with a look of determination, and she spoke resolutely. I don't want to go back. Receiving the answer he wanted amused him. He gave a snort. Then he turned back. My employer has already spoken. This left the old man feeling a bit helpless. Sigh. His expression then changed. In the end, it turned out like this. He turned to look at the two people behind him. Patrick, I'm counting on you. Then he left the three of them behind and walked toward the wizard. The wizard's voice sounded angry. This situation seems to amuse you, barbarian. He smiled in response. Actually, it is quite fun. He thought to himself, just by looking, I can tell he's a formidable mage. Let's see what kind of magic you can pull out. Without a moment's hesitation, the wizard channeled mana to protect his body. "You will regret crossing me, barbarian." He began to chant some magical spells. Mana sparks were now converging from all directions into the palms of his hands. He continued his chant, but he didn't realize that Kettle had already lunged at him with a clenched fist. This terrifying speed left the old man terrified. His eyes widened, and the powerful impact caused blood to splatter everywhere. Kettle clenched his fist with interest. The first way to deal with a mage is to finish them off before they can finish chanting. But then, the bloodstains on his hand turned into dust, then flew away to converge at a point in front of him. He understood what was happening. As expected, you don't die just by finishing you off the normal way, huh? The wizard had been prepared in advance and was lucky enough to use mana to regenerate his body, but he couldn't help but be surprised. What the hell is this? What just happened? Speed beyond reaction time, you say. Kettle complimented him, unlimited recovery ability, huh? As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet shifted, and when he turned to look, countless stone pillars erupted from the ground, surrounding him from all sides. He grinned, interested. "You can do this trek too." Admant Lajish didn't hesitate, using his magic to make two stone pillars slam into each other. Then he punched his arm forcefully forward, summoning more magic. From the ground, vines began to sprout, reaching up to ensnare the stones that were pinning him. He growled loudly, turned to ash. He followed up with a fireball spell, intending to turn him into roasted pork. The flames erupted violently, leaving those on the outside deeply worried. Aline shouted in fear, "Sir Kettle!" Patrick observed the situation, thinking he is unleashing a series of spells, consuming a massive amount of mana. Could it be that even his mana pool is resetting to its initial state? A mage with infinite mana. If this news got out, it would certainly cause a major shock. But he had chosen the wrong opponent, because just then, from inside, Kettle easily shattered the attack with a simple punch. This left the wizard stunned. Immediately, he closed the distance from behind. Patrick's thoughts continued, "That guy is a monster outside the norm." His voice became excited. "A mage this powerful, huh? This is truly interesting." The wizard turned his head back in terror, and as soon as he turned around, he took Kettle's punch, which shattered his face, and his body turned to smoke once again. The bloodstains on Kettle's hand faded into nothingness once more. So that wizard just resurrected again, huh? He shouted in fear, "You monster, what on earth are you?" Kettle smiled in response, "I'm just an ordinary barbarian." His voice became serious, "Don't you dare mock me here." Saying this, his body began to slowly lift into the air. "All right, the scouting phase ends here. From now on, I will use my full strength to send you away." Seeing him floating in the air, Kettle was extremely intrigued. This is certainly something to look forward to. When Adamant Lejesh cast his spell, the wind was described as sweeping the leaves up into the sky. Below, the Lick erected a defensive barrier to protect Alina, Aaron, and one of the soldiers. Kettle tilted his head back in amazement, thinking that a highly experienced mage could even summon a natural disaster. When faced with the Wishel vortex created by Adamant Lejesh, he marveled to himself that such magic was truly impressive. He then smiled radiantly and expressed his gratitude, saying that thanks to him, he had been able to witness something interesting. Kettle then lifted his foot and stomped hard on the ground. The ground exploded and mana roared, tearing the earth apart, creating a shockwave that surged toward Adamant Lejesh. He crossed his arms to block the impact. Under the blinding light of the mana, Adamant Lejesh's pupils contracted in terror. A moment later, white smoke spread everywhere. Alina collapsed to the ground in fear, even though she was being shielded by the Lick. The Lick frowned in surprise, thinking that he couldn't sense any mystical energy at all, and wondered if that destruction was simply the result of Kettle's stomp. On the other side, Adamant Lejesh coughed violently, unable to believe that his magic had been defeated by a barbarian like him. He gritted his teeth and declared that it was absolutely impossible. But before he could react, Kettle lunged at him. Adamant Lejesh's eyes widened in horror the moment Kettle delivered a powerful blow. Amidst the red dust, Kettle opened his eyes in suspicion, as Adamant Lejesh admitted that he was very strong, but insisted that he could not be defeated. Kettle admitted that was true, and that conventional methods were not enough. Looking at the tattered piece of fabric in his palm, he contemplated his next move before asking, "What about this?" Adamant Lejesh showed signs of confusion and irritation at the question. Suddenly, Kettle squeezed the piece of fabric tightly. A surge of mana exploded around him, creating a shockwave that spread in all directions. He realized the fabric had turned into multicolored powder, which astonished him. Adamant Lejesh stared in horror as Kettle said he understood, then showed him the powder and asked if that was his true nature. Furious, Adamant Lejesh roared that Kettle would pay the price. while Kettle calmly asked if he wanted to continue, while warning him that from now on, he was willing to risk his life as well. Adamant Legish broke into a cold sweat, speechless as his body gradually disintegrated into red sand. In a fit of rage, he declared that Kettle would pay before he disappeared completely. Kettle watched the remaining dust particles in silence. The next day, Kettle set off with the tied-up soldier, Elena and Aaron. Aaron followed behind with a clearly worried expression. Kettle wondered curiously if that was truly the end of it. As they arrived at the city gates, the kingdom of Dayan, the Lick said this was the final limit. He would go with them, as it would be inconvenient for him to enter a foreign country. Kettle understood and apologized, but the Lick reassured him that he had anticipated it from the start and that the journey together had been enjoyable enough. Kettle said he was very happy to hear that and hoped they would meet again. The Lick replied that they would certainly meet again, and it wouldn't take long. Kettle stood watching the Lick's departing figure for a long time, while Elena and Aaron also looked on with a sense of regret. Afterward, inside the city, a soldier shouted for Kettle to stop, warning him that this was the border of the kingdom of Danayan and ordering him to step back. Kettle was not surprised, thinking this was a normal reaction. But before he could reply, Elena stepped forward and demanded the gates be opened. She introduced herself with authority, stating she was the eldest princess of the kingdom of Luten, Elena of Rochai, and had come to meet King Barbosa Danayan. The soldier was astonished upon hearing this. Inside the royal palace, Kettle lay comfortably on a large bed, thinking that thanks to Elena, he had unexpectedly been given a guest room. He remarked that it wasn't bad and that he had completed his mission. A system notification appeared, announcing that Quest 758 had been completed and the reward would be distributed. Kettle wondered seriously what the reward would be, as he didn't remember ever receiving a reward directly before. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Elena entered wearing luxurious attire and asked if he was free. A moment later, when the two were sitting opposite each other, Kettle asked how the situation was. Elena bowed her head sadly and said she had decided to have an audience with King Barbosa tomorrow, and once that happened, everything would be over. Kettle pondered and replied that perhaps that was only the beginning. Elena admitted that might be true, then called his name. She asked if he knew what had taken over their kingdom. Kettle replied that he had his own suspicions. Finally, Elena, with a clearly anxious expression, asked him to tell her exactly what had happened to their kingdom and what she had become herself. Kettle reached out his hand and revealed what was in his palm. When Elena saw it, she asked suspiciously what it was. Kettle explained that it was the true form of the things that had replaced her people. Hearing this, Elena broke into a cold sweat, terrified, saying she had never seen anything like it. Kettle continued, saying he had compressed them together with force, and that normally they were so small they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. His words left Elena lost in thought. Seeing her like that, Kettle wondered to himself if she understood. He thought that even though this was a fantasy world, it still followed strict medieval settings. He doubted that in an age without microscopes they had any concept of the microworld. Suddenly, Kettle was surprised when Elena said she understood. She closed her eyes and explained that mana and aura also couldn't be seen with the naked eye, but when concentrated they could be seen, and she assumed this was a similar concept. Hearing this, Kettle was amazed, realizing she had grasped the issue. He thought that this world didn't operate on science but on magic. Elena bowed her head anxiously, continuing to speak hesitantly. Kettle told her to imagine that her entire existence from head to toe had been converted into a collection of those tiny particles. From heart to brain, from bone to blood. Elena became increasingly terrified. She hugged her arms, trembling and stuttering in fear, as if swallowed by darkness. Realizing her state, Kettle asked if she was okay, causing Elena to snap out of it. She apologized tensely. Kettle reassured her that he understood and that this was not a pleasant thought. Observing the glowing powder, Elena asked if these particles were dangerous. Kettle calmly replied that they were fine. Their functions were currently paused and they appeared to crumble when met with strong physical force. He suggested calling them nano for simplicity. Each nano was an independent entity, not a single organism but countless entities gathered together to form a human shape. That was why they didn't die even when their bodies were damaged, just as water doesn't die when a lake is slashed with a sword. This made Elena uneasy, and she asked if that meant they were immortal. Kettle replied calmly that one could say so, and perhaps that was why they had no concept of death. Suddenly, Elena exclaimed that something didn't make sense because, unlike them, she feared death. She argued that if Kettle's words were true, she shouldn't be able to understand death either. Kettle admitted her point was very logical. After a moment of silence, he concluded that she might be a mutation. His words left Alina astonished and sweating. Time passed and the sun shone into the magnificent castle. Kettle lay relaxing on the bed with his legs crossed, wondering if they were currently talking to the king. He closed his eyes thinking about the king, a ruler of a fantasy world said to receive mystical power from the gods. He was curious about what that person would be like and wanted to meet him. Just then there was a knock on the door and someone entered. Kettle looked over in surprise, as the man called him a barbarian and informed him that His Majesty wanted to meet him. The man introduced himself as the Sword of Dinian. Maximus looked at Kettle with an unfriendly gaze. A moment later, Maximus led Kettle away and warned him that even though His Majesty had granted permission, he should still show basic respect to save his own life. Kettle smiled and replied that he would keep that in mind. A while later, Maximus announced that he had brought the barbarian before His Majesty. The person on the throne ordered him to enter. When Kettle stepped into the great hall, the sight before him made his eyes widen in astonishment. Alina was present, standing before the king. The king of the kingdom of Danayan, Barbossa Danayan, asked if he was the barbarian who had escorted Princess Alina. Kettle bowed politely and said it was a pleasure, introducing himself as Kettle the barbarian. His words shocked Maximus, and even the king paused for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. Barbossa remarked that just as Alina had said, Kettle was quite different from typical barbarians. Kettle smiled comfortably and replied that he had heard that many times, while thinking to himself that the barbarians here were no different from those in the White Wasteland. Just then, something caught his attention. He looked curiously at the person in the red and black cloak standing beside the king and called out, "Patrick." Alina was surprised, while the Lick was startled. The king introduced him as the tower master and manager of the Great Magic Tower. Kettle pointed out that Patrick was once a citizen of the Barcan territory and asked why he was being introduced differently now. The Lick hurriedly bowed his head, insisting that he was the tower master and had never heard the name Patrick, asserting that Kettle had mistaken him for someone else. Inside, the Lick panicked, wondering how Kettle had found out. While the Lick broke into a cold sweat, Kettle looked confused, and finally bowed his head to apologize, saying he must have been mistaken. The Lick smiled reluctantly and said it was fine, thinking that Kettle was only testing him. He argued that the puppets he controlled were not only different in appearance, but their mana patterns and personalities were also completely distinct. There was no way Kettle could see through that truth with just a single glance. Even so, Lick remained on guard while observing Kettle, thinking that even if he were an entity from the demon realm, he shouldn't be able to see through perfect magic like that. Meanwhile, Kettle noticed the other's evasive gaze, and concluded that it was clear he didn't want to be exposed, so he decided to let it slide. Kettle turned to Alina to ask how the human declaration was going. She answered hesitantly. At that moment, a voice echoed in the main hall, declaring that they were human. Barbossa solemnly stated that their ancestors believed that if a person considers themselves human, then that person is indeed human. He affirmed that Alina, Aaron, and the knight she had captured were clearly human. Hearing this, Alina bowed her head in silence. Observing her, Kettle thought to himself that although she had once called herself a monster, in the end, she truly wanted to be human. He said he felt relieved and asked why he had been summoned. Barbossa looked at him for a moment, then said that Alina had told him about the entity's Kettle called Nano. He quietly admitted, adding that although it was a tragedy, she had lost a close friend and their child because of them. Lick stood nearby in silence. Barbossa explained that the Tower Master was currently sealing them but only temporarily, and if things continued this way, the entire continent would sooner or later be replaced by them. Finally, Barbossa stated his purpose. He had heard that Kettle knew how to destroy them. At this, Kettle replied indifferently that he understood, and then looked up at the king with a probing gaze. With a faint smile and cold eyes, he concluded that the king's true goal was conquest. At the same time, a system notification appeared, announcing Quest 786. Respond to the entity from the demon realm. Not long after, the soldier was brought in and forced to kneel nervously in the middle of the hall. Barbossa sat on his throne, looking down at him with a probing gaze. Below, Kettle, Aaron, and Alina stood in a line watching. Lick spoke first, saying it was best to gather as much information as possible before facing the enemy. He said he had tried many methods, but this prisoner refused to reveal his true form. Since Kettle had direct contact with them, perhaps he would succeed. Kettle glanced at him, then shifted his gaze toward the bound soldier. Lick reassured him that he didn't need to worry about safety, as he had erected a completely isolated barrier. Hearing this, Alina looked at the soldier with suspicious eye. Suddenly, the soldier cried out in panic, asking why they were doing this to him and insisting that he was human. Kettle closed his eyes, sighing wearily, then looked the soldier straight in the eye, wondering what the best way to handle this was. His eyes suddenly turned purple. This should be enough, he thought to himself. At the same time, a giant shadow with demonic eyes appeared before the soldier. The man immediately rolled his eyes back in horror, trembling uncontrollably. Kettle thought to himself that for a creature that had never known death, he would show him the terror of it. Witnessing this scene, Barbossa stood up abruptly from his throne in astonishment, asking what on earth he was. The terrifying pressure radiating from Kettle left Aaron and Alina in shock. Lick gave a forced smile, his pupils shrinking, secretly amazed that even his killing intent alone had such immense intensity. Meanwhile, the soldier, crushed under Kettle's aura, wept in utter terror. Lick observed and thought that they were only feeling a small fraction of the killing intent directed at the soldier. He dared not imagine the pressure the soldier was currently enduring. The soldier's eyes bulged, his body seemingly melting under the pressure. He screamed in terror. In the air, sparkling lights mingled with grains of red sand appeared. Seeing this, Kettle thought to himself, it's finally happening. At that moment, the soldier transformed into a black and red energy creature with glowing eyes. Kettle watched with interest as the creature finally revealed its true form. The red demonic entity facing him roared, asking what the meaning of this was. Alina stood frozen, trying to keep her composure upon realizing this was undoubtedly the true form of the nano. Kettle calmly greeted the creature, saying it was a pleasure to meet it and asking if they could talk. Barbossa stood stunned, Maximus frowned in surprise, and Lick silently observed everything. The creature mocked the idea of talking, then agreed and asked why Aaron and Alina rejected them. Alina immediately flared up, replying, "Are you kidding me? The reason is obvious, you have been devouring and slaughtering humans." The creature replied that it didn't understand, they were only making humans perfect, so why cause such outrage? Hearing this, Kettle realized the situation and concluded that this was how the creature perceived the issue. He asked the reason it wanted Alina to return to understand why she had rejected them. The creature replied that it had no reason to answer him. Kettle advised it not to be like that, explaining that humans never act without a reason and depending on its answer, Alina might choose to go with them. The creature looked at him. Kettle continued to explain that even though it wanted Alina, it was clear that in the current situation she wouldn't go. But if it explained in detail, she might change her mind. Hearing this, the creature finally explained that their goal was replication. Their numbers were very few, so they needed to replicate to increase. To replicate efficiently, the more individuals gathered, the better. Aaron and Alina frowned as it continued to say that for some reason, the two of them were rejecting the call, meaning an error had occurred. Kettle crossed his arms and asked what they intended to do once their numbers increased. The creature hesitated for a moment, then declared that they would bestow perfection upon this imperfect world. Kettle smirked, understanding that this meant they intended to replace everyone. The creature frankly admitted there was no reason to refuse and insisted that the two of them must also merge with them to help the world. Kettle turned to Alina to ask what she thought. She looked at him sharply, thinking for a moment, then resolutely declared that she refused. She had no intention of joining such creatures. This infuriated the entity, which accused Kettle of deceiving it. Kettle denied it, affirming that he had never deceived it. In a fit of rage, the creature threatened to devour them all. It suddenly blasted a stream of black and red energy toward Kettle, but it was blocked by an invisible barrier, leaving it confused. Lick calmly mocked it, saying they didn't come without preparations. Realizing the situation, the creature cursed them in anger. Lick snapped his fingers and declared, "Enough." A blue cube appeared in his hand, then expanded and trapped the entity inside. He said he had gathered enough necessary information, and they would proceed with the rest in his laboratory. As he retrieved the cube, Barbossa said anxiously that if these creatures were left to act freely, something irreparable could happen. He asked Kettle if he could destroy them. Kettle answered without hesitation that it was no problem and asked if they should set off right away. However, he remarked that the location was quite far, so even if they left right now, it would take time. He glanced at Lick. Lick reassured him not to worry, he would provide support. Lick told everyone to get closer, he would use teleportation to take them. Kettle asked in surprise if he could do that too. Lick bowed slightly, saying he had intended to go with them anyway. as they needed measures to prevent the enemy from escaping. Suddenly a voice cut in saying, "Wait." Kettle's eyes widened in surprise when Alina stepped out, clenching her hands and begging to come along. Aaron hurriedly objected, but she said resolutely that she had to know. Barbosa frowned in worry when she explained that she wanted to find out whether, when facing death, she would lose her sense of self like those other creatures. Aaron listened with unease as she declared she needed to know if they were truly different and if she could still remain herself. Her determination made both Kettle and Lick stare at her intently. Breaking the silence, Lick said he had no reason to stop her. Kettle agreed comfortably. Alina was surprised and hopeful, asking if they were serious. Suddenly, Aaron shouted that if the princess went, he would go too. Lick created a magic orb and warned him not to act recklessly. A turquoise light reflected in Alina's eyes as she startled. A moment later, a magic circle appeared under the feet of the four, leaving Kettle in awe. Sometime later, Aaron steadied Alina as she slowly opened her eyes, while Kettle looked around in amazement. Lick happily led them along the path in midair, signaling that it was time. Stopping before the great gate of the Ludian royal castle, he asked if they were ready to begin. Before entering, Kettle carefully confirmed one more time by asking if they were really sure. He worried that such a commotion would attract a lot of attention. Lick just shrugged and confidently reassured him not to worry. He would set up a barrier around the castle to block both sight and sound. Hearing this, Kettle's eyes lit up. He exclaimed in amazement, unable to believe such a thing was possible, secretly marveling at how truly wonderful magic was. Meanwhile, Lick concentrated intensely, narrowing his eyes in preparation to cast the spell. The very next moment, a crimson glow emanated from deep within his eyes, and he calmly announced it was done. Kettle, who had been excited earlier, now stood blankly, asking confusedly if Lick had actually done anything. Seeing his perplexed expression, Lick explained that he had covered the entire castle area with a barrier. Not even an ant could leave without his permission. A spell of that magnitude only cost him a mere moment. Hearing the reassurance, Kettle could only praise it as truly impressive. Lick's majestic figure reminded him of a true tower master. He thought to himself that this was the true power of a heroic mage. Thinking of that, the corner of Kettle's mouth curled up. He admitted to himself that he had truly never felt bored with this world. Kettle slowly walked forward and, full of expectation, declared that there were no more problems now. Lick asked curiously what he intended to do. Staring at the massive, sealed gate before them, Kettle loudly suggested that since they were visiting someone else's house, they should start by knocking on the door. His words made Alina Roach hesitantly ask what he meant. But before anyone could say another word, Kettle instantly activated his magic. He focused all his pressure into his legs, causing deep cracks to form in the ground beneath him. The next moment, he shot forward with terrifying speed, causing Princess Alina Roach to scream in alarm. Immediately after, the only sound left in the air was the fierce whistling of the wind as Kettle lunged straight toward the massive castle gate ahead. As he lunged, he shouted loudly, "Knock, knock," and raised his fist high with a savage, murderous look in his eyes. The moment Kettle's fist made contact, a terrifying explosion rang out. The immense force sent the castle guards and stone fragments from the wall flying into the sky. Looking at the ruin he had caused, Kettle smiled in satisfaction and offered a casual apology. The horrific sight left everyone else pale, each cursing that crazy barbarian in their hearts. As the dust from Kettle's terrifying punch cleared, the castle gate had completely vanished. The ground was littered with the bodies of guards and debris, most notably a giant trench extending from the gate deep into the courtyard. Faced with the chaotic scene before him, Kettle only silently clenched his fist. On the other side, an unseen gaze observed the entire scene. Suddenly, Admant Lajish roared in fury, claiming that everything was ridiculous, and accused Kettle of being completely insane for daring to do such a thing. Recognizing him, Kettle greeted him cheerfully, "Admant, it's good to see you again." However, before he finished speaking, Admant roared in anger. Powerful magic gathered around his staff. But before the attack could be unleashed, Kettle smiled meaningfully and said, "What a pity." With just a flick of his finger, he sealed Admant Lajish, leaving him in utter terror. Even though Kettle was still smiling, his voice became cold as he warned that he hadn't come to meet him today. The moment his words ended, a terrifying explosion rang out. Admant took the full brunt of the hit, was flung backward and blood sprayed into the air. In just a few seconds, his entire body was incinerated into ashes. The guards who survived the horrific shockwave stared in terror. Looking toward the opposite side, Kettle slowly spoke as if addressing someone invisible, warning them that they had better reveal themselves soon. At that moment, the ground began to radiate terrifying heat, and stone fragments floated into the air. Even the bodies of the living soldiers gradually dissolved into red smoke, causing one to scream in desperate horror. Not far away, Lick silently observed everything. Sensing the distortion in the surrounding space, he warned that it was finally revealing its true form. The entire castle was slowly disintegrating into a crimson flow. Lick muttered suspiciously that this was the entity from the demon realm that had replaced the whole castle. He wondered what on earth it was. Surprisingly, neither Alina Roach nor Aaron seemed to be affected by the red smoke. This made Lick think to himself whether the princess and Aaron were safe because they didn't react to the collective consciousness. He finally concluded that the princess's fear hadn't become reality, and just as Kettle hoped, they seemed to be different from the rest. He added that if they weren't different, then both she and Aaron would have already become a part of that thing. As soon as the nano appeared, it angrily asked Kettle how he dared to obstruct what it called their mercy. Completely unfazed, Kettle just laughed aloud and said that mercy was certainly an interesting interpretation. Nanos growled in anger, claiming they never intended to reveal themselves. They only wanted to respect humanity's free will and grant them freedom. They had shown mercy so that humans could live exactly as they wished. Hearing this, Kettle gradually understood its true intent. But he remained calm and asked what that was supposed to mean anyway. He publicly declared that now, there was only one monster left, disguised as a dead man. Kettle's fearless words left Nanos speechless with rage, its fists trembling in fury. After a long moment of composing itself, it challenged him, swearing to erase his very existence from this world. Instead of being afraid, Kettle coolly replied that such a thing might be a bit difficult. At that exact moment, countless drills filled with dark energy silently emerged from the shadows. Nanos roared for him to drop dead and launched its attack. The moment the eye at the center of its body flared, countless daggers shot toward Kettle. Through the dense cloud of smoke, a white shadow dashed out at terrifying speed. It was Kettle who dodged the attack effortlessly with a single sidestep. Seeing him completely unharmed, Nanos paused in shock for a moment before instantly lunging at him again. Unlike Nanos' rush, Kettle calmly lowered his fighting stance, focusing his magic power into his left arm. Less than 3 seconds later, Nanos launched its second attack, throwing a dense barrage of drills that filled the space in front of them. Kettle's eyes widened as he carefully tracked the trajectory of every single drill. The moment he pinpointed Nanos' position, he decisively threw a devastating punch straight at it, catching the creature completely by surprise. The punch flew with the speed of an arrow, though it only grazed the left side of Nanos' body. Kettle regretfully noted that he had missed by just a little bit. After barely surviving the attack, Nanos could only stare at him with seething resentment. Even after exhausting a massive amount of energy in its previous attack, Kettle remained perfectly unscathed, leading Nanos to curse him as a monster. Kettle tilted his head up and retorted mockingly that such words sounded quite rich coming from a literal monster. Without a hint of self-awareness, Nanos continued to spew hatred, calling him a hideous creature and declaring that for the sake of the world he must be destroyed. It swore to tear his body to pieces. As Kettle watched Nanos' entire transformation process, he couldn't take his eyes off it. Instead of being afraid, he cheered with excitement, calling it Stage 2. After completing its transformation, Nanos frantically lunged straight at Kettle and launched an attack. Kettle evaded perfectly by sliding to the side, causing Nanos' claws to slam violently into the hard, dry ground. Regaining its composure, Nanos slowly scanned its eyes to find its target. The moment it spotted Kettle, it stomped its foot hard, spun in a circle and leaped high into the air, then ruthlessly kicked Kettle away. Kettle was sent flying into the cliff behind him and felt dazed for a moment. However, the second he heard movement from Nanos, his eyes widened and he focused intently, preparing to counterattack. The moment he looked up, Nanos had already closed the distance and appeared right in front of him, just inches apart. Nanos swung its sharp claws, tearing through the air. A crescent blade transformed from its icy claws barely touched Kettle. Luckily, he dodged just in time. Even while being forced onto the defensive, Kettle kept his eyes glued to his opponent as if analyzing something. A strange cry rang out, and something slowly crawled out from Nanos' waist. Before Kettle could even catch his breath, Nanos decisively fired a long, sharp blade straight at him. The blade tore through the air at terrifying speed, stabbing directly into Kettle's stomach and pushing him backward. A thunderous explosion echoed as the attack launched Kettle through several layers of rock and earth, sending dust flying everywhere. But the very next moment, Kettle stomped his feet into the ground to come to a stop. Nanos refused to let up, immediately lunging again, surrounding Kettle from every direction. Sensing something strange, Kettle quickly turned toward the source of the sound. By now, Nanos had finished casting its spell. The giant head of a monster opened its jaws and rushed forward. The wicked fangs bit down hard, swallowing Kettle's large frame whole. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Alina screamed in terror that Lord Kettle had been swallowed. Meanwhile, the Lick just stood to the side, silently evaluating the fight, commenting that the creature's strength and speed were at least at a superhuman level, and its ability to transform at will made it an incredibly difficult opponent to handle. He even admitted that what surprised him more was that the barbarian was facing a monster like that without relying on any profound powers or magic. Though it seemed the fight would end easily, Kettle just smirked from inside the beast and complimented Nanos for having many tricks, nodding it was quite fun to watch. The moment he finished speaking, he released his power. In less than 3 seconds, Kettle tore the monster's head apart and lunged straight outside. He calmly adjusted his clothes as if nothing had happened, which clearly irritated Nanos. Nanos scanned the area for its target, but discovered that Kettle had vanished. The very next moment, Kettle suddenly appeared behind it, turned, and raised his fist high. Before Nanos could realize the movement, Kettle's punch landed squarely on its jaw with terrifying force. Taking the full brunt of the blow, Nanos collapsed painfully to the ground, unable to utter a single word. The violent impact sent shards of crystals covering its body flying everywhere. They dissolved into smoke and vanished into the air before even hitting the ground. Nanos tried to stand up, forcing itself to continue the fight. Seeing its pathetic state, Kettle mocked it, asking, "Is that really all you've got?" Instead of answering immediately, Nanos silently observed him for a moment, and then growled that it seemed it would have to use its full power to destroy Kettle, even if it meant sacrificing most of itself to wipe him from this world. Watching Nanos desperately pouring out its last drops of magic power, Kettle indifferently wondered if this was just a final death blow, or if this was truly all the demon world entity could do. He even secretly thought that compared to the White Wasteland, this was nothing at all. Nanos roared thunderously and launched its ultimate technique with terrifying momentum. Completely unfazed, Kettle remarked in return that the fight was actually quite fun. As soon as he spoke, the axe in his hand carved a massive slash through the air. The two attacks lunged at each other and collided in midair, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire space around them. When the thick smoke finally cleared, only Kettle's majestic figure remained, standing tall. The sight left Princess Alina in absolute horror, and she could only look at him in fear. Even the Lick, a holy mage, was deeply shaken by what he had witnessed. The last remnants of Nanos weakly muttered that Kettle shouldn't exist in this world. And along with those final words, its body vanished completely. Immediately afterward, the system displayed a new notification. Quest number 786 completed. Rewards will be distributed. The Lick approached Kettle, coldly commenting that he had indeed caused quite a mess. Kettle turned back to look at him, slightly surprised, looking around at the now silent scene. Alina hesitantly asked if everything was finally over. Kettle nodded, replying that it seemed so. Worried, the Lick softly asked if he was all right. Kettle smiled confidently and replied that he was perfectly fine, then asked back if the Lick was okay, because his barrier seemed to have broken at the very end. Although things had slightly deviated from the original plan, the Lick still considered the result very satisfying. He sighed in relief and admitted that the barrier had indeed been destroyed. Internally, he gave a bitter chuckle at the thought that his magic had been shattered by an axe swing. Brushing aside the small talk, he announced that although the shockwave had spread, he had temporarily handled the situation. Kettle asked with curious surprise how he had managed that. The Lick calmly explained that everyone in the royal capital of Ludian had been put to sleep. Hearing this, both the princess and the royal butler were struck dumb. Kettle was also amazed, blankly repeating that he could actually do something like that. The very next moment, his eyes sparkled with admiration and he enthusiastically declared that the Lick was truly amazing. However, inside, the Lick felt complicated, thinking that a compliment from Kettle sounded rather ridiculous. Turning back, the lick reminded everyone that although everything had temporarily ended, cleaning up the aftermath would be a massive headache, and suggested that they should head back first. Suddenly, Kettle leaned in close to the lick's ear and whispered, "Wait a second." The lick was startled and asked in alarm what was going on. Kettle pointed at the pile of slime that remained, the thing left behind after Nano's real body had vanished, and eagerly asked if he could have it. After speaking, he made the cutest expression possible to beg, leaving the lick helpless and telling him to do whatever he wanted. Barbosa Denayan clutched his head and sighed wearily, saying that he had a splitting headache. A moment later, he heard someone beside him remark that he seemed to be having a severe headache. Realizing who was standing in front of him, Barbosa Denayan quickly coughed, promptly greeted the tower master, and admitted that everything had become a total disaster. He wearily explained that despite his many explanations, the people refused to accept the truth. According to him, the nobles were not only applying political pressure but were also slandering him as a murderer. The lick calmly crossed his arms and remarked that such a reaction was unavoidable. He said that no one would easily accept that the entire royal palace had been replaced by creatures from the demon world. Changing the subject, the lick asked about the girl's condition. Barbosa Denayan hesitated for a moment and then clarified that the lick was talking about Alina. He explained that she looked better than expected. Even after being persuaded and threatened by the remaining Liane nobles, she had remained surprisingly calm. He emphasized that she was both the last surviving royal bloodline and a creature from the demon world. Barbosa Denayan sighed with admiration and remarked that although she must have been very confused herself, she possessed an unexpectedly strong will. Hearing this, the lick speculated that surely a lot had happened to her, or perhaps something was supporting her from within. He lowered his gaze and whispered softly that it was indeed very strange. Barbosa Denayan heard the lick's words and asked what he was implying. The lick glanced elsewhere and replied that he was talking about the creatures from the demon world. Barbosa blinked and repeated the phrase, then suddenly remembered someone and wondered how strong that barbarian really was. Silence immediately fell upon them after the question. The lick looked away with an awkward expression, remained silent for a moment, and then whispered about the concept of strength. Finally, he admitted that even he couldn't grasp the limits of that man's power. Meanwhile, outside the garden, Alina bowed her head and hesitantly asked Kettle if he was leaving already. Kettle smiled and explained that he knew someone in the Denayan kingdom and intended to meet them. Alina nodded silently, and then suddenly apologized sincerely. She confessed that although she had promised to grant him any reward he wanted, she currently had nothing to offer in return. Kettle looked at her in surprise for a moment and then suggested putting the reward on hold for now. Alina looked up blankly, asking what he meant. Kettle cheerfully explained that he had heard the kingdom of Lutain was in chaos, but since the royal bloodline still existed, the situation would soon stabilize. He would accept his reward at that time. Alina confusedly tried to protest, but Kettle cut her off immediately, reminding her that he had once said he didn't view her as a monster. His words left Alina Rochai's eyes wide with astonishment. She remained silent for a long time, finally understanding his kindness and smiled warmly and happily. She swore on her honor as Alina Mavrosai that she would repay his kindness one day. Seeing her like that, Kettle also smiled contentedly. A moment later, Kettle received a card that looked like a seal. He looked at it suspiciously and asked what it was. Barbosa Denayan frankly explained that it was the king's identification seal. He said he was just arbitrarily choosing to make this the reward for Kettle's request. Barbosa Denayan added that thanks to this seal, Kettle could enter and exit almost anywhere, except for special places like the imperial capital or the church's holy grounds. Because Kettle intended to travel the world, Barbosa believed it would be extremely useful to him. Hearing this, Kettle's face immediately brightened and he enthusiastically thanked Barbosa Denayan, internally rejoicing that this item would make his fantasy world journey much easier. Afterward, Kettle left and was quickly struck by the surrounding scenery. He kept praising the impressive sights, then happily remarked that the capital of the Denayan kingdom was much larger and cleaner than the Barkan territory where he had once stayed. Suddenly, someone from behind shouted for him to stop. Kettle quickly turned around. He saw a guard approaching aggressively, demanding to know who he was and ordering him to declare his identity. Kettle stood there, stunned and confused by what was happening. Meanwhile, the two guards maintained an extremely serious expression. After a moment of silence, Kettle thought to himself that there was no other way in this situation. He confidently produced his identification seal. The seal emitted a blinding light that left the two guards dazed. The two guards immediately bowed their heads in nervous apology. Kettle excitedly took a deep breath and noted that the effect was truly impressive. As he continued walking, he wondered where the place he was looking for might be. In another location, someone slammed the table in anger, concluding that the other party was basically saying they had no money to pay off their debt. The person opposite them confidently admitted that this was indeed the case. The other side helplessly said that this meant they were currently unable to repay the debt. Milena of the Akasha family sternly asked why he was acting so arrogant under these circumstances. The head of the great Diablo family crossed his arms and arrogantly declared that he was the head of the great Diablo family and would absolutely never become pathetic over a few coins. Milena narrowed her eyes in annoyance. She coldly pointed out that the great Diablo family was on the verge of collapse precisely because of those few coins. Hearing this, the head of the great Diablo family immediately flew into a rage, accusing her of being disrespectful. Not to be outdone, Milena sharply retorted that she was the one who should be saying that. She bluntly criticized the Diablo family, explaining that because they could not afford the costs of their continuous parties, they had borrowed a large sum of money from her, yet he had dumped even that money into gambling and betting. She further asked if it was true that he had beaten and driven away the servants who tried to stop him, and asked if such behavior was worthy of the name of the head of the great Diablo family. The head of the great Diablo family roared in anger. He demanded to know how she dared to insult him. Milena calmly replied that insults were only reserved for those who still had honor left to be tarnished. Her words left the man stunned and speechless. Milena then produced the debt contract and firmly declared that he only had exactly 1 month left. She warned that if he did not repay the debt within that period, he would have to surrender not only the lands and assets of the Diablo family but also his own title, ending with the cold advice that he should be careful to ensure that fate did not come to pass. In response, the head of the great Diablo family could only bow his head in fear. Hearing this, the head of the great Diablo family immediately objected, asking if she truly believed that such tyranny would be tolerated. At that very moment, soldiers rushed forward and handcuffed him. He turned back in horror, unable to believe what was happening. When he realized he had been subdued, he dared not say anything else. Milena of the Akasha family calmly said that she was only informing him in advance of the legal procedures under the laws of the Denayan kingdom. She added that if anyone was being tyrannical, it was him for refusing to repay his debt, and the head of the great Diablo family just stood there, stunned, and accepted it. Afterward, she turned back and gave a slight nod to the soldiers. The soldier understood the gesture and responded accordingly. As the head of the great Diablo family was dragged away by the soldiers, he screamed frantically, asking if they were really not going to let him go. In extreme indignation, he roared that the rumors about Milena Akasha losing her honor due to her obsession with money were indeed true. He added that there must be a reason why she had abandoned her parents, siblings, and even the retainers who had journeyed with her through the demon realm. Hearing those words, Milena Akasha's expression darkened. The door slammed shut behind them, leaving her alone in the room. A voice suddenly rang out, calling "My lady" and asking if she was all right. A servant cautiously poked his head through the door with a worried look. Milena Akasha lowered her eyes slightly and wearily replied that she was fine. After a sigh, she asked what was next on the schedule. The servant sheepishly reported that the next task was to inspect the mansion being held as collateral, which was about a 20-minute walk away. Milena Akasha quickly decided to conduct the inspection immediately and ordered them to set off. From early morning until sunset, time passed peacefully, and outside a large mansion, Kettle stood admiring the scene before him, nodding that this was exactly the place he was looking for. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He proudly placed his hands on his hips and commented that it was truly massive, and it seemed she had indeed succeeded. Suddenly, a loud and panicked voice rang out from behind, demanding to know who he was. A stern soldier ordered him to leave immediately. He declared that this was the territory of the Akasha family, not a place for a barbarian like him. The words left Kettle stunned for a moment before he calmly replied that he was in the right place because he was an invited guest, leaving the soldier even more confused as he asked who had invited him. Kettle stated directly that Milena Akasha had invited him and told him to stop by whenever he was out. The soldier was stunned by the answer and asked again in disbelief. He pointed a finger at Kettle in anger, roaring that it was ridiculous and asking why the Iron Maiden's Milena would ever invite a barbarian. Kettle confusedly repeated the title Iron Maiden. Thinking back to Milena Akasha's face, he wondered to himself that she did not look like that to him. He then placed an object into the soldier's hand and explained that she had given it to him and told him to visit. Seeing the object in his hand, the soldier was struck dumb. The stone emitted a sparkling light. This made the soldier's expression turn serious and contemplative. A moment later, the soldier suddenly laughed out loud, noting that Kettle had presented that object with such confidence that he had assumed it was something important. He then became strangely enthusiastic, loudly announcing that an honored guest had arrived and ordering everyone to clear the way. Meanwhile, Milena Akasha was sitting quietly in her room. A soldier knocked on the door and entered, reporting that a guest had arrived. The sound of her pen brushing against the paper continued without pause. She coldly replied that she did not recall having an appointment with anyone today. The soldier became even more confused and hesitated as he tried to explain, but she quickly cut him off and said he would have to wait until tomorrow. The soldier stammered as he tried to object, but Milena Akasha grew annoyed. She asked if her words were difficult to understand. Terrified, the soldier immediately bowed his head, saying he understood and that he would tell the guest to wait until tomorrow. Having said that, he hurriedly closed the door and left in fear. Milena Akasha set down her pen and sighed wearily. After leaving, the soldier bowed his head to apologize and explained to Kettle that he would have to wait until tomorrow. He cautiously added that only the basement room was available. Kettle calmly replied that it was no problem. Looking around with admiration, he remarked that the basement was also quite nice. Deep down, Kettle thought that this room looked like one used for secret meetings, and he even wondered if there were any secret rooms. As time passed, night finally fell. A glass of wine sat on the table while Milena Akasha hung her head sadly, muttering that it was not exactly wrong that she had been abandoned by both her family and her retainers. She covered her face as if about to cry, softly admitting that it was not entirely wrong. Finally, dawn appeared and Milena Akasha, fully prepared, walked down the hallway with her servant. The guard stood at attention, and even her nanny looked tense. Suddenly remembering something, Milena Akasha asked if anyone had come yesterday and if it had been a debtor. The soldier cautiously replied that it was not a debtor but a barbarian. Hearing this, Milena Akasha's eyes widened slightly in surprise. She turned around abruptly, full of confusion, and asked what he had just said, her entire expression betraying her disbelief. Her footsteps quickly became hurried as she muttered that it could not possibly be him. This reaction terrified the soldier, who called out to her with concern. Without hesitation, Milena Akasha pushed the door open and rushed in. Her eyes were wide with utter astonishment. Kettle leisurely turned his head to look at her. He gave a simple greeting and then happily exclaimed, "Milena." Kettle gave a warm smile, saying it was great to see her again. Milena Akasha looked at him in shock and called out Kettle's name in disbelief. Immediately afterward, she bowed deeply to apologize to Kettle, saying she could not believe she had dared to put him in such a shabby room. Kettle gave a faint smile and replied that the room was perfectly fine, although he added that it would be even better if there were a secret room, and as he gently touched the wall next to him while saying that, Milena Akasha apologized in confusion. A moment later, they moved to the drawing room, and Kettle remarked that this was better. Beside them, the servant looked somewhat anxious. Milena Akasha cautiously bowed to apologize once again, but Kettle smiled and told her not to worry about it. Hearing this, Milena Akasha breathed a sigh of relief and remarked that it had indeed been a very long time since they last met. Kettle happily agreed and wondered how many years it had been. Milena Akasha immediately replied that she thought it had been 5 years. Kettle closed his eyes and thought that it had been that long, as time really flew by. Milena Akasha's eyes lit up as she asked if the problem Kettle had once mentioned as the reason he could not leave had been resolved smoothly. Kettle explained that it had been resolved perfectly, and thanks to that, he had managed to escape that horrible place, to which Milena Akasha happily replied that she was very glad everything was fine for him. The protagonist also complimented her on how successful she had been. He suddenly mentioned that while he was in the basement, he had heard the guards briefly tell the story of how the caravan from those years had achieved great success and rebuilt her family in the blink of an eye. Milina Akasha bowed her head shyly and replied that it was all thanks to Kettle because without his help at that time, she would never have made it through the snowfield. Kettle smiled and nodded, replying that she was the one who had risked her life to face the challenge, so she deserved the reward. However, Kettle's expression suddenly turned serious as he asked if the butler had been replaced. He stared fixedly at the servant standing behind her. While the servant frowned in annoyance at him, then glanced at the saddened Milina Akasha beside him, Kettle remarked that it was not the old man he had seen at the snowfield. Milina Akasha's face darkened, and she softly replied that he had left to serve other members of the family. Kettle understood at once and remarked that it seemed there were personal circumstances involved. Milina Akasha regretfully admitted that it was due to her own shortcomings. She added that, more importantly, everything was so chaotic that she hadn't had a chance to welcome him properly yet. She placed her hand over her chest formally. Milina Akasha officially reintroduced herself as Milina Akasha, the 22nd head of the Akasha family. She stood up, curtsied respectfully, and declared that she would warmly welcome Kettle, the benefactor of both herself and her family, as an honored guest. With a polite smile, she welcomed him once again. Afterward, Kettle was led to another reception room, where a plate of washed grapes sat on the table. Kettle picked a grape to eat and looked around the room as he chewed. He remarked that it was truly luxurious. He raised his head and commented that although it was not as grand as the rooms in the royal palace, it was still magnificent. And sometimes a place like this was not bad either. Suddenly, there was a noise and Kettle looked up, slightly surprised, wondering what it was. It turned out to be Milina Akasha peeking her head through the door, calling softly, "Kettle," and she asked if she was interrupting his rest. Kettle smiled reassuringly that it was okay, and asked what she needed. Milina Akasha brought out a bottle of wine, and shyly asked if it was all right to have a drink. A moment later, Milina Akasha blushed and let out a sigh. Then she lowered her head and confessed that, more importantly, she hadn't known he liked to drink wine. Kettle thought about his military unit and laughed, replying that he was used to it. He also added that he hadn't known she liked wine, and hearing this, Milina Akasha remained silent for a while. She lowered her eyes and admitted that instead of liking it, she drank it to fall asleep. Looking at the empty wine bottles lying scattered on the table, Kettle remarked that it seemed she had a lot of worries. Milina Akasha remained silent with an awkward expression. A moment later, she finally asked if Kettle knew what she had done after leaving the snowfield, and Kettle calmly replied that he only knew she had made many investments and gone into business. Milina Akasha explained that she had succeeded with the caravan that crossed the white snowfield, and just as Kettle had predicted, she had grasped real power. Using that power, she had tried various different investments, and fortunately, most of the caravans had succeeded, helping her quickly earn a huge fortune. However, her voice trailed off as she admitted that those caravans carried extreme risks, and a single small mistake would have been enough to cause the family to collapse in the blink of an eye. Milina Akasha explained that she had started thinking about lower-risk investment methods, eventually concluding that currency trading was the best path. Thanks to this, her family clan achieved great success, but her relatives left her one by one, claiming she had been driven mad by money and had abandoned her honor. Abandoned by everyone, she sadly admitted that she had firmly believed those choices were for the sake of the clan, and asked if all of those decisions were truly wrong. At this, Kettle denied it, saying he didn't think so. He asked in confusion why it would be wrong when she was just lending money to people in need and keeping them safe. He also explained that he had heard she had been authorized by the kingdom, so there was absolutely no issue. Privately, Kettle pondered the concept of finance, thinking that given this era, he could understand why she was treated that way, even though it would be completely normal in modern times. Milina Akasha asked in surprise if he really thought that and didn't consider it dirty work. Kettle calmly confirmed that of course he didn't, explaining that she hadn't broken any laws, so there was no reason to call it dirty. Conversely, he added that one could even say she had greatly enhanced the clan's reputation by accumulating such wealth. Milina Akasha blushed, feeling shy as she softly called Kettle's name. While remembering the moment, a servant tried to leave. At that time, she had desperately told the servant to wait and cried, asking why even he was abandoning her. However, the servant had apologized and admitted that he thought it would be too difficult to continue serving her. Tears fell into her glass of wine, and Milina Akasha sadly muttered that she understood now, and perhaps she hadn't been wrong after all. She wept with happiness, confessing that in the past 5 years, Kettle was the first person to say such things to her. Meanwhile, outside in the quiet hallway, a maid paced back and forth anxiously. Previously, Milino Akasha had told her not to disturb them because she had an important matter to discuss with a guest today. Even so, the maid remained uneasy, thinking that although her mistress had ordered not to be disturbed tonight, she genuinely doubted whether her mistress understood her own position. She felt that a noble lady leading a barbarian into the mansion was bad enough, and now they were staying together until late like this. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed in the hallway, causing the maid to run over, push the door open, and rush in to call for her mistress. However, when she realized there was nothing serious happening, her voice gradually faded. Inside the room, Milina Akasha was sobbing, insisting that she had done everything for the sake of the clan. She complained that those people couldn't even repay their debts, yet they still talked about honor. It was truly shameless. Kettle smiled in agreement, remarking that they were indeed shameless, though inwardly he felt a bit impatient, wondering how much longer he would have to listen. Milina Akasha became even more irritated, shouting that it was true and continuing to grumble that there was another person who behaved similarly. From outside the room, the maid witnessed the entire conversation. She quietly retreated and gently closed the door again, leaving the two of them inside. She silently told herself to forget everything she had seen today. The next day, Milina Akasha looked up and happily welcomed her guest, addressing the man sitting opposite her as the great sword master, Lord Maximus, with an extremely sincere attitude. However, Maximus responded without a hint of warmth, saying there was no need for such formalities as he had come unofficially today. Still wearing a smile, Milena said she understood, but inwardly she was astonished, wondering what had brought him here. As she observed the stern aura surrounding Maximus, an answer began to form in her mind. She realized that the Sword of Denian, the great master himself, had come to their clan. She couldn't understand why a superhuman who had surpassed the limits of humanity would visit them. After giving her a moment to process the information, Maximus began to ask if a barbarian had arrived here. Milena, slightly surprised, cautiously confirmed that he had. While nervously twisting the edge of her skirt, she wondered if he knew Kettle and feared that he had come to drive him away because he was a barbarian. Contrary to her expectations, Maximus sighed and explained that she seemed to be misunderstanding something, clarifying that it was not the case. After a moment of silence, his eyes sharpened as he ordered her to treat the barbarian well, because it was the Emperor's command. Milena was terrified and could only ask what he meant. After composing herself, she carefully asked for the reason. However, Maximus firmly apologized and said he couldn't reveal anything beyond the fact that it was the Emperor's order. Though slightly disappointed, Milena replied that she understood. Then, Maximus suddenly pointed to himself and remarked that he wasn't asking for free favors, and she could use his name. The bold offer made Milena unconsciously raise her voice as she asked if he was truly allowing her to use Lord Maximus's name. Maximus waved his hand confidently, saying he roughly understood the situation unfolding, and asked if those foolish nobles were giving her trouble. Hit right on the issue, Milena shyly admitted they were and realized he already had the situation under control. Maximus then painted a bright picture for her, asserting with a tone that allowed no rebuttal that if she mentioned his name, even those foolish people would be silenced. Milena was struck dumb and could only manage a strained smile. On the outside, she kept a pleasant expression, but inside she screamed in confusion, wondering what in the world that man had done. Elsewhere, Kettle was standing blankly by the window when he heard footsteps approaching. The new arrival respectfully called him Lord Kettle, drawing his attention. He instinctively turned and responded with a questioning "huh." Upon realizing who had arrived, he carefully asked if it was Milena and what she wanted. Before getting to the main point, Milena cautiously confirmed if he had ever said he was a mercenary, to which Kettle frankly replied yes. Her next question caught him slightly off guard when she asked what kind of work he actually did. Nevertheless, Kettle tried to choose his words carefully and explained that it was mercenary work, such as escorting others. As he spoke, vivid memories flooded his mind, from punching someone's territory to bits to destroying notorious villains. But when explaining his past to Milena, he condensed everything into a vague sentence about patrolling villages. The most striking impression while he described the work was the bright expression on his face when he added that he had also spent time punching all sorts of things. Milena politely replied that she understood, but inwardly she fell into a deep misunderstanding. She firmly believed that there was no way a sword master would personally come for such a trivial matter. Frustrated with her own speculation, she decided to let it go, feeling she shouldn't dig any deeper. Quickly shaking off her disappointment, she happily explained that she was just curious. Since that was settled, she offered to take him on a tour and asked if there was anything he wanted to see. Kettle replied slowly as if thinking hard, repeating that he was thinking about what he wanted to see. A moment later, he curiously asked if her clan was involved in many different types of business. Though she didn't fully understand his meaning, Milena admitted they were a merchant clan. That was all Kettle needed to hear before giving his answer. Before long, the two of them arrived at the Akasha Trading Company. Amidst the bustling scene of people coming and going, Milena proudly introduced this as their trading company. As a thoughtful guide, she explained that even commoners could borrow or deposit money there. Though not everyone qualified, Kettle listened with great interest and could only let out a murmur of admiration. In reality, he was thinking that the basic structure was just like a modern bank. Above all, what interested him most was the sight of customers coming and going from the building. He found it fascinating to see people in medieval attire and thought this place was a perfect blend of modern and fantasy. Milena Akasha interrupted Kettle's train of thought by asking what he thought. Without hesitation, Kettle gave a thumbs up and said it was quite interesting. The strange description made Milena wonder if that was really considered interesting. Shaking off the lingering doubts, Milena led him to another place. As soon as he stepped through the door, Kettle cheered with excitement that this was an armory. Milena proudly explained that the arms trade was what had saved the Akasha clan, and subsequently they focused heavily on producing and selling weapons. She added that this place stored some of their most special armaments. However, at that moment, Kettle's attention was drawn elsewhere. After staring at a sword displayed on a rack for a long time, he carefully asked if he could hold it for a moment, and Milena immediately allowed it, telling him to make himself at home. Unable to resist any longer, Kettle gripped the hilt tightly. He lifted it off the rack and swung it leisurely. Unexpectedly, flames suddenly flickered at the tip of the blade. The small flame quickly spread across the entire sword. Milena remarked that it was an enchanted sword. The very word enchanted shocked Kettle. He repeated that it was enchanted and looked at the blazing fire with overwhelming emotion, thinking that this was true enchantment. The feeling moved him to tears at the thought that the word sounded so fascinating. Seeing his reaction, Milena kindly asked if he wanted this sword, and Kettle looked at her with shimmering eyes, asking if she was serious. Instead of answering immediately, Milena smiled and said that more importantly, there was something she wanted to ask him. Looking at the burning sword in his hand, she asked shyly if it wasn't hot. Kettle froze for a few seconds and then replied awkwardly that he was fine. Now calmer, he admitted that he wasn't sure if it was okay to accept something so precious. Milena casually reassured him that it was fine and confessed that this weapon was completely impractical. She explained that she had commissioned an alchemist to create a fire sword, but the flames had spread to the hilt, making it unusable. Remembering her previous efforts to salvage the weapon, Milena said she had complained to the alchemist, but the person had only looked blankly and asked if she had ever requested a safety mechanism. Among everything she said, the word alchemist caught Kettle's attention. He asked in surprise if alchemists really existed. Milena admitted with slight irritation that they did and explained that the clan had hired one for an enormous sum, though she regretted it a bit. Unbeknownst to her, those words had opened a new possibility in Kettle's mind. Thinking that an alchemist sounded extremely interesting. He asked what the person was like. Though slightly startled, Milena politely replied that the person's personality was quite strange, but their skills were unparalleled. She continued to explain that the person was the alchemist who had transformed someone completely ignorant of profound powers into a superhuman-level warrior. The revelation shocked Kettle to the point that his alarm was visible, and he immediately asked if that was really true. Milena replied without hesitation that it was, though it was a story only those in the know would be aware of. She tried to recall the details and explained that the Empire had once issued a notice seeking superhuman-level warriors to serve them. Her voice grew more serious as she pointed out that such warriors didn't just appear naturally. Even the kingdom only had one or two, and they were treated specially, so there was no reason for them to join the empire. From her point of view, that notice was basically meaningless. However, she went on to say that one day, an alchemist appeared. According to her, she could create a superhuman-level warrior in exchange for a favor. After a pause to add drama, she explained that normally the person would have been considered a lunatic, but perhaps out of sudden interest, the emperor had ordered her to turn his own son into a superhuman. The absurd idea made Kettle frown as he asked if the emperor had really placed his own son on an experimental table. Milena nodded immediately and confirmed that he had, adding that in just 1 year the prince had become a superhuman. The corners of Kettle's mouth curled up unconsciously as anticipation began to fill his head. He kept thinking about the alchemist who had turned a non-profound power user into a superhuman-level warrior. Finally, he turned to Milena and said he had a request, and she quickly replied that he could ask for anything. Though confused, Kettle requested to meet the alchemist she had just mentioned. After a few seconds of trying to process the request, Milena's only reaction was a blank expression and a skeptical huh. The scene shifted to a beautiful house hidden in the woods. The owner of the house was carefully stirring a large steaming pot. Though focused on her work, her sharp ears picked up on someone approaching. The alchemist immediately turned around and remarked that she could sense something extraordinary about this person. Kettle and Milena Akasha finally found the wooden cabin hidden among the countless trees. After a few seconds of silence, Kettle cautiously expressed doubt by asking if she was really living in the forest. Milena Akasha suppressed a sigh and explained that the owner of this place said living here was very comfortable, even though entering and leaving became inconvenient whenever she had to move. After saying that, she walked up and knocked on the wooden door. The owner of the cabin cautiously asked aloud who was there. Milena Akasha immediately replied in a familiar voice that it was her, Artemis. Hearing the familiar voice, Artemis immediately relaxed and invited her in. Given permission, Milena Akasha leisurely pushed open the wooden door, the door that was never locked. The first thing she saw was the beautiful alchemist, Artemis, waving to greet her. Artemis then mentioned that she was out of clothes and asked if Milena could get her a few new sets. Before Milena Akasha could say anything, she had already been asked for a favor and was momentarily speechless. She asked if she hadn't already given clothes to Artemis before. Artemis scratched her head shyly and explained honestly that chemical splashes had ruined them all. At this point, Milena Akasha took a closer look, and the more she looked, the more confused she became, remarking that even so those clothes looked like rags. Artemis yawned until her eyes watered from being scolded, but stubbornly justified that it didn't matter because she was the only one living here. Not wanting to continue that subject, she moved on and asked what business the person who hired her had there, adding that she had completed the request last time, right? As soon as the topic was mentioned, Milena Akasha flared up again and repeated the word right with a clearly irritated voice. She then began to grumble at length, reminding Artemis that she had requested a shield that could repel everything. Artemis kept a completely calm expression, arguing that she had indeed done exactly that. She explained that she had even ensured the hilt of the shield would not repel anything, just as requested. Although Milena Akasha desperately wanted to teach this annoying alchemist a lesson, she could only respond bitterly that the result was a cursed item. Once someone held it, they couldn't let go. With that shocking revelation still hanging in the air, the atmosphere between the two women became tense. However, operating on a different frequency than normal people, Artemis immediately tried to justify herself, pointing out that Milena had never specified anything about being able to let go. Halfway through her justification, Artemis realized Milena Akasha looked like she was about to explode. She immediately panicked, apologized repeatedly, and insisted she was just joking. Under heavy pressure from her employer, Artemis finally admitted the truth. She confessed that she had stayed up all night and was extremely tired, so she had adjusted it incorrectly. Wanting to completely extinguish Milena's anger, she emphasized that she truly didn't mean to. Milena Akasha hadn't intended to make things difficult for the only alchemist she had, so she let out a long sigh and let her anger dissipate. She told Artemis she knew it wasn't intentional and only asked her to be more careful next time. Artemis, not expecting to get off so easily, happily promised to remember. After several rounds of bickering, Artemis finally remembered the presence of a third person and asked who had come with Milena. She added that she had sensed an incredible presence even before Milena arrived and remarked that the person was standing right outside the door. Wasn't he? While Milena Akasha was still stunned by that terrifying keenness, Archimedes suddenly thought of a reason and asked if Milena had hired a new bodyguard. Deep inside, Milena Akasha couldn't help the anxiety starting to rise. She wondered how Archimedes had sensed Kettle Nim and suspected if it was an elf's intuition, as she hadn't intended to hide him. She cautiously explained that Archimedes was quite a special person and she thought the meeting might cause a surprise. Archimedes was completely unfazed, instead reacting with suspicious interest and asking what was so special about him. Then, to Milena Akasha's astonishment, she suddenly clutched her stomach and burst into laughter. After laughing her fill, she wiped her tears and explained that she had met many powerful people before. She insisted that no matter how strong the person was, there was nothing to worry about. Archimedes continued to ramble without realizing the increasingly awkward expression on Milena Akasha's face. She even remarked that the fact that Milena was worried she might be surprised was what was truly surprising. Deciding that actions were more convincing than words, Milena Akasha turned toward the door and loudly announced that, according to Archimedes, there was nothing to worry about and called out to Lord Kettle. Kettle didn't answer immediately. Instead, he just cleared his throat and replied with a huh. He deliberately opened the door just a crack to reveal a part of his face, speaking in a dark, gloomy voice as if it were coming from the depths of hell. He politely asked if he could come in now. Just a few moments earlier, Archimedes had been boasting confidently. However, after hearing that simple question, all the color drained from her face. Kettle didn't let his host off the hook but coldly greeted her again, introducing himself as Kettle and saying it was nice to meet her. He even stepped closer before deliberately emphasizing his name. Archimedes was trembling uncontrollably by then, only able to emit a series of meaningless sounds. Exploiting the situation, Kettle continued by saying he had heard a lot about Archimedes's reputation from Milena. However, before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly froze. Confused, he turned to Milena Akasha and asked if this was really the person they were looking for. Without waiting for him to finish the question, Milena immediately confirmed it was. An awkward silence filled the room as the two guests stared at their host, who had been scared into fainting. When Archimedes came to, she was so ashamed she couldn't dare to lift her head. She admitted that after speaking so confidently earlier, this situation was extremely humiliating. Kettle kindly tried to alleviate her embarrassment, reassuring her that such things could happen. Not wanting to continue the issue, Archimedes quickly asked if they wanted to meet him. Kettle enthusiastically confirmed this and explained that he was interested in alchemy, then asked if Archimedes was willing to teach him. Taken by surprise, Archimedes instinctively repeated the word alchemy in disbelief. Even Milena, who had listened silently until that point, also asked if Lord Kettle really wanted to learn alchemy. Though they were surprised, Kettle firmly confirmed that he did and added that it was just one of the things he wanted to learn. Naturally, he kept his real reason to himself. In his heart, he thought that while he was interested in alchemy because it could lead to understanding profound powers, it was also a true fantasy art and he couldn't miss this opportunity. Determined, he silently swore that he would learn alchemy and finally awaken his profound powers. With that thought, he asked if it was impossible for someone who hadn't awakened profound powers to learn alchemy. Archimedes immediately denied that assumption and explained that it was not the case. Fearing Kettle might misunderstand, Archimedes carefully explained further that swordplay and magic draw and manipulate mystical energy from within the body. To avoid confusion about her profession, she added that alchemy, on the other hand, borrows and manipulates mystical energy from external sources. As she spoke, she pinched a small orb between her two fingers and remarked that there were many objects in the world that contained mystical energy. The moment she finished speaking, she flicked the orb toward the stove. The fire dancing inside was instantly frozen solid. Witnessing the scene, Kettle's eyes sparkled with excitement. He cried out in amazement and was secretly stunned that Archimedes had frozen the very flames themselves. Taking the opportunity to regain some face, Archimedes proudly explained that it was a technique using a catalyst and that she hadn't used any mana at all and was about to ask if he was impressed, when Kettle suddenly grabbed both of her hands and enthusiastically declared that Archimedes's skills were truly incredible, leaving Archimedes flustered and stammering from the over-the-top reaction. Kettle, ignoring her discomfort, continued his praise, saying that achieving such results with just materials was almost like a miracle and that he was genuinely impressed. Basking in the shower of compliments, Archimedes began to feel quite proud, though she still cautiously asked if Kettle was being sincere. Kettle immediately confirmed and declared that this was exactly the kind of skill he had been looking for. At that moment, Artemis felt as if she were about to float into the sky, rejoicing in her heart that such a terrifying existence was praising and admiring her. Her ears twitched repeatedly as she secretly hoped to hear more praise for both herself and her alchemy. Unfortunately, Kettle lacked the ability to read minds and instead returned to his original purpose, politely asking Artemis to teach him alchemy. Now much more open with him, Artemis agreed without hesitation, saying it would be quite easy. Milena then interrupted the conversation and expressed her gratitude that Artemis had accepted Lord Kettle's request, to which Artemis responded with a confused, only for Milena to remind her that the catalyst she had just used so casually for that little demonstration was the very thing she had recently spent a fortune to obtain for her. Unable to argue that point, Artemis could only offer a sheepish, awkward smile to let it slide. While the two were busy settling the debt, Kettle calmly organized his thoughts, musing that he hadn't expected the alchemist to be an elf. His mind drifted back to his previous encounters with elves, and he remembered that they were always particularly afraid of him, leading him to wonder if he looked especially frightening to them. Meanwhile, Artemis could not stand the criticism from Milena and reluctantly apologized once more. Observing Artemis's rather carefree behavior, Kettle felt reassured, concluding that even elves seemed to stop fearing him once they got used to his presence. As the visit came to an end, Kettle confirmed that he would return tomorrow to begin learning alchemy. Despite still having a rather large bump on her head, Artemis happily saw them off and replied that she would see them tomorrow. After the two guests disappeared from sight, Artemis immediately slammed the door shut and leaned against it for a long time. Even though she appeared calm on the outside, she was struggling intensely on the inside, screaming in her head and asking herself what she had done. Her thoughts echoed Kettle's compliments about how wonderful and skilled she was. She clutched her head in frustration, blaming herself for being fooled by his sweet words and insisting that she should have had the sense to refuse. Even so, she quickly found excuses to justify her decision, concluding above all that Kettle was not a true barbarian. Recalling Kettle's aura, Artemis affirmed her belief that Milena, being human, could not feel it, but that Kettle's essence had essentially been twisted. Still, she remained confused, not understanding why an existence like Kettle would want to learn alchemy. Halfway through her train of thought, she abruptly dismissed her worries, convincing herself that someone like Kettle would never take alchemy seriously and would surely get bored and give up quickly. After reinforcing that belief, Artemis secretly asked herself one final, uneasy question about whether that assumption was actually true. A few days later, Artemis began instructing Kettle in alchemy, starting by cooking some kind of solution in a large pot. Artemis's expression grew tense as she muttered, "Good, if I just let it cool down slowly like this, it will rise." Kettle's gaze became more focused than ever. Finally, a golden orb suddenly appeared from inside the pot. He couldn't hold back a cheer of excitement, declaring that he had succeeded. Overly thrilled, he even turned to high-five the person next to him to celebrate his achievement, saying he had done it and calling out Artemis's name to celebrate, to which Artemis played along with the mood and congratulated him, saying it was wonderful. However, as soon as she said it, her inner thoughts hardened in disbelief as she wondered what she meant by wonderful, realizing that despite her thorough planning, reality had clearly gone against her expectations. She secretly admitted that she had never expected him to learn so much in just 3 days, especially since she had deliberately taught him in the most boring, difficult, and complex way possible. While Kettle was happily celebrating, Artemis remained flustered and confused, wondering if a barbarian could really be that smart. Meanwhile, Kettle, indifferent to her complex emotions, remained focused on the object in his hand, contemplating deeply. He mused that he had never really been a barbarian to begin with, and as he continued to stare at the tiny orb he had created, he grew increasingly emotional, realizing this was his first alchemical product. And he had finally achieved the magical result he had previously only dared to dream of in a fantasy world. Thinking this, Kettle suddenly turned to Artemis and expressed his gratitude, saying he thanked her. Artemis, startled by his sincerity, waved her hands repeatedly to deny it, insisting it was nothing. However, she then honestly admitted that she hadn't expected him to be such a fast learner and that, halfway through, she had become unusually enthusiastic, ending up teaching him more seriously than usual. Kettle acknowledged this, and without waiting for much of a response, he moved on to another matter, saying there was still something else he wanted to learn. Artemis, still fired up, confidently told him that she would teach him anything. However, her smile froze when he asked if she could teach him how to awaken mystical energy. Artemis shyly bunched her fingers together and explained that teaching the method itself wasn't difficult, but the real problem lay in the necessary ingredients. Kettle immediately asked what the ingredients were, leading her to explain further that high-grade catalysts containing mystical energy were required, and that it took even the Empire a full year to collect those materials. Hearing this, Kettle deduced that this must have been why it took a year to turn the prince into a superhuman. Artemis, still caught up in her excitement, accidentally revealed more than she intended, insisting that the story had been distorted and that a genius like her would never spend a whole year struggling with that stuff. Taking the opportunity, Kettle asked if that was the kind of catalyst she was talking about and if what he had could be used as a substitute. Artemis asked what it was. He handed her the bag he was carrying, explaining that he thought it could be used as an ingredient and wanted her to take a look. The moment he opened the bag, the contents emitted a blinding light that nearly blinded everyone. Carefully holding the objects, Artemis remarked in amazement how surprising it was that he possessed such a treasure. Then she immediately asked where he got it, saying it was almost equivalent to the Philosopher's Stone. Kettle, unfazed, calmly clarified that he remembered the Philosopher's Stone as something that could be transformed into any material. Artemis, her professional enthusiasm surging, begged him to tell her where he got it. However, Kettle coldly replied that he couldn't disclose that. Artemis shyly tried to rationalize his refusal, saying it made sense since such a precious item couldn't be revealed so easily. But Kettle cut her off, denying that was the reason, and as fragmented memories surfaced in his mind, he said in an indifferent tone that he had used them all up, and it was now very difficult to create more. Hearing this, Artemis went silent, staring in horror at the glowing materials in her hand, unable to utter a word. Finally, Kettle left the lesson feeling quite satisfied with the results. As he walked away, he continued to ponder his own question of whether he could awaken his mystical energy immediately. In the previous moment, Artemis had enthusiastically told him that the amount he had was excessive. Although she had carefully added that she was still missing some other ingredients and suggested he ask Milena, it turned out that Artemis herself felt a bit uneasy about dealing with matters related to her own capital, thinking that if she asked, Milena certainly wouldn't listen. Thus, she delegated this responsibility to Kettle, who, however, did not feel much pressure, thinking that everything was going smoothly. In his excitement, he even imagined a bright future ahead, believing that with this, he would soon awaken his mystical energy. However, reality quickly showed that something was actually burning. A fire was raging fiercely, illuminating Kettle's face. The fire seemed to have a will of its own, dancing along the windows and roof, turning the entire building into a giant torch despite the panicked cries of everyone around that there was a fire. It took Kettle a moment to find someone he knew and ask what was happening. Milena Akasha immediately greeted him respectfully, calling him Lord Kettle before explaining that someone had set the warehouse on fire. And unfortunately, that was where the wood was stored. Kettle saw an unexpected opportunity in the troublesome situation and decided to act immediately, saying he understood and telling everyone to back off. Milena Akasha reacted in confusion, but Kettle didn't intend to hide his plan and explained that he would try to put out the fire using alchemy. Once he said that, he quickly pulled out a treasure he had created in class. He held it for a moment, then activated it and threw it high into the air. As the orb stabilized above his head, he focused his strength into his right arm. As the orb fell onto his fist, it resonated with the power he was accumulating, and he directed that force toward the fire in front of him. Those nearby were affected by the shockwave, covering their faces and screaming in panic, not understanding what was happening. Even Milena Akasha could not escape the intense wind that swept across her face. After completing the action, Kettle proudly asked Milena how it was, declaring that the fire was out and that this was the power of alchemy, asking if it was amazing. Milena, still stunned that the sky had cleared up so quickly, could only respond in a jumbled, hesitant way. After a few seconds of regaining her composure, she began to remark that what she had just witnessed looked less like alchemy and more like something else. But she didn't get to finish her sentence as Kettle interrupted her, suddenly changing the subject to say that the arsonist was still nearby and he would be right back. Immediately after saying that, he disappeared from Milina Akasha's sight, leaving behind a cloud of dust. He moved at an extreme speed, rushing in one direction as if being pursued. Milina remained standing stunned in place, her hair disheveled after enduring 2 shockwaves. Meanwhile, Kettle quickly made the fleeing arsonist aware of his presence. When the man realized Kettle was behind him, he was terrified and wondered how Kettle had discovered his location. The arsonist even suspected how someone who looked as stupid as that could track him without using magic. Despite his confusion, he still acted arrogantly, believing that in the face of his great magic, Kettle was just a helpless human. As Kettle rushed forward, he noticed something unusual, and observed his surroundings carefully before realizing that fog had covered the area. He hesitated and concluded that it was likely magical fog. His gaze then locked onto the arsonist standing confidently on a tree branch, where the man declared that his magic not only obscured vision but also disrupted the senses. Kettle, however, remained calm and said that if that was the case, there was an alchemical method suited to the situation. He immediately pulled out another and crushed it without hesitation before his opponent could react. The arsonist realized Kettle's move and asked what he was doing. But before receiving an answer, Kettle smashed his fist into the ground. With just one powerful blow, the ground beneath his feet shattered and rocks and debris flew everywhere. The shockwave left the arsonist even more disoriented, and he realized that Kettle was dispelling the fog. However, he had no time to think because he had to try to shield himself against the intense wind pressure. Once he adjusted, he tried to mockingly challenge Kettle, declaring that that alone was not enough to stop him, and that he would unleash a stronger fog spell. However, he didn't realize that Kettle had already moved behind him. Meanwhile, Milina Akasha was impatiently waiting when she suddenly heard her name called. When she turned around, she saw Kettle returning while carrying the captured arsonist. Kettle said he had caught the arsonist, while Milina reacted in surprise and confusion, trying to understand what had just happened. Kettle then credited Artemis, smiling brightly as he declared that if he hadn't learned alchemy, he wouldn't have been able to catch the culprit, thereby giving credit to his teacher. After the fire, everyone quickly returned to the main mansion. Kettle was standing in a daze when someone called his name. As soon as he recognized the familiar figure, he asked Milina what had happened to the mage. Milina Akasha sighed wearily before explaining that after the interrogation, they learned that he had been hired by a nobleman who hated her. Curious, Kettle asked if it was true that the nobleman held a grudge. As memories of the nobleman's aggressive behavior surfaced, Milina Akasha admitted that it was indeed so. She explained that the nobleman had borrowed money but hadn't repaid it, and added that both the mage and the nobleman would have to pay for their crimes. Having said that, she suddenly raised the hem of her dress and bowed formally to Kettle, expressing that without him, they never would have caught the culprit, and she thanked him sincerely. Kettle enthusiastically refused the credit, saying he was simply happy that he finally had a chance to use the alchemy he had learned, while Milina Akasha curiously repeated the word alchemy. But before he could answer, Kettle remembered the real reason he had come and said there was one more favor he wanted to ask. Milina Akasha was ready to agree and encouraged him to make his request. When Artemis saw what Kettle had brought back, she couldn't help but cheer that she had guessed Milina would agree to Kettle's request. But she hadn't expected her to provide such a high-quality catalyst. Growing increasingly excited, she complained that no matter how much she had begged before, Milina had never given her anything of that level. Painfully recalling what Milina usually said whenever she begged for ingredients, she remembered the reply that it was because she only used them to pull other pranks. Even in her imagination, that answer left her speechless, leading her to protest that Milina treated people very unfairly. Kettle ignored that exchange and instead asked Artemis if all the preparations were complete. Artemis quickly composed herself, then enthusiastically declared that everything was more than ready and suggested they start immediately. Kettle was so excited that his face flushed red. Not long after, he took off his shirt and sat in the center of the magic circle. Standing outside the circle with a book in her hand, Artemis said she would briefly explain the method. She first drew Kettle's attention to the stones, explaining that they would grind them into powder to create the magic circle and use the catalyst to change their properties. She then explained in detail that those altered properties would settle into Kettle's body and create a path leading to mystical energy. After finishing her explanation, Artemis warned that the feeling of the mystical energy path forming in his body would be quite strange and asked if Kettle could endure it. Kettle tilted his head and confidently replied that of course he could, adding that he was really looking forward to it. Even so, Archimedes continued to warn him further, explaining that if the alchemy succeeded properly, Kettle would no longer need those grains, and she implicitly suggested that she hoped to use the leftovers. Before she finished speaking, Kettle interrupted, saying that Archimedes could use the rest as she pleased. Archimedes was so moved that her cheeks turned red. Hardly able to contain her excitement, she asked if Kettle was being sincere. Kettle firmly reassured her that it was true and urged her to hurry and start. Without further hesitation, Archimedes agreed and declared the ritual begun. Even so, Archimedes could not hold back the surging emotions in her heart. She mused that when they first met, she had even fainted because of Kettle's monster-like aura, but after being together for a few days, she felt she understood him a little better. As the image of Kettle's muscular physique appeared in her mind, Archimedes secretly admitted that while she couldn't say Kettle wasn't terrifying, his desire to become strong was no different from any ordinary barbarian. That thought made her secretly smile, concluding that looking at it that way, Kettle might even look a little cute. Still keeping that faint smile, Archimedes quietly called Kettle's name. Those thoughts only further solidified her resolve, and she silently swore that no matter what, she would make the alchemy a success. Pushing her personal feelings aside, Archimedes immediately adopted a solemn tone and summoned the catalysts, calling forth the meaningless catalysts that had been created into clear shapes. Spiritual power surged from her hands as she hummed softly for the invisible existences without wills of their own to listen to her. Focusing all of her power on Kettle's back, she declared that he would become their master. As each stone began to glow with her magic power, Archimedes moved on to the next incantation and ordered them to move according to her will. Afterward, Archimedes shifted her focus to the flickering candles and hummed for them to move again, and change their shapes and structures according to the master's will so they would become tools. Kettle remained completely immersed, seemingly not noticing anything other than Archimedes's voice echoing in his ears. At this moment, a massive surge of power bestowed by Archimedes exploded around Kettle. It ran through his entire body, causing even his hair to fly wildly. Sensing the drastic transformation taking place within his body, Kettle suddenly opened his eyes. Outside, all the candles had gone out, leaving only thin streaks of smoke, and the stones surrounding the magic circle had lost their original color and cracked. Meanwhile, Archimedes herself had collapsed, exhausted, to the side. After a few seconds of regulating her breathing, Archimedes finally raised her head and asked weakly if it had been a success. When Kettle remained silent, Archimedes called his name again. Only after a long silence did Kettle finally exhale a deep breath, then suddenly sprang up and burst into happy laughter. Every cell in his body seemed to be celebrating as he realized he could feel a completely new sensation he had never experienced before. Although the answer was clear, he couldn't help but ask himself if this was the feeling of true mystical energy. Observing his reaction, Archimedes finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile that, looking at Kettle's reaction, the ritual appeared to have been a success. Overcome with excitement, Kettle suddenly lunged forward and lifted Archimedes into the air, declaring that it had definitely been a success. The sudden gesture left Archimedes completely frozen in shock, but as soon as she realized how awkward their position was, her face flushed red and she shouted for Kettle to wait. Kettle, however, paid no mind to decorum and continued to hold her high while enthusiastically thanking her, insisting that it was all thanks to her. No matter how sincerely Kettle thanked her, Archimedes could only stammer and demand that he put her down. When the moment finally passed, Archimedes asked Kettle seriously how he felt and if he could sense any instability. Kettle clenched his fists and replied firmly that he couldn't feel anything at all and that the ritual seemed to have been a perfect success. Hearing this, Archimedes expressed her relief, admitting that she had been a little worried, and Kettle immediately asked if that meant he could use his profound powers now. Archimedes raised a finger and instructed him to focus his mind inward and check for power within his body. Kettle nodded obediently and decided to give it a try. The moment he closed both his eyes, a massive layer of green aura quickly engulfed his entire body. However, just a moment later, he frowned slightly and remarked that something was strange, calling out to Archimedes. Not understanding the situation, she asked what was wrong. Kettle slowly lowered his hands and hesitantly explained that he could clearly feel the power within his body. However, after contemplating for a moment, he admitted that every time he tried to draw the power out, it instantly dissipated, and he asked what they should do. The moment Artemis heard this, she cried out in absolute horror, unable to believe what she had just heard. Leaving their situation aside for the moment, the scene shifted to the city gate, where two guards were standing watch with high alert. Suddenly, one of them muttered something unintelligible as both guards fixed their eyes on a glowing figure approaching from the distance. Around the mysterious traveler, a few bronze pillars spun as fast as a windmill. The young guard couldn't help but exclaim that the figure looked familiar, before the older guard finished the thought, asserting without a doubt that it was the wandering merchant. As the wandering merchant drew near, he politely asked if they could open the gate, and the young guard immediately agreed, hurrying to say he would open it at once. Although pleased with the response, the wandering merchant unexpectedly suggested they make a deal first. The older guard cautiously pointed to himself and nervously volunteered to go first. Instantly grasping his intent, the wandering merchant interrupted him and simply asked what he wanted. He then confidently declared that he possessed everything they could possibly desire and told the guard to just name it. As the swirling vortex around him expanded, he added that as long as they paid the right price, he could get them anything they requested. The wandering merchant was a mysterious existence wandering the world. One day, he suddenly appeared in the human world, selling rare items and granting humans their deepest desires. In return, he demanded money or something precious, which could even be their own souls. And now, the wandering merchant had arrived in the Denian kingdom. Milena turned to Kettle and said that the wandering merchant had finally come to the kingdom. She asked what he thought, offering to buy him anything he wanted because she owed him a deep debt of gratitude. Kettle nodded and thought to himself that his research into awakening his profound powers hadn't made any progress yet. If this merchant truly granted wishes, he thought he should give it a try. They quickly arrived at the merchant's location, and Kettle remarked in surprise that this was the one called the Wandering Merchant. Kettle observed the mysterious figure granting wishes. Holding a bag of gold in his hand, a young man spoke up, begging the wandering merchant to grant him a weapon that could cut through everything. The wandering merchant replied that it wasn't enough, explaining that its simple value was not sufficient. The boy was taken aback, but the merchant activated his magic, telling him that a weapon capable of cutting through absolutely everything was completely impossible. A small crack opened right above their heads. The tiny rift glowed brilliantly as a sword began to emerge from it. The merchant added that while a blade that cut through everything was impossible, a weapon that could cut through many things was entirely feasible. The boy looked at the sword in absolute astonishment. Taking the boy's money, the merchant asked if that was enough and told him to take it. Looking at his coins floating in the air, the boy agreed that it was perfect and thanked him for the sword. The merchant then called for the next person, and a small boy stepped out. The boy desperately cried out that he wanted medicine for his mother, promising to give anything in exchange. The wandering merchant observed the boy thoroughly before quietly demanding the boy's sense of taste. The boy stood there confused, so the merchant repeated his demand, telling the child to sacrifice his sense of taste, for only then would he receive the medicine. Overjoyed, the boy was ready to accept. The wandering merchant began to activate his magic, declaring that he would take the boy's sense of taste right now. A layer of purple aura completely enveloped the boy, and the merchant confirmed that he had received it. The boy suddenly realized that his tongue really couldn't taste anything anymore. Handing the medicine to him, the merchant said that this was the medicine he wanted. The child thanked him from the bottom of his heart, happy that he could finally save his mother, even though he had lost his sense of taste. Observing the whole scene, Kettle remarked that the merchant really sold all sorts of things. Milena explained that was why most nations allowed the wandering merchant to visit, though some places still chased him away for being too suspicious. Kettle found it interesting that one could pay with things other than money and wondered if one could just keep trading indefinitely. Milena pointed out that if you deliberately sent someone else to trade for you, he would know immediately, though at the very least you could get someone to stand in line for you. This reminded Kettle of a memory, recalling his conversation with Artemis, who had said that his profound powers were lacking. Surprised, Kettle asked what she meant, and she replied that it was meant quite literally. She explained that it was normally impossible, but because his physical level was so high, he didn't possess enough profound power. When Kettle asked if the lacking power could be supplemented, she replied that it wasn't impossible, She suggested that a catalyst like a dragon's heart could be used, before apologizing to Kettle and promising to find another way. Returning to the present, Kettle secretly wondered if the wandering merchant could get a dragon's heart. Milena asked if he had decided what he wanted to buy. Satisfied with the idea, he replied that he had, but remarked that the queue was quite long and would take time. Milena had thought ahead, telling him not to worry because as soon as she heard the news, she had ordered her servants to stand in line for him. Kettle complimented her on being very thoughtful. A moment later, the wandering merchant appeared surprised, asking Kettle who he was and why he was there. He said this because, in his eyes, Kettle was someone who didn't need anything at all. Kettle responded with a questioning "huh," asking what he meant, and explained that he came because he also wanted to trade. The wandering merchant suspiciously asked if Kettle really wanted to trade with him, and Kettle confirmed that he did. Crossing his arms, the merchant gave him a skeptical look, asking if he really needed anything. Kettle asked if there was a problem. After thinking for a few seconds, the merchant said there was no problem and asked what he wanted. Kettle stated his desire directly, saying he wanted to obtain a dragon's heart. Both Milena and the wandering merchant were completely stunned by his request. Looking at Kettle, Milena was secretly terrified, wondering if he really wanted a dragon's heart, the core of the legendary beast that even the Empire had failed to hunt. Kettle asked if it was possible. The merchant replied that it was possible, but that the price was simply not enough. Milena quickly interrupted, asking what if she paid with money. The merchant retorted that it still wouldn't be enough, shocking Milena when he added that even her entire fortune wouldn't be sufficient. Milena then apologized to Kettle for not being able to help him, but Kettle reassured her that if the price wasn't enough, there was no other way. The wandering merchant kept staring at Kettle and after a brief silence said he would give him an offer. Kettle turned to look at him and the merchant explained that if he accepted the offer and succeeded, he could obtain the dragon's heart. Delighted by the news, Kettle stepped closer and declared that it sounded good and that he had no reason to refuse. The merchant nodded, telling him to return after he finished his business for the day. As the merchant departed, Milena turned to Kettle, anxiously asking if this was really okay, remarking that an offer that rewarded a dragon's heart was definitely not a normal offer. Kettle reassured her that if it wasn't normal, that was exactly what he wanted, adding that he hoped it would be an interesting offer. The wandering merchant continued his work, handing items to the populace in exchange for payment, while Kettle stood right next to him. Finally, the merchant announced that today's work had concluded. With a rather bored tone, the merchant reminded Kettle that although he had told him to wait, that didn't mean he had to stand right next to him watching all day. Kettle apologized, admitting that he was simply fascinated. The merchant sighed, saying it was fine, and suggested they go to the deal. Immediately afterward, he opened a teleportation gate, telling Kettle to step inside for now. Kettle readily agreed and stepped straight through without a hint of suspicion. On the other side, it seemed to be nighttime, and the surroundings were barren hills, which made Kettle wonder where he was. Soon after, another teleportation gate appeared above him, and several others fell from it. 4 people stepped through, an old mage, a woman, a child, and a mercenary. Counting Kettle, there were 5 in total. They looked at each other in confusion, and the mercenary with an eye patch spoke up, wondering why he wasn't the only one. Kettle secretly wondered if the wandering merchant had brought these people too. Suddenly, the wandering merchant appeared, floating above their heads, declaring that everyone had arrived, and announced that from now on, he needed them to go hunt a dragon.